Dawn of the International Socialist Revolution. Strategy and Tactics of the International Socialist Revolution. Stefan Engel was born in 1954. As a trained mechanic, he worked in several large factories. He is a free publicist today. He has been politically active since 1968 and has exercised leading functions in the Marxist-Leninist and working class movement in Germany since 1975. More and more he has also taken on tasks in the coordination of the international revolutionary and working class movement. His most important theoretical contributions are contained, inter alia, in the books, The Struggle Over the Mode of Thinking in the Working Class Movement and Class Struggle and the Struggle for the Liberation of Women. The book, Dawn of the International Socialist Revolution, follows up on the topic of his best-known book to date, Twilight of the Gods, Götterdämmerung over the New World Order. Part I, Proletarian Strategy and the International Character of the Socialist Revolution. 1. Marx and Engels lay the foundations for the strategy of the Socialist World Revolution. 2. The victorious October Revolution and the strategy of the International Proletarian Revolution. 3. Mao Zedong's strategy of the New Democratic Revolution as part of the International Revolution. 4. The history of the International as form of organization of the International Revolution. 5. Indelible successes in socialist construction. 6. Setback for the International Revolution due to the restoration of capitalism in the Soviet Union. 7. The character of the socialist revolution under the conditions of the matured internationalization of the capitalist mode of production. 8. The International Revolution opens the way to the United Socialist States of the world. Part 2, The Strategy and Tactics of International Finance Capital in the Class Struggle against the International Proletariat and its Allies. 1. Necessity and Limits of a Joint Policy of International Finance Capital. 2. Fundamental Problems of the Imperialist World System. 3. The Threat to the Foundations of Human Life from the Global Environmental Catastrophe. 4. Emergence and Development of the System of the Petty Bourgeois Mode of Thinking. 5. The Counter-Revolutionary Character of the International Anti-Terror Coalition. 6. Imperialist Promotion of Religious Fanatical Fundamentalism as a New Form of Fascism. 7. Anti-Communism as Philosophical Essence of the Fight Against Terrorism. 8. Cross-border coordination of the state power apparatuses. 9. International collaboration of the monopoly associations in the class struggle. 10. Internationalization of the system of the petty bourgeois mode of thinking. Part 3. The Marxist-Leninist Strategy and Tactics of the International Revolution. 1. On the Foundations of Proletarian Strategy and Tactics. 2. The Strategy and Tactics of the International Revolution. 3. Changes in the strategy and tactics of the national and international class struggle for the preparation of the International Revolution. 4. Strategy and tactics for forging the Proletarian United Front. 5. The unity of national and international class struggle. 6. Transition to the class struggle in the true sense. 7. Cross-border cooperation and mutual revolutionization of the class struggle in the transition to the revolutionary crisis. 8. Forging of the fighting alliance with the petty bourgeois intermediate strata. 9. Marxist-Leninist work among women and international women's movement. 10. The rebellion of youth as practical vanguard of the international revolution. 11. The unity of the national and social struggle for liberation in neocolonial countries. 12. Ideological struggle as preliminary skirmish of the international revolution. 13. Revolutionary party building and international revolution. 14. The necessity of a new level of proletarian internationalism. 15. International forms of organization for the coordination and revolutionization of the class struggles. Introduction. In March 2003, the book Twilight of the Gods, Götterdämmerung over the New World Order appeared. It contains a Marxist-Leninist analysis of the reorganization of international production which has asserted itself in the capitalist world economy since the beginning of the 1990s. This change in the economic base of capitalism brought the basic contradiction between the social character of production and the capitalist character of appropriation to a point where a new phase in the development of imperialism was ushered in. The capitalist mode of production now has mainly international character and is subject to the diktat of solely ruling international finance capital, which is made up approximately of the 500 biggest international supermonopolies and rests on the power of the strongest imperialist countries. The internationalization of social production gave tremendous impetus to the development of the productive forces. The material preconditions for a society without exploitation of man by man have improved even further on a worldwide scale. At the same time, this development calls into question all traditional social relations on a scale that far eclipses the economic, political, and social effects connected with the development of imperialism at the start of the 20th century. The universal basic contradiction of our era between capitalism and socialism presses more and more towards a solution. The economic role of the nation-states increasingly is being taken over by the cartel of solely ruling international finance capital, the leading imperialist states and the international organizations dominated by them. However, the nation-states remain indispensable to the capitalist system as tools of power and rule for the supermonopolies resident there in order to suppress the proletarian class struggle in these states, and indispensable in the competition on the world markets and in the struggle for world domination. The internationalized revolutionary forces of production rebel against the capitalist relations of production organized on the basis of the nation-states. This was never clearer than during the crisis management practiced by the ruling circles on the occasion of the world economic and financial crisis that broke out in autumn 2008. Only the international cooperation of all major imperialist powers, at a G20 meeting specifically arranged for that purpose, could effectively realize this crisis management, at least temporarily. Thus the sharp contradictions and tremendous effects could be dampened which this world economic and financial crisis, the deepest since at least the Second World War, brought forth. However, the price paid for this was that the underlying problems were not resolved, but aggravated and deferred to some future time. The economic constraints of international competition increasingly have undermined the state monopoly structures, in particular the social rights and gains granted and fought for since the Second World War. With that, the ability of the capitalist system to tie the masses to itself also is diminishing. In tendency, the bourgeois state apparatuses lose the ability to act which they had acquired in the bourgeois democracy, for decades the prevailing form of rule of the dictatorship of the monopolies. Under the demagogic battle cry of the fight against terrorism, in all imperialist countries the tendency towards internal reaction and external aggression increases enormously. More and more, this reveals that bourgeois democracy is a farce and that the essence of bourgeois class society and its state is the dictatorship of the monopolies. In the book Twilight of the Gods, Götterdämmerung over the New World Order, we proved that the reorganization of international production has ushered in a new historical period of transformation from capitalism to socialism. It can only mature in the interaction of the objective and subjective factors of the class struggle. Despite all its contradictoriness, the development of an international trend to the left appears to be the most important, the determining manifestation in the growth of the class consciousness of the working class and the broad masses since the turn of the millennium. There are obvious and increasing signs that the relative calm in the class struggle which has persisted for decades irrevocably is dissolving. In the international production systems an international industrial proletariat has emerged, it is growing at a rapid pace and changing the structure of the working class worldwide. It is testing its strength in the developing struggles, is beginning to become aware of the necessity of international solidarity, is searching for a societal alternative and is becoming receptive to a socialist perspective. The dawn of a new upsurge of the struggle for socialism is breaking. The Marxist-Leninist analysis of the development of imperialism in the book Twilight of the Gods, Götterdämmerung over the New World Order could only be the first step to adjust ourselves to the new reality. More important are the theoretical and practical conclusions which must be drawn for the further development of proletarian strategy and tactics. New phenomena and fundamental changes in the development of society always go hand in hand with a competition among bourgeois social theories to explain and justify them. A flood of new variants of metaphysical idealist theories swamps the book markets, television channels, and internet portals, trying to save what can be saved of the bourgeois big lies, or creating new fictions of a stopgap nature. Particularly the apologists of bourgeois economics distinguish themselves in this field with their theories about capitalism still being the best of all systems. The more they lose their power to persuade the masses, the more scope the media give to petty bourgeois opportunist critics of globalization of various shades. More or less successfully these critics attempt to balance on the razor's edge, showing themselves to be quite well informed. On the one hand they manage to expose the unquestionable destructive effects of the reorganization of international production and distribution, while on the other hand they contrive the most absurd reformist and revisionist proposals for the rescue of the imperialist world system in order to avoid drawing the only logical, revolutionary conclusion. The reorganization of international production is not an avoidable neoliberal outgrowth of the imperialist world system, as the petty bourgeois globalization critics and opportunists maintain, but its law-governed consequence, which Marx and Lenin already forecast. The realization of this inevitably will manifest itself in the raising of the proletarian class consciousness of the working class, and sooner or later will unfold the class struggle against the dominating conditions to a most extreme degree and bring it to its historical solution. The internationalization of the productive forces must inevitably result in the internationalization of the class struggle and spur it on. Unmistakable signs that this process already is in full swing can be observed everywhere in the world. The cross-border revolutionary ferment in Latin America after the turn of the millennium, the movement of democratic uprisings in Arab countries at the beginning of 2011, the workers' strikes and protests in Europe encompassing corporations and industrial sectors and leaping across national frontiers, the increasingly obvious assimilation of the content and form of international mass struggles for the defense of social rights, the worldwide protest against the imperialist aggression of the United States and Great Britain against Iraq in 2003, the internationally coordinated preparation and holding of the World Women's Conference in Venezuela in 2011, and not least of all the worldwide protest against those responsible for the global environmental catastrophe. The internationalization of the class struggle and its furtherance by revolutionary organizations surely does not mean that the class struggle on the national scale no longer plays an essential role. Rather, global interaction of national and international class struggles unfolds which inspire and strengthen each other. The imperialist world system will fall. In a complex, contradictory world revolutionary process it will have to make way step by step for the united socialist states of the world if humanity does not want to sink into capitalist barbarism. However, today nobody can predict the periods of time in which this process will take place and the sacrifices which this historical transformation of the class societies will demand. But the line of development at the beginning of the 21st century is clear. The main tendency in the world is the preparation of the international socialist revolution. Marxist-Leninist strategy and tactics must deliver a comprehensive concrete analysis of the new social developments, of the international class struggle and the way it is reflected in the consciousness and in the struggles of the working class and the broad masses against exploitation and oppression by solely ruling international finance capital and the imperialist world system. In particular, this analysis must pertain to the development of the new elements of and essential changes in the international class struggle which have become visible since the reorganization of international production and will continue to develop in the future. From this derive the new possibilities, tasks, and resources of the international Marxist-Leninist, revolutionary and working class movement. The main thing is to purposefully reveal behind the devastating destructive forces of imperialism the material preparation of socialism on an international scale, as is especially expressed in the development of the revolutionary productive forces, in the internationalization of capitalist production, and in the struggles and the new forms of organization of the working class and the broad masses. This material preparation of socialism and the general crisis-proneness of the imperialist world system are the opposing objective foundations of a new upswing of the struggle for socialism on the international stage. Characteristic is the inexorable drive of capitalist production to integrate millions of individual production processes and hundreds of millions of producers into the worldwide production systems. With a dialectical materialist mode of thinking, humanity will be able to manage the global processes of the tremendously growing, increasingly complex production and reproduction of human life so that they benefit all humanity in socialism/communism and make a new level of the sustainable unity of humankind and nature possible. In contrast, bourgeois science and world outlook are sinking into a deep crisis because their subjugation to maximum profit, to the struggle for the control of the world markets and the maintenance of imperialism virtually put them in chains. On the other hand, in interaction with the working class and people's movements, a socially critical scientific current is developing. Important progressive discoveries only are made by struggling against departmental rivalry and the instrumentalization of research for the expansion of capital and by applying dialectics and materialism. In order to make an accurate analysis of society's development, one must free oneself from the pathetic yammering of the opportunists and modern revisionists, who are still paralyzed by the decline and fall of the social imperialist Soviet Union and the system of the supposed real socialism it led. The total bankruptcy of the Soviet Union was such a shock for them because they never recognized the changed, bourgeois reactionary class character of the Soviet Union since Khrushchev and the 20th Party Congress in 1956. Governed by their petty bourgeois revisionist mode of thinking, they stubbornly denied the restoration of capitalism in the former socialist countries and the reactionary essence of Soviet social imperialism. As long as they fail to overcome this mode of thinking self-critically, they will be incapable of drawing useful conclusions for the progress of the proletarian class struggle from this historical turning point. The reformists, too, got into a deep defensive and depression. With few exceptions, all social democratic parties in Europe tumbled into serious party crises in the past years. The left reformist and neo-revisionist parties that came into being as a product of these crises, like the Party Die Linke, the left, in Germany, also prove incapable of comprehending the essence of the social developments and drawing revolutionary conclusions. In their opinion, the so-called globalization started the advance of wolfish capitalism and neoliberalism, a regrettable development, but one that can be remedied within the framework of the capitalist social order. The illusion of a return to the supposedly social state, the hopes in a renaissance of the social market economy and the dream of social justice in capitalism are the only answers they can think of to the questions of our time. Of course, subsequent to the Second World War, imperialism changed its concrete methods of exploitation and oppression. The emergence of the socialist camp for a third of humanity and the smashing of the old colonial system by armed liberation movements put it under tremendous pressure. To effectively erode the socialist consciousness of the working class, at least in the imperialist metropolises, the ruling monopolies, not only in West Germany, considered it necessary to grant social reforms, for the most part without a struggle, and so to speed the spread of a petty bourgeois reformist mode of thinking in the working class movement. There can be no doubt that by promoting petty bourgeois life circumstances and family relations well into the ranks of the working class, and by developing an entire system of the petty bourgeois mode of thinking, those in rule indeed succeeded in achieving a relative calm in the class struggle which persisted for decades. Since the reorganization of international production, which has brought an enormous intensification of international competition, these social frills appear to international finance capital only as useless ballast, giving it a worse starting position in the battle to dominate the world markets. And so they attack the social achievements. But by doing that they destroy an essential material foundation of the credibility of their social state. In the past years they developed a sophisticated system of deception and manipulation through the petty bourgeois mode of thinking as main method of their bourgeois democratic form of rule. The petty bourgeois reformist mode of thinking penetrated deeply into the international working class movement after the Second World War, effectively eroded the class consciousness and impeded the development of the class struggle over a long period. The result of the petty bourgeois intellectual mode of thinking was the systematic disorganization of the building of the new Marxist-Leninist party of the working class. It made the leaders dominated by it incapable of drawing creative conclusions from the restoration of capitalism and the revisionist degeneration of the old communist and working class movement. This went so far that they were willing to pin the blame for their failure on Marxism-Leninism and liquidate the young Marxist-Leninist movement. They then made a name for themselves in petty bourgeois ecological, petty bourgeois democratic, or petty bourgeois pacifist movements, and some former circle chieftains from the Marxist-Leninist scene even managed to get hold of ministerial posts. The proletarian mode of thinking could be driven back temporarily even in the working class movement, but it could not be obliterated because it grows in a law-governed way out of capitalist class society and is traditionally deeply rooted in the working class movement. Today the system of the petty bourgeois mode of thinking largely restricts itself to demoralizing, disorienting, and disorganizing the workers' and people's movements, since at the same time poverty is growing, armed conflicts are increasing, and the environment is subject to dramatic destruction. The system of the petty bourgeois mode of thinking concentrates more and more on spreading modern anti-communism as a bulwark against the development of socialist consciousness. However, it is utter self-deception when those in rule cherish the hope that this could lastingly deter the masses from fighting for the social alternative of socialism. The general crisis-proneness of imperialism has developed in a universal way and constitutes imperialism's characteristic mode of existence today. The chronic structural crisis on the basis of the reorganization of international production, the financial and economic crises that tend to break out at shorter intervals and with greater force, latent or open political crises, the general danger of war, the dramatically sharpening environmental crisis and the threatening climate catastrophe endangering humanity, the crisis of neocolonialism, the crisis of the bourgeois family system and, last but not least, the crisis of bourgeois science and world outlook are international phenomena today. They constitute the general material fundament for the emergence of a revolutionary world crisis, the objective and subjective condition for the maturing of the international socialist revolution. The reformist and revisionist leaders do not raise fundamental objections to the capitalist system of exploitation of man by man, if only the capitalist evils were a bit relieved and some crumbs were left for their personal advantage. How can people with such a mode of thinking understand and affirm that a new world historical situation is emerging at present? A situation in which humanity cannot retreat, but must advance. A world historical development at the end of which there can only be the liberation from exploitation and oppression if the whole world is not to decline into barbarism. In the process of the international division of labor and at the level of the international systems of production, in the past few decades an international industrial proletariat has developed. Today it is the force which can and must go into the lead of the international struggle against imperialism and for socialism. In its economic and political struggles it can only assert itself if it copes successfully with the mentality of petty bourgeois rivalry and wages class struggles which increasingly adopt a cross-border character in content and form. Ultra-reactionary and proto-fascist parties and politicians, misleadingly termed right populist by the bourgeois media, seek to corrupt the growing internationalist class consciousness with smear campaigns against migrants. The international working class must also expose this openly reactionary chauvinism, with its racism, social demagogy and hypocritical slogans against the establishment, and resolutely resist fascistization. The international industrial proletariat alone is able to lead the entire working class beyond national borders to the international revolution and also to draw the broad masses fighting against their national bourgeoisies and states into this liberation struggle and give them orientation and perspective. The winning of the decisive influence on this international industrial proletariat is therefore the primary task, and increasingly also the joint task, of the Marxist-Leninists and all revolutionaries in the entire world. There is no doubt that the international proletariat is still in the strategic defensive versus international finance capital, with the defensive already lasting for decades and demanding a great morale and staying power on the part of the revolutionaries. But the strategic offensive of imperialism has long since stalled. The working class in several capitalist countries already has ushered in its strategic counteroffensive. The democratic, anti-imperialist uprisings against intensified neocolonial exploitation and oppression in the countries of Latin America, Asia, and Africa are a signal, the masses do not want to resign to the rule of world imperialism. Their struggle to defend the national resources against neocolonial exploitation, their struggle against hunger and against destruction of the natural foundations of life, for overcoming the remnants of reactionary feudal and semi-feudal structures in the countryside, for a new democratic revolution on the road to socialism, is and remains a component part of the international proletarian revolution and at the same time its most important direct reserve. Despite all the differences in the class struggles in the various countries, the international proletariat in alliance with all the oppressed needs a common reference point, the international socialist revolution. The coordination and revolutionization of the class struggle must unite the progressive, democratic, and revolutionary mass movements and organizations into an international force superior to the imperialist world system. The concrete economic, social, and political conditions of each country must be considered in the respective proletarian strategy and tactics as much as the general connection with the international revolution. International proletarian strategy and tactics thus appears as an orchestra of different proletarian strategies and tactics of the revolutionary workers' parties in the particular countries. The basic precondition for the dialectical unity of international commonality and national particularity is the existence of autonomous Marxist-Leninist parties in the individual countries. They have learned from the revisionist degeneration of the old communist movement and drawn their conclusions. These parties must have ideological political clarity in particular regarding the danger of liquidationism posed by the petty bourgeois mode of thinking in the revolutionary workers' and people's movements. They must be tempered in the class struggle and be most closely linked with the working class and the broad masses. In the international Marxist-Leninist, revolutionary and working class movement a fundamental discussion has arisen as to whether it is right to recognize the international socialist revolution as common strategic goal and how the unification of proletarian strategy and tactics for preparing and carrying out the international revolution can be achieved. To the dogmatists, revolution is but emulating well-tried concepts of revolution and insisting on them with great emotionalism, without regard for the differing concrete conditions from country to country, or for new manifestations and essential changes in the imperialist world system. When they inevitably suffer their defeats, not infrequently they hold Marxism-Leninism responsible, faint-heartedly renounce revolution, and turn into open liquidationists and defenders of imperialism. The many splits in the international Marxist-Leninist and working-class movement are merely the repulsive result of this tendency. Such dogmatists disregard and discredit the international revolution, which since Marx and Engels has been an essential reference point of any revolutionary strategy and tactics of the proletariat. With the reorganization of international production, now the social conditions for achieving the international revolution also have matured. The revisionists in turn dare not raise the issue of revolution at all. They do not have enough strength to imagine that the gigantic power of international finance capital could ever be shaken by revolution again. So they content themselves with desperately resisting the policy of neoliberalism, currying favor with various forms of left reformism and getting lost in bourgeois parliamentarism, while retreating from the most important issue, the revolutionary struggle to overcome imperialism and fight for socialism, or, deeply alarmed, even warning against it. The revolutionaries of the world must concern themselves with the laws of the international revolution and its preparation. The historical experience with the strategy and tactics of the international revolution, as worked out by Marx, Engels, Lenin, Stalin, and Mao Zedong, brought into a historical discussion process and further developed and put into practice under the conditions of their time, must be critically and self-critically assessed. The unification of the international Marxist-Leninist, revolutionary and working class movement will make headway only to the extent it draws lessons from the problem of the mode of thinking in the international Marxist-Leninist, revolutionary and working class movement. Bringing about the superiority of the proletarian mode of thinking in struggle against the petty bourgeois mode of thinking in the international Marxist-Leninist, revolutionary and working class movement today has become the condition worldwide for successfully preparing the international revolution. This fundamental task must be accomplished in the various countries making allowance for the differences while observing the common universal essence. A new upsurge of the struggle for socialism can take place only on the basis of a new quality of proletarian internationalism in the theory and practice of the international Marxist-Leninist and working class movement. This will exert a new attraction on the masses, mainly on the working class and the youth. The Marxist-Leninists all over the world must jointly come to grips with the ideological, political, and organizational issues of preparing the international revolution. The sure basis for this is the wholehearted advancement of the revolutionary class struggle and party building in the individual countries. Such a complex process naturally can be successfully undertaken and accomplished only through the inclusion of all relevant revolutionary organizations and parties, in an organized way, and on the basis of a proletarian, scientific mode of thinking and working. With the book Dawn of the International Socialist Revolution, the MLPD wants to make a theoretical contribution to this great task of the revolutionaries of the whole world. The book is the creative product of a collective made up of more than 130 persons and could only be the result of discussion and cooperation with the revolutionaries on a worldwide scale. Of course, it neither wants to nor is able to lay claim to formulating a general line for the international Marxist-Leninist, revolutionary and working class movement. The Marxist-Leninists in Germany alone bear responsibility for it, it is their guideline and can be taken as benchmark for judging them. But the book is intended to stimulate and contribute to the necessary process of intense theoretical discussion and practical cooperation in the international Marxist-Leninist, revolutionary, and working class movement. Stefan Engel. March 2011. I Proletarian Strategy and the International Character of the Socialist Revolution. 1. Marx and Engels lay the foundations for the strategy of the socialist world revolution. The terms of strategy and tactics originate from military science. Class struggle is a civil war between classes confronting each other in an irreconcilable way. Insofar, it is, from the onset, close to the science of war. Willy Dickhood. 1. Strategy and Tactics in the Class Struggle, p. 14. The strategy follows primarily the scientifically investigated law-governed course of the class struggle. The actual progress of the class struggle, however, is more or less strongly determined by factors that lie outside its law-governed course and cannot be foreseen. Willy Dickhood wrote about this connection. This means that we must investigate events, processes, developments in nature and society as to their necessity, their law-governed connections. On this basis we must prepare analyses and work out a strategic and tactical line for the proletarian class struggle. We will not be able to make allowance for the contingencies in the external connections, because we cannot foresee them. As guide to conscious action, the political line of a revolutionary party can proceed only from the necessary, not from the contingent, from the essential and not from the inessential, that is to say, from the law-governed development of society. That is the dialectical method. The dialectical method in the working class movement, pages 66 to 67. The great dialectician among the military scientists, Karl von Clausewitz, drew this conclusion in his work on war. War is the realm of chance. No other human activity gives it greater scope, no other has such incessant and varied dealings with this intruder. Chance makes everything more uncertain and interferes with the whole course of events. p. 117. This is all the more valid because today's class struggle has increasingly taken on an international character and the factors that can neither be predicted nor influenced have multiplied. The dialectics of the law-governed and the contingent course of the class struggle require that the probable concrete course is predicted and included in the proletarian strategy. To achieve this it is necessary to evaluate the historical experiences and to take the concrete developments into account. Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels based their strategy on a logical analysis of the general laws of the class struggle and always connected it with a historical analysis of the actual development of the revolutionary movements of their time. Through a critical and self-critical examination of their views they modified the proletarian strategy in correspondence with the requirements of practice. In their process of cognition they realized a steadfast loyalty to principles in regard to basic questions of the class struggle, combined with high flexibility and maneuverability in proletarian tactics. Only the unity of logical and historical analysis and synthesis establishes the fundament for the proletarian strategy and tactics. The essential international character of the proletarian class struggle. As early as in the Manifesto of the Communist Party of 1847–1848, Marx and Engels pointed out that, in its universal essence, the class struggle of the proletariat has international character. In form, however, it maintains national character, with production organized on the basis of the nation-state. Accordingly, it is stated in the manifesto. Though not in substance, yet in form, the struggle of the proletariat with the bourgeoisie is at first a national struggle. The proletariat of each country must, of course, first of all settle matters with its own bourgeoisie. Manifesto of the Communist Party, Marx and Engels, selected works in 3 volumes, Volume 1, p. 118. Marx and Engels explain that the content and general character of the class struggle are international because of the universal development of intercourse and the productive forces of capitalism. They understood by this the lively interaction of all producers with all others in the multifarious social production process, which, as a tendency, breaks down all local and national narrow-mindedness and brings all human beings and nations into worldwide interdependence. Large-scale industry, universalist competition, established means of communication and the modern world market. It produced world history for the first time, insofar as it made all civilized nations and every individual member of them dependent for the satisfaction of their wants on the whole world, thus destroying the former natural exclusiveness of separate nations. Marx and Engels, The German Ideology, p. 81. Capitalism developed as an international social system and gave birth to the proletariat all over the world, resulting in the fundamental character of the proletarian revolution as a revolution, which means the emancipation of their own class all over the world, which is as universal as capital rule and wages slavery. Karl Marx, Speech at the Anniversary of the People's Paper, Marx and Engels, selected works in 3 volumes, Volume 1, p. 501. This cognition is universally valid for the entire period of capitalism, even though the universality of the productive forces and of the class struggle had to go through different stages of development. Accordingly, as history progressed, the strategy of the proletarian revolution also had to take on different forms. The strategy of the international revolution in capitalism of free competition. In the phase of capitalism of free competition, until the end of the 19th century approximately, the capitalist social system emerged only in a few countries in Europe and America and asserted itself against feudalism. Against this backdrop, a victorious revolution was only conceivable for Marx and Engels as a relatively simultaneous revolution in these advanced countries. In 1847, Engels replied as follows to the question if the revolution could take place in a single country. By creating the world market, big industry has already brought all the peoples of the earth, and especially the civilized peoples, into such close relation with one another that none is independent of what happens to the others. Further, it has coordinated the social development of the civilized countries to such an extent that, in all of them, bourgeoisie and proletariat have become the decisive classes, and the struggle between them the great struggle of the day. It follows that the communist revolution will not merely be a national phenomenon but must take place simultaneously in all civilized countries, that is to say, at least in England, America, France, and Germany. It will develop in each of these countries more or less rapidly, according as one country or the other has a more developed industry, greater wealth, a more significant mass of productive forces. Hence, it will go slowest and will meet most obstacles in Germany, most rapidly and with the fewest difficulties in England. It will have a powerful impact on the other countries of the world, and will radically alter the course of development which they have followed up to now, while greatly stepping up its pace. It is a universal revolution and will, accordingly, have a universal range. Principles of Communism. www.marxist.org/archive/marx/work/1847/11/prin-com.htm. Emphasis added. This means that Marx and Engels assumed a coherent and lasting world revolutionary process until the worldwide victory of the proletariat. They characterized the world revolution as a complex process of different revolutionary struggles and movements for national and social liberation, of bourgeois democratic and proletarian revolutions. Thus the interconnection of these revolutions sooner or later had to lead to the liberation of the working class in all countries involved. After the working class took power, it would then proceed to communism in a common and simultaneous act. Empirically, communism is only possible as the act of the dominant peoples all at once and simultaneously. Marx and Engels, The German Ideology, p. 57. With the February Revolution in Paris in 1848, a series of uprisings began all over Europe, reaching as far as the Russian border. In June, the first great battle between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie over power took place in Paris. These historical events impressively confirmed the law revealed by Marx and Engels that capitalism, because of its economic structure and development, necessarily leads to the international proletarian revolution. The concrete prognosis that the revolutionary period would last until the victory of the proletariat proved to be erroneous, however. But this error was historically conditioned. Marx and Engels could only draw upon the experiences of the preceding bourgeois democratic revolution, which had taken place from 1789 until 1830 and was fought out right to the end, especially in France. Marx and Engels moreover were confronted with the problem that information at that time about the concrete economic development of capitalism was available only with great delay. In his last work, The Introduction to Karl Marx's The Class Struggles in France, 1848 to 1850, Engels examined their original concepts critically and self-critically in 1895. There could be no doubt for us, under the circumstances then obtaining, that the great decisive combat had commenced, that it would have to be fought out in a single, long, and vicissitudinous period of revolution, but that it could only end in the final victory of the proletariat. But history has shown us too to have been wrong, has revealed our point of view at that time to have been an illusion. It has made it clear that the state of economic development on the continent at that time was not, by a long way, ripe for the elimination of capitalist production. It has proved this by the economic revolution which, since 1848, has seized the whole of the continent, and has caused big industry to take real root in France, Austria, Hungary, Poland and, recently, in Russia, while it has made Germany positively an industrial country of the first rank, all on a capitalist basis, which in the year 1848, therefore, still had great capacity for expansion. But it is just this industrial revolution which has everywhere produced clarity in class relations, has removed a number of intermediate forms handed down from the period of manufacture and in Eastern Europe even from guild handicraft, has created a genuine bourgeoisie and a genuine large-scale industrial proletariat and has pushed them into the foreground of social development. However, owing to this, the struggle between these two great classes, a struggle which, apart from England, existed in 1848 only in Paris and, at the most, in a few big industrial centers, has spread over the whole of Europe and reached an intensity still inconceivable in 1848. Marx and Engels, selected works in 3 volumes, Volume 1, pages 189, 190, 191 to 192, emphasis added. In 1848, capitalism was economically not yet ripe to be eliminated once and for all. Above all, the emergence of a genuine bourgeoisie and a genuine large-scale industrial proletariat outside of England had not sufficiently progressed. The revolutionary movement could not yet be politically mature for the international revolution on this material basis. It still had to free itself from pre-evolutionary, traditional, and utopian remnants. In this process a number of subjective experiences, of victories and failures, had to be digested theoretically, which could only be done by revolutionary parties of the working class. 1. 1904 to 1992, worker, Marxist-Leninist, resistance fighter against Hitlerite fascism, co-founder of the MLPD and, for many years, head of the party's theoretical organ, Revolutionärer Weg. 2. The victorious October Revolution and the strategy of the International Proletarian Revolution. At the beginning of the 20th century, capitalism entered a new, higher stage, imperialism. The outbreak of the First World War was accompanied by the increasing complexity and extreme intensification of all fundamental contradictions of capitalist society. This required the further development of the theoretical foundations of the revolutionary working class movement. At a time when the opportunists were dreaming of reconciling the contradictions, materialist dialectics, the basic theoretical foundation of Marxism, Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 17, p. 39, had to be defended against eclecticism and sophistry and applied to the essential changes in the capitalist development. In his dialectical analysis of imperialism, Lenin discovered the law of uneven economic and political development as an absolute law of capitalism. Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 21, p. 342. Hence, writes Lenin, the victory of socialism is possible first in several or even in one capitalist country alone, ibid. The successful October Revolution in Russia was essentially based on the application of this insight. It signified a further development of the strategy of Marx and Engels in regard to the international revolution. The first victorious socialist revolution. How was it possible that the era of proletarian revolutions began exactly in backward Russia, a country whose population was almost 80% peasants? Stalin remarked about the circumstances of the comparative ease with which the overthrow of the bourgeoisie took place. The October Revolution began in a period of desperate struggle between the two principal imperialist groups, the Anglo-French and the Austro-German, at a time when, engaged in mortal struggle between themselves, these two groups had neither the time nor the means to devote serious attention to the struggle against the October Revolution. The October Revolution and the Tactics of the Russian Communists, Stalin, Works, Volume 6, p. 374. All fundamental contradictions of that period came together in Russia, which therefore was the weakest link in the imperialist world system. The gigantic Tsarist empire united capitalist imperialism and pre-capitalist relations of production. With the development of capitalism, the class of wage workers had emerged, which, though still relatively small, became the decisive force of the Russian Revolution under the revolutionary leadership of the Bolsheviks. Lenin broke with the dogma of several social democratic parties of the Second International, which claimed that a socialist revolution was only permitted after the capitalist productive forces in a specific country had completely matured and the proletariat constituted the absolute majority of the population there. The Menshevik defamation of the October Revolution as a putsch was based on this dogma. In the final analysis, though, this was nothing but an attempt by the opportunists to justify theoretically their capitulation in the face of the tasks of the socialist revolution. The Russian October Revolution in 1917 ushered in the era of the proletarian revolution for the overthrow of the imperialist world system. It was the first victorious revolution with the goal of abolishing the exploitation of man by man as precondition for the transition to a classless society. Stalin said about its historical significance: the October Revolution is noteworthy primarily for having breached the front of world imperialism, for having overthrown the imperialist bourgeoisie in one of the biggest capitalist countries and put the socialist proletariat in power. The international character of the October Revolution, Stalin, Works, Volume 10, p. 245. Lenin regarded the October Revolution as the start of the international revolution against imperialism. He therefore emphasized, "This first victory is not yet the final victory, and it was achieved by our October Revolution at the price of incredible difficulties and hardships, at the price of unprecedented suffering, accompanied by a series of serious reverses and mistakes on our part. We have made the start. When, at what date and time, and the proletarians of which nation will complete this process is not important. The important thing is that the ice has been broken, the road is open, the way has been shown." Fourth Anniversary of the October Revolution, Collected Works, Volume 33, pages 56 to 57. The October Revolution became the model for communist and working-class parties all over the world. The October Revolution and the modern revisionists and neo-revisionists. The modern revisionists did not dare to dissociate themselves openly from the October Revolution, not even when they had turned away from Marxism-Leninism at the 20th Party Congress of the CPSU in 1956. From Khrushchev to Gorbachev, the anniversary celebrations of the October Revolution were intended to delude the masses into thinking that the revisionist politics of the new ruling bureaucratic monopoly bourgeoisie continued to follow Lenin's revolutionary politics. What remains of the spirit of the October Revolution as far as the modern revisionists are concerned can be seen in an article written by Willy Jerns, a leading theoretician of the German Communist Party, DKP, on occasion of the 85th anniversary of the October Revolution. He starts out by praising the October Revolution as the event that undoubtedly has molded the course of history in the 20th century in the most powerful way. It was the first victorious socialist revolution, Unsirzeit, November 15, 2002. But in the following he keeps quiet about the decisive lesson of the October Revolution. He says nothing about the October Revolution ushering in the era of proletarian revolutions within the epoch of imperialism. He covers up the fact that capitalism in its imperialist stage is dying capitalism and that the historical period of transition from capitalism to socialism is an era of proletarian revolutions. This means he withholds the decisive criterion for judging the politics of a Marxist-Leninist party, whether it truly works toward this proletarian revolution or not. In its program, for a number of years the DKP has conceded that a revolutionary break with the capitalist power and property relations would be necessary. Program of the German Communist Party, supplement to Unsirzeit DKP newspaper, April 2006, p1. The DKP reacts here to the Marxist-Leninist critique of the revisionist concept of the peaceful road to socialism as put forward over a period of more than 40 years. It does not, however, disengage itself from this concept in a principle-based way. It is characteristic for this position that it vaguely concedes the necessity of a revolutionary break while remaining completely mysterious about what it is and how it is to be carried out. Typically enough, this apparent change of the programmatic position in regard to the revolution is made without self-critical correction of the illusionary revisionist strategy and tactics of pushing back the power of monopoly capital, which the DKP explicitly continues to adhere to. The more changes are achieved in the sense of self-determination in the workplace and in society, democratic control, demilitarization, and democratization in state and society, the greater the influence of democratic and socialist forces wherever the shaping of opinion takes place, the better are the chances in the struggle for pushing back the power of monopoly capital and for opening up the road to socialism. Ibid. p9. The combination of the revisionist strategy and tactics of pushing back the power of monopoly capital with the concession of a revolutionary break, whatever this may be, marks the transition of the DKP from failed modern revisionism to neo-revisionism, a modification of the modern revisionism which originated at the 20th Party Congress of the CPSU in 1956 and suffered its most devastating defeat with the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991. Today the DKP is split into several factions that fight against each other in public. Modern revisionists, neo-revisionists, and left reformists are fighting over dominance in this party, which has been in a deep crisis since the reunification of Germany and the disappearance of the German Democratic Republic. And yet, there are a growing number of DKP members and followers who subjectively consider themselves to be revolutionaries and seek the cooperation with the Marxist-Leninists. The essence of revisionism is blurring the difference between socialism and capitalism. This is why the difference between reform and revolution is blurred in the revisionist strategy and tactics. In the DKP party program this leads to all kinds of contortions. The DKP has always worked on the assumption that the antimonopolist and the socialist transformation are stages of development linked to one another in the unified revolutionary process of the transition from capitalism to socialism. Antimonopolist transformation stands for a period of the revolutionary struggle where elements of capitalism still exist, but already rudimentary forms of socialism as well. In the beginning the elements of the old will predominate, but the essential elements of the new society will have to become more and more predominant in the class struggle if the counter-revolution is not to succeed in stifling the revolutionary process. Ibid. p. 10. Thus the DKP ends up with the illusion of all opportunists, the evolutionary transition from capitalism to socialism. This is supposed to be a gradual development, where elements of capitalism still exist, but already rudimentary forms of socialism as well. Lenin criticized this blurring of capitalism and socialism in a principled way, from the point of view of dialectics. Dialectics repudiate absolute truths and explain the successive changes of opposites and the significance of crises in history. The eclectic does not want propositions that are too absolute, because he wants to push forward his Philistine desire to substitute transitional stages for revolution. The Koskais and Vandervelde say nothing about the fact that the transitional stage between the state as an organ of the rule of the capitalist class and the state as an organ of the rule of the proletariat is revolution, which means overthrowing the bourgeoisie and breaking up, smashing, their state machine. The Proletarian Revolution and the Renegade Koskai, Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 28, p. 324. Jerns does not say a word about the universal lesson of the October Revolution that the revolutionary proletariat must smash the bourgeois state machine, the crucial power organ of the dictatorship of the monopolies, and establish instead its own dictatorship in order to suppress the exploiting classes and eliminate them as classes. Jerns acts like the forerunner of all opportunists, the renegade Koskai, whom Lenin derided. Koskai takes from Marxism what is acceptable to the liberals, to the bourgeoisie, and discards, passes over in silence, glosses over all that in Marxism which is unacceptable to the bourgeoisie, the revolutionary violence of the proletariat against the bourgeoisie for the latter's destruction. Ibid, pages 242 and 243. The DKP seemingly deals with the historical experiences of the working class movement, for instance those made in Chile in 1973 when the hopes for a peaceful transition to socialism were crushed by the military's tanks. The experiences of the class struggle teach us that the monopoly bourgeoisie always tried to prevent societal progress by employing all available means if it suspected a threat to its power and privileges. This went as far as establishing fascist dictatorships and triggering civil wars. Program of the DKP, p. 10. It is all the more irresponsible when the DKP, against its better judgment, continues to propagate the illusion of the peaceful road to socialism. In hard struggle, the unavoidable resistance of the monopoly bourgeoisie must be overcome, and such a superiority of the forces striving for socialism must be achieved that they can prevent reaction from using force and push through the road to socialism most favorable for the working class and its allies. Ibid. The revisionist concept of a strategic counterpower within capitalism which is to prevent the ruling monopolies from using their power apparatus against the revolutionary masses is only intended to gloss over the renunciation of the revolutionary class struggle. The method used by Willy Jerns in dealing with the October Revolution was polemicized against already by Lenin in his work The State and Revolution. What is now happening to Marx's theory has, in the course of history, happened repeatedly to the theories of revolutionary thinkers and leaders of oppressed classes fighting for emancipation. After their death, attempts are made to convert them into harmless icons, to canonize them, so to say, and to hallow their names to a certain extent for the consolation of the oppressed classes and with the object of duping the latter, while at the same time robbing the revolutionary theory of its substance, blunting its revolutionary edge and vulgarizing it. The State and Revolution, Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 25, p. 390. Revolutionaries have the responsibility to be honest to the working class and the broad masses. This is why the program of the MLPD declares: the working class has the wish that the revolution could win without the use of violence. But the issue of violence rises independently of the will of the proletariat. With the struggles taking a revolutionary upswing, the monopolies, according to all historical experience, will attempt to maintain their power by means of brutal force. Therefore, the working class must rise up in arms under the leadership of its party. In the overthrow of imperialism and the smashing of the bourgeois state apparatus, proletarian class struggle attains its highest form in capitalism. Program of the Marxist-Leninist Party of Germany, January 2000, p. 53. Betrayal of the universally valid lessons of the working class movement. This is the relationship of the revisionists to the October Revolution. Dogmatic disregard of the lessons of the October Revolution. The dogmatists in the international Marxist-Leninist and working class movement idolize the October Revolution as though it were the holy of holies, taking everything literally. They condemn as betrayal every objective, historical, let alone critical and creative evaluation. A group with the name Trotskyitism, despite everything, for instance, goes head over heels accusing the MLPD. The reason why it is necessary to deal in a principle-based way with this group's ideas has less to do with the group's practical relevance for the class struggle in Germany than with clarifying the basic content of these attacks. We can read in one of its publications. In the question of the significance of the October Revolution, the complete ideological bankruptcy of the MLPD becomes apparent. This party's attitude towards the October Revolution is an open attack on Marxism-Leninism, an outright questioning of the revolution. Trotskyitism, Newspaper for the Construction of the Bolshevist Party of Germany, No. 11, December 1998, p. 1. This pompous and sweeping attack is followed by a barrage of spiteful distortions of the MLPD's positions intended to associate the party with Trotskyism and Kosciuszysm. The authors of Trotskyitism neither can present a single piece of evidence for this absolute nonsense, nor can they talk their way out by claiming they do not know the ideological political line of the MLPD. All they do is spread absurd allegations to stir up reservations. Above all, the dialectical reflection accomplished by the MLPD remains a closed book for them. First of all, a clear-headed person can't make heads or tails of the MLPD's assessment. Why is the October Revolution supposed to have international significance, but not an international character? Ibid, p. 6. Stalin explained on occasion of the 10th anniversary in 1927 why the October Revolution is a revolution of an international, world order. The international character of the October Revolution, Stalin, Works, Volume 10, p. 244. He continued. While shaking imperialism, the October Revolution has at the same time created, in the shape of the first proletarian dictatorship, a powerful and open base for the world revolutionary movement, a base such as the latter never possessed before and on which it now can rely for support. It has created a powerful and open center of the world revolutionary movement, such as the latter never possessed before and around which it can now rally, organizing a united revolutionary front of the proletarians and of the oppressed peoples of all countries against imperialism. Ibid. Pages 250 to 251. Here Stalin describes the general essence of the October Revolution and its general significance for supporting the revolutionary movement in all countries. This does not alter the fact, however, that the October Revolution, as far as its concrete essence is concerned, in its form, remained a revolution with a national character. Willy Dickhut, in 1991, evaluated the character of the October Revolution in the context of the era of proletarian world revolution and from the point of view of historical materialism. The Russian October Revolution of 1917 ushered in the period of transformation from capitalism to socialism. It became the great example for the communist workers' parties of the world. Nevertheless, the October Revolution had national character. It was victorious because Tsarist Russia was the weakest link in the chain of imperialist nations. The October Revolution led to the construction of socialism in one country. The revolution did not spread further, however. The revolutionary movements in other countries were suppressed. On the international character of the proletarian revolution, selected documents of the Berlin Party Congress of the MLPD Fourth Party Congress, p. 42. With their metaphysical evaluation of the October Revolution, the dogmatists block the realization that the international revolution is necessary. They want to apply rigidly to today a revolutionary model that was correct, even ingenious, under the special conditions of 1917. To do so they have to ignore essential changes in imperialism and the conditions differing in the various countries. The October Revolution as application of the strategy of the International Revolution. Lenin, in fundamental concurrence with Marx and Engels, regarded the International Revolution as starting point and permanent reference point for his revolutionary strategy. To him the Russian Revolution merely was the start of the International Revolution, but a single link in the chain of the World Revolution. Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 31, p. 322. On the basis of the revolutionary crisis caused by the First World War, triggered off by the October Revolution and the Civil War in Russia, revolutionary movements developed in a number of capitalist countries, colonies, and semi-colonies. Contrary to Lenin's expectations, however, the October Revolution did not spark off an international revolution. In no other country were the revolutionaries able to triumph over the counter-revolution. However, the revolutionary movements in many countries prevented world imperialism from concentrating its forces on smashing the Russian Revolution. This emphasizes the inseparable connection of the October Revolution with the international class struggle. The fact that the International Revolution did not take place was in Lenin's view no reason for pessimism and resignation. Although his expectations were not fulfilled, he defended that we staked our chances on world revolution, and were undoubtedly right in doing so. Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 31, p. 398. At the Third Congress of the Communist International in summer 1921, Lenin assessed critically and self-critically. When we started the International Revolution, we did so not because we were convinced that we could forestall its development, but because a number of circumstances compelled us to start it. We thought, either the International Revolution comes to our assistance, and in that case our victory will be fully assured, or we shall do our modest revolutionary work in the conviction that even in the event of defeat we shall have served the cause of the revolution and that our experience will benefit other revolutions. It was clear to us that without the support of the International World Revolution the victory of the proletarian revolution was impossible. Before the revolution, and even after it, we thought, either revolution breaks out in the other countries, in the capitalistically more developed countries, immediately, or at least very quickly, or we must perish. In spite of this conviction, we did all we possibly could to preserve the Soviet system under all circumstances, come what may, because we knew that we were not only working for ourselves, but also for the international revolution. We knew this, we repeatedly expressed this conviction before the October Revolution, immediately after it, and at the time we signed the Brest-Litovsk Peace Treaty. And, generally speaking, this was correct. Third Congress of the Communist International, Report on the Tactics of the R.C.P., Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 32, pages 479 to 480, emphasis added. Lenin had understood the objective laws in the era of imperialism, and this is why he based his strategy strictly on the international proletarian revolution. In his speech on the occasion of the third anniversary of the October Revolution he declared, "We knew at that time that our victory would be a lasting one only when our cause had triumphed the world over, and so when we began working for our cause we counted exclusively on the world revolution." Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 31, p. 397, emphasis added. Lenin's concrete expectation was not fulfilled. Though in Russia the factors in favor of the proletarian revolution existed, the objective and subjective factors in the other capitalist countries had not yet matured. An international chain reaction of revolutions aiming at the overthrow of imperialism and the establishment of a union of socialist Soviet republics, and the economic unity of the working people of all countries in the single world socialist economy which the proletariat of the world must establish after it has captured state power did not materialize. Minutes of the Sixth World Congress of the Communist International, quoted in The Communist International 1919-1943, documents selected and edited by Jane de Graz, Volume 2, p. 512. Despite this experience, the leadership of the CPSU was completely justified in rejecting any kind of capitulation and proved in the following decades that in Russia the proletarian revolution could not only be victorious, but also that socialism could be built. Contrary to Lenin's theoretical and practical approach, the dogmatists with their metaphysical mode of thinking regard the October Revolution not as a component part of the international revolution. Perhaps this can be excused in times of relative calm of the class struggle, because then everything depends on rebuilding, strengthening and consolidating the revolutionary working class movement in the different countries. But since the new historical period of transformation from capitalism to socialism has been initiated through the reorganization of international production, there is no excuse for such a position, because it would inevitably lead to defeat. 3. Mao Zedong's strategy of the new democratic revolution as part of the international revolution. In the period following the October Revolution, the process of the international revolution made no progress at first because of the counter-revolution and later the dark barbarism of fascism in Japan and Europe, especially in Germany. Only the shattering defeat of fascism and the strengthening of the socialist Soviet Union got it going again with renewed vigor. From socialism in one country the socialist camp emerged. It comprised, besides the socialist Soviet Union, the anti-fascist people's democracies of Eastern Europe, the German Democratic Republic, Yugoslavia, the Democratic Republics of Vietnam and Korea, the People's Republics of Mongolia and Albania and the People's Republic of China. In the beginning, the center of the revitalized world revolutionary process was in the colonial countries of Asia, where national and social wars of liberation, in alliance with the socialist Soviet Union, profoundly shook the imperialist colonial system. China as international focus of the revolutionary upswing. Semi-colonial and semi-feudal China, in 1935 the most populous country on earth with about 470 million people, became the international focus of the revolutionary upswing on account of the following main factors. 1. There was no single central state power in China, the ruling classes were weak, and on Chinese territory the imperialists were fighting mainly against each other. In parts of China the bourgeois democratic revolution had been victorious in 1911 to 1912 under the leadership of the democratic revolutionary Sun Yat-sen. On that occasion the last emperor was dethroned, and the feudal system, which had lasted for more than 2,000 years, was smashed to a great extent. But China's dependence on various imperialist powers prevented the completion of the democratic revolution. China continued to be a semi-colonially and colonially dependent country. 2. The Revolutionary War lasted 25 years. In its course, the Chinese Red Army under the leadership of the Communist Party of China gained the acknowledgement and support of the broad masses of the workers and peasants. The protracted Revolutionary War changed its concrete content and character several times. It was fought with different allies in changed international political situations. It can be divided into 4 strategic periods. In the Revolutionary Civil War from 1924 to 1927 the Communist Party of China fought together with the national bourgeoisie in the Kuomintang. 2. Against the warlords who maintained power as lackeys of imperialism in several parts of the country. In connection with the cooperation of the two parties, communists also became members of the Kuomintang. Together they waged a democratic revolutionary civil war with an anti-imperialist thrust. Under its new leader Chiang Kai-shek, the successor of Sun Yat-sen, who had died in 1925, the Kuomintang broke the fighting alliance with the CP of China in 1927 and started an anti-communist war of annihilation. From that time on the Chinese revolutionaries waged a war with an anti-imperialist, agrarian revolutionary and bourgeois democratic character. It was directed against the landlord class and the comprador bourgeoisie, which collaborated with the imperialists. In this period the CP of China was able to build red areas, first in southern China, and start the agrarian revolution there. But these areas were attacked and partly smashed by the Kuomintang. With the Long March, 1934 to 1935, to western and northern parts of the country the CP of China succeeded, despite heavy losses, in maintaining its military arm and building new base areas. When in 1937 Japan attacked the Chinese heartland from Manchuria, under Japanese occupation since 1931-1932, the CP of China organized an alliance of all anti-Japanese classes and strata including the Kuomintang. The national anti-imperialist war of resistance ended in 1945 with Japan's defeat in the Second World War. When Chiang Kai-shek, with the support of U.S. imperialism, launched another counter-revolutionary campaign in 1946 against the strengthened communists and attacked the liberated cities with military force, the CP of China waged a People's Liberation War. It ended with the all-out victory of the Red Army. On October 1, 1949, the People's Republic of China could be proclaimed. Chiang Kai-shek fled to the island of Taiwan, where he established a separate state under the protectorate of U.S. imperialism. China was a focus of inter-imperialist rivalry. The dominance over China was essential for the imperialist control of Southeast Asia. Moreover, the fascist Axis powers Germany and Japan needed northern China strategically as a military base and deployment area against the socialist Soviet Union. After the Nanking massacres in December 1937, the dastardly murder of 300,000 Chinese people by Japanese troops, under pressure from the world public, the USA imposed an oil and scrap metal embargo on Japan. This made it more difficult for Japan to continue its military buildup and its actions in China and became a reason for Japan's war against the USA. It brought significant relief to the anti-Japanese war of resistance in China. Later, the Chinese resistance against Japan was also supported officially by the anti-Hitler coalition in the Second World War with the intention of weakening the enemy Japan. For the most important condition for the victory of the Chinese Revolution was the close ties with the Socialist Soviet Union and the solidarity of the international communist and working class movement in every period of the revolution. The Soviet Union supported the Kuomintang in the struggle against the warlords and later against the Japanese occupying forces. The Communist International, Comintern, organized the international solidarity of the working class. The Socialist Soviet Union supported in word and deed the United Front for the national liberation struggle in China against fierce attacks by the Trotskyists. Stalin took the following position on this issue in 1927. What is the basic premise of the Comintern and the Communist parties generally in their approach to the questions of the revolutionary movement in colonial and dependent countries? It consists in a strict distinction between revolution in imperialist countries, in countries that oppress other nations, and revolution in colonial and dependent countries, in countries that suffer from imperialist oppression by other states. Revolution in imperialist countries is one thing, there the bourgeoisie is the oppressor of other nations, there it is counter-revolutionary at all stages of the revolution, there the national factor, as a factor in the struggle for emancipation, is absent. Revolution in colonial and dependent countries is another thing, there the imperialist oppression by other states is one of the factors of the revolution, there this oppression cannot but affect the national bourgeoisie also, there the national bourgeoisie, at a certain stage and for a certain period, may support the revolutionary movement of its country against imperialism, there the national factor, as a factor in the struggle for emancipation, is a revolutionary factor. To fail to draw this distinction, to fail to understand this difference and to identify revolution in imperialist countries with revolution in colonial countries, is to depart from the path of Marxism, from the path of Leninism, to take the path of the supporters of the Second International. The international situation and the defense of the U.S.S.R. Speech delivered on August 1, 1927, Stalin, Works, Volume 10, pages 11 to 12. Mao Zedong also took a resolute position against Trotskyism, which opposed the inclusion of the national bourgeoisie in the anti-Japanese United Front. He declared in 1935, "It is perfectly obvious that the Chinese Revolution at the present stage is still a bourgeois democratic and not a proletarian socialist revolution in nature. Only the counter-revolutionary Trotskyists talk such nonsense as that China has already completed her bourgeois democratic revolution and that any further revolution can only be socialist." On Tactics Against Japanese Imperialism, Selected Works of Mao Zedong, Vol. p. 169. The Soviet Union supported the anti-Japanese war of resistance politically, diplomatically, and militarily. From 1937 to 1939 alone it delivered 985 airplanes, 82 tanks, and 1,317 cannons. Until 1940, 3,665 Soviet soldiers were in action in China, as pilots, ground staff, in air defense and in other areas. On August 8, 1945, the Soviet Union declared war on Japan, marched into Manchuria with more than 1 million soldiers and thus accelerated the Chinese troops' victory over the Japanese aggressor. Mao Zedong emphasized the fundamental significance of international solidarity and of the Socialist Soviet Union for the successful struggle for national and social liberation in the countries dependent on and oppressed by imperialism. Victory is possible even without international help. This is a mistaken idea. In the epoch in which imperialism exists, it is impossible for a genuine people's revolution to win victory in any country without various forms of help from the international revolutionary forces, and even if victory were won, it could not be consolidated. On the People's Democratic Dictatorship, Selected Works of Mao Zedong, Volume 4, p. 416. On the other hand, of course, the Revolutionary War in China supported not only the defense of the Socialist Soviet Union against fascist aggression, it was also a component part of the international socialist revolution. Willy Dickhut explained this in 1942. This war creates great prospects for the oppressed colonial peoples to achieve their freedom, not in the next months, but as soon as the imperialist forces are sufficiently weakened. This national revolutionary struggle is closely linked with the struggle of the proletariat in the capitalist countries for successfully carrying out the social revolution, and both struggles, on the other hand, with the gigantic struggle of the Soviet Union against the aggressive fascist countries, this struggle being ultimately the basis for the struggle to accomplish the world revolution. Proletarisker Widerstand gegen Faschismus und die Krieg Proletarian Resistance against Fascism and War, Part I, p. 362. 5. The Chinese proletariat had a communist party with firm roots in the masses, steeled in struggle and ideologically and politically strong. With the Red Army, the CP of China moreover had the decisive political and military instrument for the 25-year armed liberation struggle. In hard struggles over the line, the leadership of the CP of China was able to develop and implement a political and military strategy and tactics in correspondence with the concrete conditions in China. The new democratic revolution as concretization of the strategy of the international revolution. The victory of the Chinese Revolution was possible because Mao Zedong knew how to develop further Lenin's and Stalin's teachings on the dialectical connection of the proletarian class struggle and the national liberation struggle into the strategy and tactics of the new democratic revolution. Mao Zedong understood the new democratic revolution in China to be a part of the international proletarian revolution, with the center in the Soviet Union, the bulwark of socialism. The Chinese New Democratic Revolution showed the great majority of humankind the socialist road to national liberation. It became the signal for a new upswing of the people's liberation struggles in the countries oppressed and exploited by imperialism, side by side with the international proletariat. How was the strategy and tactics of the New Democratic Revolution developed? In the second half of the 1920s, the Communist Party of China organized uprisings in several cities, which were all crushed however. The Canton Uprising in December 1927, where authorized Comintern representatives personally participated, was suppressed in bloodshed after 2 days, some 5,700 communists were killed. The Communist International nevertheless defended the revolutionary uprisings emphatically against Trotskyite attacks. 2 months after the Canton Uprising, the Executive Committee of the Communist International, ECCI, at its 9th plenum passed a resolution on the Chinese question, which also self-critically dealt with mistakes. The Canton Rising, this heroic attempt by the proletariat to organize Soviet power in China, which played a tremendous part in the development of the workers' and peasants' revolution, revealed several failings in the leadership, insufficient preparatory work among the workers and peasants as well as in the enemy's army, the wrong method of approaching the working class members of the yellow trade unions, the insufficient preparation of the uprising through the party organization itself and the Communist Youth League, the party headquarters' completely inadequate knowledge of what was happening in Canton, the weakness of the political mobilization of the masses, lack of political mass strikes, of elected Soviets in Canton as organs of the uprising, for which the leaders on the spot have to bear their share of responsibility before the Comintern, Comrade and among others. The ECCI imposes on all sections of the Comintern the duty of fighting against the calumny spread by the Social Democrats and Trotskyists that the Chinese Revolution is liquidated. The ECCI imposes the duty of, the most powerful support of the Chinese Revolution. In the current period of intensified counter-revolutionary intervention by imperialism, such a support is especially necessary and imperative. The Communist International 1919-1943, documents selected and edited by Jane de Graz, Volume 2, 1923-1928, pages 439-440, in part are translation from the German. Mao Zedong defended the October Revolution resolutely, but simultaneously he was against copying the Russian Revolution as a model for China, and criticized the dogmatic application of the strategy and tactics of the Civil War in Russia from 1918 to 1921 to the conditions in China during the 1930s. Others hold a second wrong view, which we also refuted long ago. They say that it is enough merely to study the experience of revolutionary war in Russia, or, to put it more concretely, that it is enough merely to follow the laws by which the civil war in the Soviet Union was directed and the military manuals published by Soviet military organizations. They do not see that these laws and manuals embody the specific characteristics of the Civil War and the Red Army in the Soviet Union, and that if we copy and apply them without allowing any change, we shall also be cutting the feet to fit the shoes and be defeated. Problems of Strategy in China's Revolutionary War, Selected Works of Mao Zedong, Volume I, p. 181. In an ideological political struggle whose outcome was crucial for the life and death of the Chinese Revolution, Mao Zedong developed the military strategy of encircling the cities from the countryside, of creating red base areas and of the protracted People's War under the conditions in China. Compared to the enormous number of 500 million peasants, the number of about 3 million workers at that time was still extremely small. But with the Communist Party, Mao Zedong realized resolutely the leading role of the working class, while the peasant masses were the main force of the revolution. The strategy and tactics of the new democratic revolution aimed at a united front policy, where the unity and struggle of opposites existing between the working class, the peasants, and the national bourgeoisie were dealt with in a correct way. In his fundamental work on New Democracy, Mao Zedong explained the necessity of the two stages of the Chinese Revolution, the democratic and the socialist revolution. The first step is to change the colonial, semi-colonial and semi-feudal form of society into an independent, democratic society. The second is to carry the revolution forward and build a socialist society. Selected Works of Mao Zedong, Volume 2, p. 342. The democratic and the socialist stages form a dialectical unity, each stage having its special tasks and also its special strategy and tactics. When the People's Republic of China was founded in 1949, the new democratic revolution created a new form of state, the new democracy. The book Neocolonialism and the Changes in the National Liberation Struggle states: politically, new democracy or people's democracy constitutes a special form of the dictatorship of the proletariat. It is a joint dictatorship of several revolutionary classes under the leadership of the proletariat, directed against the imperialists, the feudal big landowners and the comprador bourgeoisie. Economically, new democracy transfers the masses of capital owned by the imperialists, and the big capitalists submissive to them, to the administration of the state. The state economy acquires socialist character and constitutes the leading factor in the national economy. The land of the feudal big landowners is expropriated and distributed to the peasants, becoming their property. On the other hand, the small and medium-sized enterprises and a part of the larger private capitalist enterprises continue to exist for the time being, as do the big peasant farms. There are certainly socialist elements in the countryside, but, generally speaking, no socialist agriculture exists yet. From this it follows, first, that the establishment of new democracy is a strategic goal completing a stage on the way to socialism. Secondly, new democracy is a revolutionary transitional form of state. Thirdly, new democracy is a particular form of the dictatorship of the proletariat. Klaus Arneck and Stefan Engel, Neocolonialism and the Changes in the National Liberation Struggle, pages 38 to 39. Not only did the Chinese Revolution apply creatively the strategy and tactics of the proletarian revolution to the conditions in China, it also developed further the Marxist-Leninist strategy of the international revolution in respect to the special conditions of the social and national liberation struggle in the colonies and semi-colonies of that time. Mao Zedong pointed out in this context that there are two kinds of world revolution, the first belonging to the bourgeois or capitalist category. The era of this kind of world revolution is long past, having come to an end, in 1917 when the October Revolution took place. The second kind, namely, the proletarian socialist world revolution, thereupon began. This revolution has the proletariat of the capitalist countries as its main force and the oppressed peoples of the colonies and semi-colonies as its allies. No matter what classes, parties, or individuals in an oppressed nation join the revolution, so long as they oppose imperialism, their revolution becomes part of the proletarian socialist world revolution. On New Democracy, Selected Works of Mao Zedong, Volume 2, pages 346 and 347, emphasis added. 2. The Kuomintang was a bourgeois party, Chinese National People's Party, founded in 1912. 4. The history of the International as form of organization of the international revolution. The central practical problem of proletarian strategy and tactics is the problem of organization. Disunited, the workers are nothing. United, they are everything. Working Class Unity, Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 19, p. 519. The content and form of proletarian class struggle must constitute a dialectical unity. Since class struggle manifests itself locally, nationally, and internationally, the working class must also create local, national, and international forms of organization to become a superior force in the struggle for power. Not only a proletarian strategy and tactics for the international revolution was needed, but also a corresponding international form of organization. All classics of Marxism-Leninism address these two problems with great earnestness. The International Working Men's Association. At the beginning of the 1860s, the conditions had ripened for the creation of an international political organization of the proletariat. The realization had prevailed that the emancipation of labor is neither a local nor a national, but a social problem, embracing all countries in which modern society exists, and depending for its solution on the concurrence, practical and theoretical, of the most advanced countries. Provisional Rules of the Association, Marx and Engels, Collected Works, Volume 20, p. 14. In 1864 the International Working Men's Association, IWA, was founded in London. Its aim, according to Marx and Engels, was to weld together into one huge army the whole militant working class of Europe and America. Marx and Engels, Selected Works in 3 volumes, Volume 1, p. 102. Marx strongly advocated a democratic form of organization. The International set itself the task to unite, to link the already existing, yet unconnected movements in the different countries. This proletarian tendency prevailed in struggle against a claim to leadership staked by petty bourgeois Democrats and anarchists, who wanted to turn the International into a conspiratorial secret society for the engineering of insurrections by a small minority. Under the determining influence of Marx, who was a member of its leading organ, the General Council, the International Working Men's Association took the overall interests of the workers of all countries as starting point and provided material and moral support in many workers' struggles. Due to its influence, the workers no longer let themselves be used as strike breakers against the workers of other countries. The Paris Commune from March 18 to May 28, 1871, made it clear that the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie must be replaced by the dictatorship of the proletariat, that the bourgeois state apparatus must be destroyed and a proletarian state established. Marx initially was against the Communards' uprising, because he felt it came too soon. But when it broke out, Marx and Engels ardently supported the Commune. In a message of greetings to the French workers in 1892, Engels paid tribute to the Paris Commune. It was the Commune's eminently international character that gave it its historical grandeur. It was a bold challenge to any sign of bourgeois chauvinism. Marx and Engels, Collected Works, Volume 27, p. 275. The entire European reaction joined forces to suppress the Commune. It could have stood its ground against this united international counter-revolution only if revolutionary uprisings had occurred simultaneously in other European centers. In 1872, Marx drew the fundamental lesson from the fall of the Paris Commune. Citizens, let us bear in mind this fundamental principle of the international solidarity. It is by establishing this life-giving principle on a reliable basis among all the workers in all countries that we shall achieve the great aim which we pursue. The revolution must display solidarity, and we find a great example of this in the Paris Commune, which fell because there did not appear in all the centers, in Berlin, Madrid, etc., a great revolutionary movement corresponding to the supreme uprising of the Paris proletariat. On the Hague Congress, Marx and Engels, Collected Works, Volume 23, p. 256. Mutual support of revolutionary struggles in all capitalist centers is the highest form of international solidarity and a question of survival for the international proletarian revolution. Educating the working class in the spirit of proletarian internationalism was the greatest historical service of the International Working Men's Association. Concerning the connection between content and form of the proletarian class struggle, Karl Marx stated in 1875, "The international activity of the working classes does not in any way depend on the existence of the International Working Men's Association." This was only the first attempt to create a central organ for that activity, an attempt which was a lasting success on account of the impulse which it gave, but which was no longer realizable in its first historical form after the fall of the Paris Commune. Critique of the Gotha Programme, Marx and Engels, Collected Works, Volume 24, p. 90. The International Working Men's Association was not capable of organizing a revolutionary onslaught at the international level. This would have required internationally united proletarian revolutionary parties at least in the most important European countries and in the USA. The defeat of the Paris Commune spelled the end of the First International. Its General Council moved to New York in 1872 and on Marx's advice resolved its dissolution on July 15, 1876. In the time following the dissolution of the IWA, the proletarian revolutionaries concentrated their forces on establishing and developing independent revolutionary working class parties in the individual countries. Marx and Engels remained their untiring and sometimes also critical advisors. The Second International and its collapse. The Socialist International was founded in 1889 by approximately 400 representatives of working-class organizations from 20 European and American countries in Paris under the decisive influence of Frederick Engels. In memory of the heroic struggle of the workers of Chicago on 1 May 1886 for the 8-hour workday, the Second International declared May Day the International Day of Action of the workers of all countries. The strengthening of the socialist parties, the growth of the working class movement and its organizations, trade unions, publishing houses, parliamentary parties, cooperatives, was accomplished in struggle against advancing reformism and opportunism, for which a material base had developed with the emergence of imperialism. One of its main proponents in Germany was Eduard Bernstein, who preached a gradual, peaceful growing of capitalism into socialism, and coined the notorious phrase. I openly admit my appreciation of and my interest in what is generally understood by the ultimate socialist goal are extraordinarily poor. This aim, whatever it consists in, is nothing to me. The movement is everything. The struggle of social democracy and the social revolution, in Die Neue Zeit, Volume 16, 1897-98, First Volume, p. 556, our translation. Initially, the revolutionary socialists succeeded in beating off undisguised distortions of the proletarian world outlook and in defending Marxist positions. For example, in the face of the imminent threat of war, the International Socialist Congresses of 1907 in Stuttgart and 1912 in Basel called on the peoples to do everything to prevent a war, or if this was impossible, to respond to the outbreak of war with revolutionary actions. But when the imperialist World War broke out in 1914, opportunism changed into social chauvinism. Most leaders of the International from almost all social democratic parties made imperialist truces with their governments. They allowed millions of proletarians to be thrown into the imperialist slaughter to fight each other under the deceitful slogan "Defense of the Fatherland" and be sacrificed on behalf of the great power interests of their respective governments. Only the Russian Bolsheviks and their revolutionary allies in other countries continued to adhere to proletarian internationalism and advocated turning the war between peoples into a civil war against their own imperialist governments. In the theoretical field, opportunism leads to open revision of the revolutionary doctrines of Marx and Engels, of scientific socialism. The quintessence of revisionism was and is the replacement of proletarian revolution by reformism, of class struggle by class collaboration, of proletarian internationalism by bourgeois nationalism and social chauvinism. In his speech, The Third International and Its Place in History, Lenin stated, "The First International, 1864–1872, laid the foundation of an international organization of the workers for the preparation of their revolutionary attack on capital. The Second International, 1889–1914, was an international organization of the proletarian movement whose growth proceeded in breadth, at the cost of a temporary drop in the revolutionary level, a temporary strengthening of opportunism, which in the end led to the disgraceful collapse of this international." Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 29, p. 306. The Communist International, Comintern. Resolutely breaking with the social chauvinists and separating from the opportunists was the basic condition for a new, the Third International. Lenin declared, "There are such that are afraid to admit that the crisis or, to put it more accurately, the collapse of the Second International is the collapse of opportunism." Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 21, p. 35. The Bolsheviks developed keen international activity on behalf of the Union of the Revolutionary Left, which like the International Group, and later the Spartacists in Germany around Karl Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg, upheld the red flag. But Lenin had to realize on October 9, 1918, Europe's greatest misfortune and danger is that it has no revolutionary party. Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 28, p. 112. In most cases, the revolutionary left shrank too long from the necessary complete break with the opportunists. They hesitated to take the decisive step and leave the revisionist parties, fight them ideologically and politically and build new revolutionary working class parties. This had disastrous consequences. It became the essential subjective reason why the revolutionary upswing of the working class movement at the end of the First World War was defeated, why reaction was able to bloodily stifle it. In March 1919, 51 representatives from 29 countries established a new Workers' International in Moscow. Except for the Bolsheviks, most participants were representatives of smaller communist groups or left social democratic parties. In regard to their revolutionary firmness, their theoretical clarity and their principles of organization, they still differed from Lenin's party of Bolsheviks to a large extent. But they were united in regard to the necessity to break with the opportunism of the Second International and support the road of the October Revolution. Lenin urged the immediate establishment of the International based on the assessment that the world revolution is beginning and growing in intensity everywhere. Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 28, p. 455. As regards its self-image, the manifesto of the First Congress of the Communist International states: if the First International predicted the future course of development and indicated the roads it would take, if the Second International rallied and organized millions of proletarians, then the Third International is the international of open mass struggle, the international of revolutionary realization, the international of action. The Communist International 1919-1943, documents selected and edited by Jane de Graz, Volume I, 1919-1922, p. 47. The Communist International exerted a great attraction on the class-conscious workers and revolutionaries the world over. It helped directly to form communist parties in many countries. The strengthening of the communist world movement, which comprised 76 parties with 3.1 million members in 1935, would have been unthinkable without the work of the Communist World Party. Through the Communist International, proletarian internationalism became a powerful weapon of the revolutionary working class movement. It was the nightmare of all reactionary regimes. It organized international campaigns for the protection of the Soviet Union against imperialist threats, for the defense of the Chinese Revolution, Hands Off China, for solidarity with workers' struggles, for the release of political prisoners, freedom for Ernst Thälmann. A heroic highlight of proletarian internationalism was the struggles in Spain and the international brigades raised in 1936. Up to 35,000 anti-fascists, communists, socialists, Christians, Democrats, from 54 countries took up arms to defend the Spanish Republic against the fascist putsch of General Franco and against the open military intervention by German and Italian fascism. Problems of the Comintern. The Communist International was founded as a world party to carry out world revolution and establish the dictatorship of the proletariat on an international scale. It was therefore organized according to the principle of democratic centralism. The individual communist parties were national sections of the World Party. The centralized form of organization did not imply the abolition of democracy, however. The Second World Congress committed itself explicitly to preserve the independence and autonomy of the national parties in regard to the different concrete conditions in the particular countries. It stands to reason, however, that in every aspect of their work the Communist International and its Executive Committee must take into account the diversity of conditions in which the respective parties have to fight and work, and adopt decisions binding on all parties only on matters in which such decisions are possible. The terms of admission into the Communist International, Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 31, p. 211. Between 1919 and 1935 7 World Congresses of the Comintern took place. 21 terms of admission adopted by the Second World Congress, 1920, were applied for admission to the Communist International. They stated: all decisions of the Communist International's Congresses and of its Executive Committee are binding on all affiliated parties, IBID, emphasis added. The Executive Committee, based in Moscow, passed statements, manifestos, and appeals, which national parties could use for orientation. It also was authorized to expel persons, groups, and entire parties from the Communist International. The reason given for the strictly centralistic decision-making structure was that the Communist International at that time was operating in conditions of acute civil war, IBID. Accordingly, all parties were obligated to everywhere build up a parallel illegal organization, which, at the decisive moment, will be in a position to help the party fulfill its duty to the revolution, IBID, p. 208. The building of these parallel structures went partly far beyond what was justified in respect to the proletarian internationalist goals, particularly seeing as the revolutionary world crisis abated more and more in the 1920s. Otto Vargas, since 1968 General Secretary of the Marxist-Leninist Partido Comunista Revolucionario de la Argentina, PCR, and in the 1950s an international functionary of the Communist Youth, reported. Article 3 of the Terms of Admission to the Communist International permitted the Comintern to build up structures parallel to the structures of the communist parties, whether legal or clandestine parties, where leadership over the activities of these parties really was exercised. The center of the parallel structure to the communist parties was headed by Osip Biatnitsky from the Comintern's International Liaison Department, OMS, which was referred to as the heart of the Comintern. This department's representatives in fact had authority over the leaders of the local communist parties and increasingly were tied to the organs of the Soviet Secret Service. They also coordinated the training and propaganda of the Comintern, and in the capitalist countries they headed publications not linked to the parties. These structures joined with the special services and agencies of the USSR, which got to control them. From a certain time on, the secretaries of the communist parties, with the approval of the Executive Committee of the Comintern, designated a cadre of the Central Committee of the particular party who linked the structure of the CP of each country with the covert structure built up and led by the International. El Marxismo y la Revolución Argentina, Marxism and the Argentine Revolution, Volume 2, p. 57, R. Translation. The parallel structures tended to abolish the ideological, political and organizational independence of the different communist parties, with the consequence that democratic centralism in the Communist International developed a bureaucratic centralist tendency. This in turn had a negative impact on the work of the individual parties because little value was placed on their own experience and concrete analyses, and a tendency to mechanical application of strategy and tactics took hold, transfer of the particular experience of the Soviet Union to other countries, or ultra-left wishful thinking as well. In addition to this, the problem arose that in this way incorrect assessments and political mistakes also were spread internationally. In respect to world outlook, these mistakes revealed influences of metaphysical thinking and serious problems digesting the complicated developments dialectically. The Comintern was the initiator, for example, of the so-called RGO policy, which Willy Dickhut criticized in his book, Trade Unions and Class Struggle. Initially, therefore, the formation of the RGO, Revolutionäre Gewerkschaftsopposition, revolutionary trade union opposition, was only a loose gathering of workers who had been expelled from the unions. This was correct and necessary in order to keep this revolutionary force together. But by involving unorganized people in the RGO and by organizing economic struggles under RGO leadership, the latter took on a more solid organizational form. In several cities, red trade unions developed from them, like the United Association of the Metal Workers, United Association of the Construction Workers and the United Association of the Coal Miners. This was a serious mistake because it began to show that the masses of the union members did not follow. Ibid, pages 57 to 58. From this Willy Dickhut concluded, revolutionary work in the trade unions is above all an ideological struggle to win over the union members for the revolutionary class struggle. This does not mean taking over the union apparatus by voting out the reformist leaders and replacing them by revolutionary members, because this is impossible. To counter the reformist leadership's policy of expulsion, the communists must work with great skill in the unions and prove to be active members. It is fundamentally wrong to withdraw from the trade unions or encourage the organization of red unions affiliated to the party. Granted all difficulties connected with working in the union, it must be clear to every communist, there can be no revolution without influencing and revolutionizing the millions of trade union members. Ibid, pages 61 to 62. Closely related with the sectarian RGO policy was the social fascism theory. It likewise originated with the Comintern, which drew wrong conclusions from undeniable experience with the leadership of the German Social Democratic Party, SPD. Aggressive anti-communism was an essential ideological root of fascism. The adoption of aggressive anti-communism in theory and practice by the rightist leaders of the SPD was expressed in their furious struggle against the KPD, Communist Party of Germany, in their hateful propaganda against the Soviet Union and in their active support of counter-revolutionary emigrants. At the same time, SPD politicians practiced extreme anti-labor policies in the world economic crisis, as became evident, for example, when 31 workers were murdered at a demonstration on May Day 1929 in Berlin. The SPD was a working-class party as regards its composition and mass base. It had, however, taken on a bourgeois character through its revision of Marxism. Willy Dickhut pointed out the harmful consequences of the social fascism theory. Defaming all social democrats as social fascists destroyed existing contacts between communists and social democrats and prevented the creation of a proletarian united front which, as a strong backbone of a broad anti-fascist unity of action, could have prevented Hitler from seizing power. Ibid. p. 124. In 1931 the Comintern even intensified the main thrust directed at social democracy, which was now regarded as moderate wing of fascism. The KPD, its members waging a self-sacrificing struggle, frittered away its forces in a war on two fronts. When the fascist Endstab initiated a referendum against the Social Democratic Prussian government in 1931 aiming at the dissolution of the Landtag, state parliament, the KPD leadership initially opposed the participation of the KPD. The party chairman, Ernst Thälmann, declared in his speech People's Revolution over Germany. It is obvious that we cannot carry out a joint referendum against the Prussian government together with the fascists. We will not be pushed to a position where we are either supporting Braun-Severing or Hugenberg Hitler. And thirdly, least of all can we pursue a policy of passivity. All this is obvious. It is therefore necessary that we take a clear offensive position in the front line against fascism and against the coalition policy. A fighting position in the front line against fascist reaction and its referendum on the one hand and against the Prussian government of Braun and Severing on the other. We must take the initiative along these lines and become the vanguard of a powerful people's movement. Für ein freies sozialistisches Deutschland for a free socialist Germany, Volume 3, p. 88. The Executive Committee, ECCI, objected and required a change of policy, whereupon the CCKPD revised its correct decision and organized the party's participation in the referendum. Even if it was only with the help of an intrigue of the ultra-leftists in the KPD leadership, around Heinz Neumann, that Thälmann ultimately submitted, the fact remains that this fateful sectarian change of tactics was initiated by the political secretariat of the ECCI. The rightist Social Democrats demagogically used this tactical error of the KPD as pretext to claim that the Communists were joining forces with the Fascists. They did this to set their members and voters against the KPD and torpedo the anti-fascist United Front proposed by the KPD. Until this day, social democratic historiography conceals the fact that, before the voting on the referendum in the Prussian Landtag, the KPD had tried to persuade the social democratic leaders in the Prussian government to make democratic and social concessions in the workers' interests, but they refused. There can be no doubt that the rightist SPD leaders bear the chief responsibility for sabotaging the anti-fascist United Front, because they actively and consciously split the working class into communist and social democratic workers. But the KPD's sectarian error made it easier for them. By participating in the Prussian referendum initiated by the Endstab, the KPD suffered a massive loss of credibility among the masses not aligned to any party. Its own members were confused, and the rift with the Social Democratic workers became deeper. It was only the Seventh World Congress of the Communist International in 1935 which corrected the sectarian course of the ECCI and adopted a new tactical orientation to establish a united front against fascism. It must be emphasized, however, the revolutionary KPD at no time cooperated with the fascists, as alleged by anti-communist propaganda. On the contrary, the KPD was at all times, in the Weimar Republic as well as during Hitlerite fascism, the core of active resistance against fascism and war. In these struggles it also made the greatest sacrifices. The more complicated class struggle proved in the 1920s and 1930s, the more complex the interconnections between the developing class struggle in the imperialist countries and the countries oppressed by imperialism and the world revolutionary process became, the less suitable was the one-sided centralistic form of organization of the Communist International. When in Italy, Spain, Japan, and Germany fascist dictatorships were set up, this severe defeat of the international working class movement already should have given cause for a self-critical review whether the Communist International still could be the current form of organization of the international communist and working class movement. When Lenin called it into being, the revolutionary world crisis after the First World War was still in progress and the rebirth of the international revolutionary movement to organize the international revolution was just beginning. Finally, Stalin took the initiative, though late, to call into question the outmoded form of the Communist International. Georgy Dimitrov, General Secretary of the Comintern since 1935, reports on a talk with Stalin in April 1941. One should make the communist parties completely independent parties instead of sections of the Communist International. They must become national communist parties. They must have a communist program, must draw upon a Marxist analysis, not always look to Moscow, but solve the problems on the agenda in each country on their own, because in the different countries the conditions and tasks are actually completely different. When the communist parties have grown stronger in this way they can re-establish their international organization. Dimitrov, Tage Butcher 1933-1943, p. 374, our translation from the German. After the end of the revolutionary world crisis, 1923, and with the development into state monopoly capitalism in the imperialist countries, the form of organization as a democratic-centralist world party no longer agreed with the contents of the class struggle. The class struggles in the imperialist countries, but also in the dependent and oppressed countries, the semi-colonies and colonies, had to be conducted mainly within the national framework, even though they took place in the era of proletarian world revolution. This called first of all for independent parties willing and able to apply and concretize the theory of Marxism-Leninism by consciously applying the dialectical method to revolutionary practice in their countries and by realizing a strategy and tactics according with the specific conditions and inherent laws. The decision to dissolve the Communist International, taken by mutual agreement of all member parties on May 15, 1943, stated, "The deep differences in the historical roads of development of each country of the world, the diverse character and even the contradiction in their social orders, the difference in the level and rate of their social and political development and finally the difference in the degree of consciousness and organization of the workers conditioned also the various problems which face the working class of each individual country. The entire course of events for the past quarter of a century, as well as the accumulated experiences of the Communist International, have convincingly proved that the organizational form for uniting the workers as chosen by the First Congress of the Communist International, which corresponded to the needs of the initial period of rebirth of the labor movement, more and more outlived itself in proportion to the growth of this movement and the increasing complexity of problems in each country. And that this form even became a hindrance to the further strengthening of the national workers' parties." www.marxist.org/history/international/comintern/dissolution.htm. February 20, 2011. Trotsky at attacks on the Comintern. The Communist International must be defended against massive falsifications of history. Trotsky and his followers fondly are cited as chief witnesses for an evaluation of the Communist International distorted by anti-communism. Leo Trotsky, born in 1879, joined the Bolsheviks after many years of vacillations and vehement debates with Lenin only a short time before the October Revolution. He then made important contributions to its success thanks to his highly developed talent for organizing. But when the world revolutionary surge broke off and the gigantic and tremendously difficult task of building socialism in one country came on the agenda, Trotsky turned away from the revolution, betrayed it and fought against it with all kinds of demagogical and political means. The history of the MLPD states about the character of Trotskyism. Most of all, Trotskyism can be considered as the ideology and policy of petty bourgeois careerism which invades the organization of the revolutionary working class movement with the aim of subordinating and destroying it. History of the MLPD, Part I, p. 167.
To this day the Trotskyists love to envelop themselves with the nimbus of guardians of revolutionary Marxism and only true advocates of the international revolution. It should arouse suspicion, though, that bourgeois historiography, which normally has nothing good to say about revolutionaries, is only too pleased to court Trotsky. Trotsky and his followers fought the International Socialist Revolution and the Communist International. On the occasion of the establishment of the so-called Fourth International in September 1938, Trotsky slandered the history of the Communist International as 15 years of progressive demoralization, with the result of complete internal rottenness and the inability of displaying any kind of initiative in the sphere of world proletarian politics. A great achievement, the New International, October 1938, Volume 4, Number 10. www.marxist.org/history/edo/vol04/no10/trotsky.htm. March 19, 2011. All this was proclaimed at a moment when the Socialist Soviet Union had to get prepared for a life and death struggle against the imminent fascist attack by Nazi Germany. Features of Trotskyism as anti-communist spearhead were and are the following. Avowed hostility to the building of socialism in the Soviet Union, defamation of the building of socialism in one country, necessitated by the existing prevailing situation, as bourgeois nationalism. Appeal for the overthrow of the proletarian party and state leadership, subversive activity inside and outside the country. Hope of seizing power itself in a war of fascist Germany against the Soviet Union. Demagogic reference to the international revolution for the purpose of attacking the building of socialism in the Soviet Union. In reality, Trotskyism was never an advocate of the international revolution, but objectively an agency of imperialism hostile to the revolutionary working class movement to sabotage the international revolution. Defamation of the Popular Front policy against fascism and war in France and Spain as bourgeois policy. In line with this, the Trotskyists actively sabotaged the forging of the anti-fascist United Front in several countries. Rejection of the necessary ideological, political and organizational unity of the party and of its principle of organization, democratic centralism. Development of the tactics of entreism, of a disguised penetration into working class organizations, connected with factionalism and conscious liquidationism, which has repeatedly led to splits and weakening of these organizations. Skepticism and defeatism for the purpose of systematically corroding the revolutionary enthusiasm of the masses and setting them against the revolutionary party leadership. Distorted representation of the history of the class struggles after the October Revolution as an unbroken series of defeats, a veritable treasure trove for modern anti-communism. Fundamental rejection of the alliance of the proletariat with the national bourgeoisie, independent and oppressed countries in the struggle against imperialism and feudalism, and distrust in an alliance of the working class with the broad masses of the peasants. Replacement of the stages of the class struggle by a permanent revolution and ultra-left heating up of mass struggles as an expression of subjectivism and worship of the spontaneity of the masses, combined with pseudo-revolutionary phrase-mongering. Reformist program to mislead the working class movement. Improper generalization of transitional demands like workers' control over production or expropriation of the capitalists, although such demands are only correct in an acutely revolutionary situation and will spread reformist illusions in a phase of relative calm in the class struggle. Spreading the polemic term Stalinism. To insinuate a correspondence of their own petty bourgeois line with Marxism-Leninism and to give the impression as though Stalin's policies were inconsistent with Marxism-Leninism. Later, this demagogic term was taken over by the modern revisionists, and today it is propagated to the masses by bourgeois anti-communism as a manifestation of totalitarianism and identical with fascism. Since the end of the 1920s, Trotskyism, and since 1938 its Fourth International, have been nothing else but an advanced detachment of the counter-revolutionary bourgeoisie, which is fighting against communism, against the Soviet regime, against the building of socialism in the U.S.S.R. Some questions concerning the history of Bolshevism, Stalin, Works, Volume 13, p. 101.
The 30 or so competing Trotskyite factions today also are working objectively against the preparation of the international revolution. The Information Bureau of the Communist and Workers' Parties, Cominform. On the initiative of the Soviet Union, the Information Bureau of the Communist and Workers' Parties, Cominform, was formed in Poland on September 30, 1947. Its aims were the joint struggle against the aggressive, anti-communist policy of imperialism, led by the USA, and the exchange of experience on problems of the construction of the people's democracies and socialism. However, only a section of the international communist and working class movement was involved: the communist parties of the Soviet Union, Czechoslovakia, Poland, Hungary, Romania, Bulgaria, Yugoslavia, until 1948, France and Italy. The German Socialist Unity Party, SED, had observer status. The Communist Party of China did not join. The Cominform was not a firm organization with democratic centralism like the Comintern, but only an information bureau instructed to organize the exchange of experience and, where necessary, coordinate the activities of the communist parties on the basis of mutual agreement. Founding communique of the Cominform, September 30, 1947. After explaining the reasons for dissolving the Third International, Andrei Zdanov 3. declared in a fundamental speech. There are also some shortcomings regarding the situation of the communist parties at the present time. Some comrades had the impression as though the dissolution of the Comintern would mean that every connection, every contact between the communist brother parties was eliminated. But experience shows that such an isolation of communist parties is incorrect, harmful, and basically unnatural. This need for consultation and voluntary coordination of the individual parties' activities has matured, especially now that the continuing isolation has led to a decrease of mutual understanding and occasionally serious mistakes. A. Zdanov, Über die internationale Lage on the International Situation, pages 30 and 31, our translation. Even though the Communist Information Bureau never attained the importance of the Comintern, because of its clear attitude towards Anglo-American imperialism and its ideological irreconcilability, it was a thorn in the side of the revisionists. Khrushchev dissolved the Cominform in April 1956, immediately after the 20th Party Congress of the CPSU, in a surprise attack, in order to pave the way for reconciliation with the revisionist Tito and appease U.S. imperialism. 3. Zdanov was Politburo member of the Central Committee of the CPSU, B, and leader of the Soviet delegation on the occasion of founding the Cominform. 5. Indelible successes in socialist construction. The Marxist-Leninist strategy and tactics of the international revolution found its greatest confirmation thus far in the achievements of socialist construction. For Friedrich Engels, the Paris Commune of 1871 raised the flag of the World Republic for the first time. The Civil War in France, introduction by Friedrich Engels, Marx and Engels, selected works in 3 volumes, Volume 2, p. 183. Following the successful October Revolution of 1917 and the emergence of the socialist camp after the Second World War, for a time a third of humanity was freed from capitalist exploitation and oppression. Modern anti-communism surrounds the history of socialism with a negative aura of failure, imputes despotic crimes to it and paints a picture of the senseless toll on life which the struggle for socialism is supposed to have taken. The purpose is to suggest that despite capitalist society's obviously crisis-laden nature, there is no alternative to it. It is the international state doctrine today to stir up anti-communist reservations against socialism among the masses. This makes a serious and objective discussion of the experience of socialist construction very difficult. The Marxist-Leninists do not deny that mistakes, misdirected developments, or even crimes against humanity occurred in the socialist countries. They themselves are most interested in a full elucidation in order to learn for the future. But they are able to distinguish between anti-communist slanders, unscientific corruption of historical facts and the manipulation of public opinion, on the one hand, and a critical and self-critical appraisal of the experiences of the first socialist countries in their historic context from the viewpoint of the struggle for liberation from exploitation and oppression. In this process they will preserve the essential part, the progressive part, the indelible part. Socialism was an inspiring, encouraging perspective for the exploited and oppressed of all countries for many decades. This experience cannot simply be obliterated. The collective memory of the international Marxist-Leninist, revolutionary and working class movement will survive the flood of anti-communist manipulation and red baiting. It has already successfully resisted the counter-revolutionary or fascist discrediting and suppression of its liberation struggle. Ultimately, it also resisted the revisionist decadence which was able largely to liquidate the old international communist and working class movement, changed all former socialist countries, without exception, back into capitalist countries and dragged socialism through the mud. The possibility of a socialist society and its superiority over capitalist society, these are questions to which people want an answer today in their search for a historical alternative. Learning from the historical experience of socialist construction in order to cope with the problems of the present and future, that alone creates the basis for a new upswing of the struggle for socialism. A brief summary of the most important social advances achieved in the former socialist countries suffices to show the superiority of socialism/communism over capitalism. It proves, all the problems and also obvious mistakes notwithstanding, the proletariat succeeded in achieving indelible successes in the construction of socialism. Decades of socialist construction are the most far-reaching success of the international revolution thus far. Dictatorship of the proletariat and socialist democracy. Following the 1917 October Revolution in Russia, the workers, peasants, and soldiers, led by the Bolsheviks, set up the dictatorship of the proletariat. They embraced the lesson drawn by Karl Marx from the Paris Commune of 1871 that the old state machinery must be smashed and the old ruling class suppressed. Since then, all anti-communists concentrate their hate-mongering on the dictatorship of the proletariat, which to them can only mean bondage and despotism and which they demagogically put on a level with the state terror of fascist military dictatorships. It is not surprising that those who reap the benefits of the dictatorship of the monopolies become hysterical in the face of the dictatorship of the proletariat. And it surely is no surprise when career-minded petty bourgeois wag their fingers and take a suspicious and arrogant view of the power of the workers. But every revolutionary must free herself or himself from the fetters of reservations against the dictatorship of the proletariat. Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels developed the doctrine of the dictatorship of the proletariat in socialist society as necessary answer to the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie in capitalism. Their basic idea was simple and was expressed in a nutshell by Lenin in The State and Revolution. He wrote on the struggle for socialist construction. In reality, this period inevitably is a period of an unprecedentedly violent class struggle in unprecedentedly acute forms, and, consequently, during this period the state must inevitably be a state that is democratic in a new way, for the proletariat and the propertyless in general, and dictatorial in a new way, against the bourgeoisie. Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 25, p. 417. In the Soviet Union it was the Soviets, councils, of the workers and peasants which took power into their hands. Such a state of the working class must never bring wars of annexation on other countries or oppress and plunder other peoples. This is why the first historic deed of the new Soviet power was to put an end to the participation of Russia in the First World War. In the Soviets the bourgeois separation of powers, according to which legislative organs are not responsible for the implementation of their decisions, not to mention being accountable for them, was overcome. The members of the Soviets not only deliberated on laws, but also were responsible for putting them into effect. Lenin emphasized that in this way for the first time a start is made by the entire population in learning the art of administration, and in beginning to administer. The immediate tasks of the Soviet government, Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 27, p. 272. The new social order offered the masses, who had carried the day in the socialist revolution under the leadership of the working class, a degree of freedom and democracy never experienced before in the history of humankind, along with opportunities to participate in the affairs of state. An outstanding example of this is a workers' court versus bureaucrats which took place in Moscow in the late 1920s. A most unusual trial is currently attracting the interest of Moscow working people. The story behind it, in agreement with the Workers' and Peasants' Inspection. 4. At the end of February, 1,500 workers from several large plants organized a raid on numerous government agencies to test how visitors who had business with the administration were received and treated by functionaries. The participants in the raid reported their experiences to the Complaint Bureau of the Workers' and Peasants' Inspection. On order of the Complaint Bureau, a workers' court, attended by almost 2,000 workers, has now taken place in a large Moscow theater. The red-handed bureaucrats were summoned to appear here and were publicly censured. The judges were 10 factory workers plus the head of the Complaint Bureau. The judgments which they passed sufficiently characterize the significance and content of this first step of a mass offensive against bureaucratism. The convicted bureaucrats, who had to defend themselves before an audience of workers and who were sentenced to dismissal, transfer or other punishments or were officially reprimanded, even included high government officials, who thus were given a taste of the existence of a proletarian democracy in the Soviet Union. Das Neue Russland, a journal for culture, economics, and literature volume 6, no 1-2, quoted in The End of Socialism, pages 18-19. The bourgeois tirades discrediting the dictatorship of the proletariat today often are combined with slanders against Joseph Stalin. 5. Who is portrayed in turn either as despot, mass murderer or psychopath. Should the Soviet Union have granted democratic freedom of expression and action for infiltration and subversion efforts of the old rulers, who made use of all the tricks of intelligence services? Should the revolutionaries have yielded to the brutal aggression of the armies of imperialist interventionists, or should the Soviet Union have submitted to Hitlerite fascism instead of putting up a heroic fight? In 1954, in the thick of the Cold War, the renowned German publishing house Rowohlt brought out a personal report of the bourgeois journalist Paul Distelbarth, who particularly stressed his unbiased viewpoint and that he wanted neither to glorify nor disparage Russia. Along with many concrete experiences, he expressed his judgment of the leaders of the Soviet Union and of the victory over Hitlerite fascism, achieved by the peoples of the Soviet Union under Stalin's leadership. His importance and greatness for the Russian people, and in a sense for the world, are based thereupon. Because no one really doubts that Hitler was defeated by Stalin and not by Eisenhower, Eisenhower reaped the rewards of the Russian victories. Undoubtedly, Lenin was a greater thinker and purer character. But portraying Stalin merely as some sort of cruel cannibal without intelligence and reason is entirely out of place. The lies that have been made up about Stalin are outrageous. Paul Distelbarth, Russland Hewitt Russia Today, Hamburg 1954, p. 92. Objectivity and freedom from bias instead of the reservations of modern anti-communism, poise and assurance in the face of the slanders against Stalinism and Maoism, these are basic prerequisites to enable the dictatorship of the proletariat to become established in the strategic thinking and acting of the working class. The dictatorship of the proletariat means the continuation of the class struggle, first to suppress the old exploiters, then increasingly with the aim of creating all-around ideological, political, economic, and ecological prerequisites for the transition to the classless society of communism. To the extent this succeeds on the international level, not only will the state increasingly wither away, but finally the dictatorship of the proletariat too will become unnecessary and disappear. Socialist production and labor productivity. The proletarian revolution and the construction of socialism freed the social productive forces from the fetters of the capitalist mode of production. Without exploitation, rivalry, and compulsion to maximize profit, the creative power of the toiling masses was able to set tremendous advances in production and labor productivity in train in the framework of socialist planning. The workers and peasants of the socialist countries no longer produced surplus value for capitalists and big landowners, but means of production for socialist society and means of consumption for themselves. The socialist principle of distribution required everyone to take part in social production according to his ability and guaranteed that everyone partook of the produced goods according to his work and that the community took care of the old, ill, and disabled. For the first time in the history of humanity, those who work were paid according to the work they did, for the exploitation of wage labor had been abolished. The state budget no longer served to redistribute the national wealth to increase the profits of industrial or bank monopolists. In the Soviet Union, 3/4 of the state revenues came from levies paid by the state-owned enterprises and collective farms, turnover tax, surrender of a part of the profits, social insurance contributions, while taxes and levies on the population accounted for not even 5%. Working people did not have to pay social insurance contributions because social services were financed by the state. The socialist consciousness that one was not working for exploiters, but for one's own state, that it was about jointly advancing socialism, was resolutely promoted. To this end the masses raised their technical and cultural level to make even bigger contributions to socialist construction. Of outstanding significance in this connection were voluntary, unpaid Saturday shifts, called subotniks in Russia, about which Lenin enthusiastically wrote. Communist subotniks are of such enormous historical significance precisely because they demonstrate the conscious and voluntary initiative of the workers in developing the productivity of labor, in adopting a new labor discipline, in creating socialist conditions of economy and life. A Great Beginning, Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 29, pages 423 to 424. Since labor power no longer is a commodity sold to the capitalist by the worker for wages, as in capitalism, but the basis of socialist construction, there is no more surplus manpower either. Both in the Soviet Union and in the People's Republic of China, unemployment and misery were quickly eliminated and a strong economy independent of imperialism could be built up. The economic rise of backward Russia, ravaged by 7 years of World War and Civil War, astonished or inspired observers all over the world. In 1913, Russia, and in 1928 the USSR ranked 5th in the world in terms of industrial output, in 1935 and 1956, second. In the former German Democratic Republic, GDR, there were also remarkable successes to report during the first years of socialist construction, bearing in mind that 45% of its industry had been destroyed in the war and that the GDR, unlike West Germany, whose economy was really peppied up by the Western Allies, owed huge reparations to the Soviet Union. Overall industrial output grew from 1946 to 1953, taking 1936 as base year, from 42.9 to 176%, the output of state-owned industry rose by 74.8% from 1950 to 1953 alone. In China, the output of important industrial and agricultural products exceeded all earlier production figures as early as in 1952, barely more than 2 years since the founding of the People's Republic, although many years of war and civil war had caused tremendous destruction and great misery. Hunger was conquered for the first time, famines had cost countless lives in pre-revolutionary China every year. The successes of socialist construction in China became clear especially in comparison with semi-feudal and semi-colonial India. In the 11 years from 1948-49 to 1959-60 the annual per capita income of Indians rose only slightly, from 224.2 to 237 rupees, while that of the Chinese almost doubled from 278 to 528.6 rupees. The liberation of the productive forces from the fetters of the law of profit created the prerequisites in the socialist planned economy for attacking two basic problems which are insurmountable under capitalist class rule, the separation of town from country, and thus of industry from agriculture, and the separation of manual from mental labor. For example, Peking Runshao. Number 17, 1971, published a report on the systematic construction of agricultural people's communes in the vicinity of large cities. Agriculture in the outlying districts directly serves the city by ensuring the supply of grain, vegetables, and other foods to the city and creating the conditions for industrial development. Municipal industry makes available to the farmers in the outlying districts the technical staff and the material equipment needed for mechanization, for the extensive construction of irrigation facilities, for electrification, and for the extensive use of artificial fertilizers. Through such mutual support and furtherance, industry and agriculture develop together. p. 17, our translation from the German. The contradiction between mental and manual labor will not be completely overcome until the classes disappear in the transition from socialism to communism. Nevertheless, the conditions for overcoming these tremendous fetters of the productive forces already are maturing in socialism. It was an important element of the great proletarian cultural revolution in China that brain workers like students, teachers, and professors regularly took part in physical labor in industry or agriculture. Owing to their political power and their liberation from exploitation and oppression, the blue-collar workers gained new educational opportunities and were better and better able to assume responsibility for the planning, management, and monitoring of production and of social life in general. Socialist production and labor productivity are focal points of the class struggle in socialism. The philosophical mass debate on these issues was one of the most important achievements of the Cultural Revolution in socialist China. In 1971, the then professor for political science at Aachen Technical University, Klaus Menard, visited the People's Republic of China. In his book, China Today, he reported, with a touch of irony, how he questioned workers about the then all-pervasive debate with the revisionist Liu Shaokai. "I keep hearing about the wickedness of this man," I said. "Just exactly what did he do? He tried to introduce capitalist ways, I was told. How, exactly, did this happen? For example, he had his people in this factory, and they were the people who set the tone at that time. They started offering the workers additional sums for special achievements. Workers who produced more than others would receive extra money over and above the salaries paid to them in accordance with their wage category. The workers' material interest and egotism were supposed to be inflamed, and this was intended to spur him on to greater achievement. This capitalist and revisionist method of payment disturbs the unity of the factory community. At the time there would be long discussions about why one had gotten 6 yuan a month more than another. Say a worker had achieved a seemingly higher productive capacity by cheating. He might even have done it so cleverly that the overseers never noticed, but his colleagues would know and be angry about it. Not only would the man have cheated, but he would have been rewarded for it. Instead of discussing better work methods, people argued about pay. The masses criticized this system of payment, but for a long time they could not get their way against those in power who were going the capitalist way. It took the storm of the Cultural Revolution to sweep these people away. Pages 80 to 81. In 1995, the book "The Struggle Over the Mode of Thinking in the Working Class Movement" generalized the outstanding importance of the struggle over this communist labor productivity. This labor productivity is based on the proletarian mode of thinking in the developed stage of the socialist economy. It can only develop from deepest convictions, voluntarily, consciously, and through the solidarity of people working in a united way and without vying for personal advantage, and it always avails itself of the most advanced technology. Conservatism and routine are strange to it. Stefan Engel, The Struggle Over the Mode of Thinking in the Working Class Movement, p. 93. Socialist Social Services. According to Marx's and Engels' twofold conception of production, every society is characterized by two kinds of production and reproduction. Firstly, the production and reproduction of means of subsistence and material goods, and, secondly, of human life itself. Consequently, how the life circumstances of the masses are organized becomes an important criterion for judging a society. In the Soviet Union, in China, and in the anti-fascist democratic and socialist period of the GDR, conditions of life were created that not only guaranteed the masses the right to jobs and lodgings, but in the same way, and free of charge, to education and training, healthcare and culture. In the socialist Soviet Union, the number of doctors, hospitals, and convalescent homes was greatly increased. The masses could avail themselves of all health services free of charge. They only had to pay for medicines, which were sold at reasonable prices. As a consequence, child mortality declined throughout the country. Illnesses that were the result of oppressive working and living conditions became increasingly rare. Life expectancy generally rose. In the People's Republic of China, the development in the cities was similar. In the backward rural areas, to start with, barefoot doctors, locally trained paramedics, provided first aid. They worked in the fields, but continually engaged in further training to learn how to treat the most common diseases before hospitals could be built everywhere. The new public health system combined traditional Chinese medicine with the results of Western research. It put prevention first and combined healthcare with mass movements to realize hygienic conditions and gentle methods of treatment. The diplomat, one-time French education minister and anthropologist Alain Peyrefitte reported about the treatment of patients in the People's Republic of China. What do you do when the patient does not agree? We used to treat the patient like a thing, now we try to convince the patient. How do you relieve the patient's tension? Politics play a big role even in the operating room. We appeal to the patient to overcome his fear of pain, to the patient's desire to be cured and to live. We want to convince the patient that it is his duty to fight for the revolution. That is to say, one awakens civic pride in the sick persons and shows them that their personal fate is part of a big plan which should enhance their vitality. Alain Peyrefitte, When sich China erhebt. When China rises up, p. 145. In the building of the impressive socialist social services system, the mobilization of the masses, their conviction and initiative under the leadership of the working class and its Marxist-Leninist party played the decisive role. Socialist culture. All over the world, the achievements of socialism in the field of culture exerted a great attraction on creative artists and other cultural activists, and socialist construction was enriched, inspired, and strengthened by the development of cultural life. A fierce struggle broke out over the right interrelations between revolution and culture. On the one hand, there were sectarian tendencies to instrumentalize art and culture, to merely have them popularize the teachings of the party, and to anxiously restrict the freedom necessary for the cultural activity of the broad masses. On the other hand, there was the influence of the view that art and culture should be pursued separately from the interests and needs of the masses and socialist construction, degrading them to ends in themselves and means of personal image promotion, a typical relic of bourgeois society. Mao Zedong concerned himself with the proper relationship between revolution and politics, art and culture. In his famous talks at the Yan'an Forum on Literature and Art, he explained, "We do not favor overstressing the importance of literature and art, but neither do we favor underestimating their importance. Literature and art are subordinate to politics, but in their turn exert a great influence on politics. If we had no literature and art even in the broadest and most ordinary sense, we could not carry on the revolutionary movement and win victory." Selected Works of Mao Zedong, Volume 3, p. 86. Simultaneously with the tremendous progress in the fight against illiteracy, the young Soviet Union already threw open the doors of the theaters, libraries, and sports arenas to the masses. Ordinary buildings and functional structures like the Moscow metro, subway, workers' clubs, kindergartens, or housing areas were planned by acclaimed architects under the motto, "Only the best is good enough." Compositions by Dmitry Shostakovich or Sergei Prokofiev, films by Sergei Eisenstein, photographs by Alexander Rodchenko, posters, stage plays and poems by Vladimir Mayakovsky set recognized standards even today for a revolutionary art in rapport with the masses. Art and culture also considerably strengthened the morale of the Red Army and the masses in the Great Patriotic War against the armies of Hitlerite fascism. During the 900-day blockade of Leningrad, more than 1 million people died of starvation, another million fell in defense of the city. As major factor for strengthening the will to live, the solidarity and morale, the Communist Party organized a variety of cultural activities in the midst of the struggle for sheer survival.
Dmitri Shostakovich's Seventh Symphony Leningrad was performed in August 1942 in Leningrad, in the middle of an air raid. In the Hermitage. 6. Guided tours for young people were conducted in front of the empty frames of the evacuated works of art so as to enable them to appreciate their cultural treasures at least through powerful and graphic descriptions. The years of reconstruction in the GDR also were characterized by a cultural awakening despite the extremely difficult conditions of the post-war period. Books of progressive writers of German, but also international literature were published in large editions and sold at low prices. Hardly an enterprise of any considerable size was without a works library. The population of the GDR was not regarded as the world's most eager readers for nothing. In socialism, with serve the people as guideline, art and culture become tools of liberation, driving forces for uplifting the cultural level and overcoming class distinctions, for the creative artists and other cultural activists as well as for the masses. The mass debate on art and culture becomes a significant force for breaking the chains of bourgeois world outlook and morality and blazing the trail for creative socialist activity. The liberation of women in socialism. Whereas the Paris Commune, the first workers' state, already adopted path-breaking laws for the liberation of women and made them reality, the October Revolution in Russia demonstrated to the world what a powerful force socialism is for the liberation of women, and how the struggle for women's liberation advances the construction of socialism. Socialism declares war on the oppression of women in the reactionary class societies throughout thousands of years, and on these societies' patriarchal structures. The liberation of women in socialism follows the idea, those who oppress others cannot themselves be free. In Anti-Düring, Friedrich Engels used the formulation, it goes without saying that society cannot free itself unless each individual is freed. Engels, Anti-Düring, p. 382. This guide to action promptly was followed by deeds in the Soviet Union. Just a few weeks after the October Revolution, a revolutionary family law declared marriage a private matter. A simple official registration replaced the church wedding solely valid up until then. Divorce laws made it possible for women to leave their husbands without the husband's consent. Illegitimate and legitimate children were treated as equals. Parents received joint custody of the children, the rights of children were strengthened and corporal punishment was prohibited. Women were given the same property rights as men. The new penal law on sexual offenses abolished penalties for abortion and homosexuality. Prostitution was banned and prostitutes were given training opportunities to improve their prospects. Special protective rights and privileges for women, especially mothers, were introduced in factory work. Under the slogan, "For a New Way of Life," with the establishment of canteens, laundries, community-type housing facilities and day nurseries in growing numbers, a beginning was made to socialize housework and clear the way for the gradual abolition of the individual family as an economic unit. The inclusion of women in social production not only promoted the economic upswing, but was at the same time an important material condition for self-confident emancipation and the achievement of true social equality of women. But this was still a long way from overcoming the traditional family system. Progressive legislation and various economic and political improvements by themselves cannot, from one day to the next, overcome the traditional fetters of bourgeois and feudal morality which had come down from the patriarchal exploiter societies. Because of deep-seated religious and feudal moldings also among the masses, these advances partly were simply abused. With a full-scale women's movement organized according to a delegate system and having the power to take decisions after mass discussions, great efforts were undertaken to make sure these achievements were not just on paper. A systematic struggle was waged for the socialist consciousness of the necessity of women's liberation as well as for the material prerequisites for this in socialist construction. In 1936 the CPSU gave up important achievements of women's liberation again, also under the impression of the fascist threat and the necessity of uniting the country for the Great Patriotic War. The role of women and the socialist way of life were redefined. Women's policy was geared mainly to raising the birth rate, women's consciousness to motherhood and care for the husband. Objectively,
This promoted petty bourgeois family relations and checked the free development of women. Socialist China at the time of Mao Zedong was able to draw creative conclusions from the experience of the Soviet Union. In China, the initial conditions for the masses of women were incomparably more difficult. In the first family law of 1950, the first thing to be enforced was actually monogamy for men too. Against the polygamy that was quite normal among them, child marriages had to be banned and the right to the free choice of partners and to divorce enshrined in law. Mass debates and tenacious persuasion work were necessary in order to push through late marriage and a reduction in the number of children per family so that women and girls could be enabled to take up independent employment and decide on their own lives. A young woman from the village of Lublin told Swedish photographer Gun Kessler about women's struggle for active participation in social life and in political decision-making. The feet of girls used to be so tightly bound that all adult women became cripples who had a difficult time getting anywhere. It was a long, hard struggle to free the feet. But to rid people of their crippled ideas takes much longer and cannot be done in a single day or through one discussion. For a long time, the men said they could not look after the children because they had no breasts. After all the great debates in the years of the Cultural Revolution, they do not want to say it out loud, but I believe many still think this deep inside. There is a need for many more long, great debates. Frauenleben in einem chinesischen Dorf, Women's Life in a Chinese Village, p. 59. Young people in socialism. One of the worst crimes of capitalism is its irresponsible treatment of the young. It is characteristic of socialism, on the other hand, to promote and make demands on the youth as the most valuable force for the future of society. Let the young show what they're capable of. Well then, let's have a try at it. This is how Mao Zedong sums up the challenges of the youth and youth policy. Editor's notes from Socialist Upsurge in China's Countryside, Selected Works of Mao Zedong, Volume V, p. 264. All-around development of the abilities of the young, the future builders of socialism, became the guideline of the socialist educational system. The youth was mobilized to develop initiative and work in an organized way in socialist construction. Youth leagues with millions of members organized the process so that the young became pioneers of socialist construction and the practical vanguard of the class struggle in socialism, as in the Subotniks in the Soviet Union or with the Red Guards during the Cultural Revolution in China. Karl Marx already emphasized that an early combination of productive labor with education is one of the most potent means for the transformation of present-day society. Critique of the Gotha Program, Marx and Engels, Selected Works in 3 volumes, Volume 3, p. 29. In this spirit, in the socialist countries a system of polytechnic, comprehensive, instruction was developed that gradually introduced all school children to physical labor early on. It schooled their dialectical materialist thinking and acting and taught them respect for work and for the workers and peasants. In this way an important barrier was raised against the separation of mental and manual labor and the development of an elitist consciousness. Teaching was put on a scientific basis, the churches lost their influence on education. The separation of church and state was uncompromisingly achieved. Students of all nationalities enjoyed equality. In the different national regions classes were held in their mother tongues. Girls and boys had the same educational opportunities. Vocational training took place in factory schools and vocational schools. The great proletarian cultural revolution in the People's Republic of China built upon the pioneering work of the Soviet Union to achieve even more far-reaching advances in socialist education. Schools and universities set up enterprises of their own while large enterprises established their own schools and universities. Pupils and teachers, students and professors took part in productive work together with workers and engineers. The close cooperation in socialist construction between leading cadres, technical specialists, and workers not only resulted in significant advances in science and technology. In this way, hundreds of thousands, even millions of skilled employees also were developed from the working class. At the end of the 1960s, the revolutionary leadership of China mobilized 8 million urban youths to go to remote, backward parts of the country after completing school to learn there from the peasants and to support economic, political, and cultural construction with their knowledge. Students no longer were selected according to their examination results, but were delegated by their work collectives to study at universities or other institutions of higher learning. Under the slogan, "Serve the people," they worked where they were most urgently needed, and not where it was most interesting, most convenient, or most profitable for them. So the young were educated to put themselves in the vanguard of social progress in production, in scientific work, and in the ideological political struggle. Even more important was that the organized youth became a force which represented the revolutionary line in socialist construction, gave root to it among the masses in the whole country, and in this way helped the revolutionary line assert itself against the bureaucratic and reactionary course. They were also the practical vanguard of the struggle against the revisionist tendency to take the capitalist road in China, to give up China's independence and become dependent on foreign countries, to declare personal advantage one's goal in life, and to gear production to bonuses in rivalry with others and not to the satisfaction of the needs of society. Environmental protection in socialism. In his book, Capital, Karl Marx also developed the basic dialectical line of the communists concerning the relationship of humans and nature. Even a whole society, a nation, or even all simultaneously existing societies taken together, are not the owners of the globe. They are only its possessors, its usufructuaries, and, like boni paterfamilias. 7. They must hand it down to succeeding generations in an improved condition. Capital, Volume 3, p. 776. The socialist countries were unable to comprehend and realize this principle immediately in all its aspects on account of the historical circumstances. The socialist Soviet Union had to take enormous efforts to make socialist large-scale production prevail or to prepare itself for the attack of Hitlerite fascism and create the industrial basis for the fight for survival. These were gigantic projects which had to keep sight mainly of the defense of socialism. The tremendous pressure of the imperialist camp on the socialist Soviet Union partly tempted economic policy makers into undertaking large-scale projects and programs which had a destructive effect on the unity of humankind and nature. Socialist China learned from this. As long as Mao Zedong lived, it practiced exemplary environmental protection in many areas according to the existing state of scientific knowledge. At the first United Nations Conference on the Human Environment from June 5 to 16, 1972, in Stockholm, the head of the Chinese delegation, Tang Ke, reported, "Our government is now beginning to work in a planned way to prevent and eliminate industrial pollution of the environment by waste gas, liquid, and residue in accordance with the principles of overall planning, rational distribution, multiple utilization, turning the harmful into the beneficial, relying on the masses, everybody taking a part, protecting the environment and benefiting the people. For many years, we have been conducting mass patriotic sanitation campaigns and afforestation activities, stepping up soil improvement, preventing soil erosion, actively transforming the old cities, constructing new industrial and mining areas in a planned way, etc., so as to protect and improve the human environment. Facts have proved that, provided the people are masters of their country and the government genuinely serves the people and takes their interests to heart, development of industry will benefit the people and the problem arising from industrial development can be solved." Peking Review, number 24, 1972, p. 8. www.massline.org/pekingreview/pr1972/pr1972-24.pdf. February 14, 2011. One main point of departure was the dialectical approach to the problems of environmental pollution. During one mass campaign the following was discussed. If one proceeds according to materialist dialectics, waste and non-waste are only relative concepts. There is nothing in the world that is absolute waste. Under certain conditions a thing is waste, under other conditions it is something of value. What is waste in the case of one product, becomes good material for another. Peking Rundschau, number 6, 1971, p. 8, our translation from the German. And so a mass campaign for the dialectical unity of socialist economic and environmental policy took shape, which attracted much publicity throughout the world. Author Sylvia Rogge wrote in the introduction to the compendium Umweltschutz in der VR China, Environmental Protection in the People's Republic of China. Long before this topic became fashionable, for example in the Federal Republic of Germany, environmental protection was popularized on a mass basis. According to the instructions of Chairman Mao, multiple utilization was realized, rivers and lakes were cleaned, excrements were made into fertilizers, sewage treatment plants were built, raw materials were gathered, etc. The importance of environmental protection was underscored by the Chinese leadership by establishing a connection between it and the revolutionary line of Mao Zedong. And thrift, multiple utilization, consideration for the local environment, decentralization of industry and reducing of urbanization have made China a country whose environmental awareness appears to be exemplary. Umweltschutz in der VR China, Holger Strom ed. p. 12. Professor Dr. K. William Kapp concerned himself with the topic of environmental protection in the People's Republic of China intensely in the early 1970s and acknowledged that the People's Republic has developed a special strategy and successfully won over the public for a cooperation which goes far beyond what is observable in other developing or industrialized countries. Ibid. p. 74. Initiated by the Socialist German Democratic Republic, the collection and reuse of so-called secondary raw materials also were exemplarily organized. Private and state agencies gathered used paper, bottles, and glass, and later on also scrap metal and old clothes. The proper handling of these raw materials already was propagated in schools. Children and youths, organized in their youth organizations, became environmental protection activists and financed their work with the proceeds from the collection of these recoverable materials. For the GDR, poor in raw materials, these far-reaching recycling measures also were a way of coping with the situation. Basis of the far-sighted environmental policy in socialism was the successful outcome of the societal debate that upon overcoming the capitalist mode of production with its orientation to profit maximization, the restoration of the unity of humans and nature and its development to a higher level could be made the goal and basic condition of the socialist economy. The socialist road of national liberation. The October Revolution in Russia and the Chinese Revolution encouraged the peoples in many colonial and semi-colonial countries to pursue the socialist road of national liberation, the path of self-reliance. Other countries oppressed by colonialism where the revolutionary forces subordinated themselves to the leadership of parts of the bourgeoisie and petty bourgeoisie failed in the attempt to free themselves from imperialism. They quickly ended up again in neo-colonial dependence on the capitalist world market and under the control of international monopolies. China, after founding the People's Republic in 1949, did not allow itself to be tempted into trying to alleviate its backwardness in industry, agriculture, and infrastructure, a legacy of the former semi-feudal and semi-colonial conditions, by taking foreign loans and accepting foreign capital investment. The People's Republic of China patiently followed a path to independence and self-reliance, trusting in its own strength. It made full use of its own resources and drew upon the experience and strength of the people, utilized all the scientific knowledge of the entire world and all the experience of Chinese history. Zhou Enlai, Premier of the State Administration Council of the People's Republic of China from 1949 to 1976, elaborated in his report to the Standing Committee of the Second National People's Congress on August 26, 1959, on the large-scale mass campaign for economic construction which is unparalleled in China's history. One of the important aspects of this mass campaign was that tens of millions of people went in for mining ore and coal and making iron and steel. The mass of people understand that vigorous, large-scale mass campaigns on the economic front will ensure the high-speed development of the national economy and so transform China's face of poverty and blankness all the quicker. That is why they show such boundless enthusiasm in their work and even neglect their sleep and meals. The reactionaries at home and abroad call this forced labor and depriving the people of their freedom. That is a shameless slander. it is the imperialist bosses themselves who are accustomed to depriving the people of their freedom. There can be no doubt that such spontaneous labor enthusiasm on the part of the working people has been and will remain an impossibility under the capitalist system. Zhou Enlai, Report on Adjusting the Major Targets of the 1959 National Economic Plan and Further Developing the Campaign for Increasing Production and Practicing Economy, pages 4-5. All the same, 50 years later and without any proof, the German monopoly newspaper Die Welt of January 8, 2010, viciously claims that the Communist Party of China was aware that without putting up resistance the peasants would not let themselves be squeezed into people's communes or forced to become steel smelters for the sake of Mao's utopias. Terror would have to hold them in check so that there would be no revolts. Of course, it is beyond the comprehension of a bourgeois journalist, completely preoccupied with capitalist profit maximization and speed up, that workers could work voluntarily and with enthusiasm because it serves the construction of their socialist country and thus the future of their children. Proletarian internationalism and peaceful coexistence. The basis of the socialist foreign policy both of the Soviet Union at the time of Lenin and Stalin and of China at the time of Mao Zedong was proletarian internationalism. Both countries proceeded from the fact that only the revolutionary struggle of the working class in the imperialist countries in alliance with the liberation struggle of the masses in the oppressed countries can defeat imperialism and advance the world revolution. The Soviet Union became the bastion of the international socialist revolution. But as long as capitalist and socialist countries existed alongside each other, the socialist countries had to make compromises and take up relations with countries with different social systems, including imperialist states, on the basis of peaceful coexistence. The aim was to take advantage of the contradictions between the imperialists and speed up the process of world revolution. Taking up proposals of Lenin and Stalin, in 1954 the People's Republic of China formulated 5 essential aspects of the principle of peaceful coexistence. They are mutual respect for territorial integrity and sovereignty, mutual non-aggression, non-interference in each other's internal affairs, equality and mutual benefit, and peaceful coexistence. The polemic on the general line of the international communist movement, pages 271-272. The People's Republic of China, itself a socialist developing country, provided unselfish aid to other developing countries. A magnificent example was the construction of the railway line between Zambia and Tanzania. It was completed in 1975 and enabled the two countries to free themselves from imperialist control of their copper transports. This accorded with the principles of the People's Republic of China for its aid to other countries, which stated, China provides economic aid in the form of interest-free or low-interest loans and extends the time limit for the repayment when necessary so as to lighten the burden of the recipient countries as far as possible. In providing aid to other countries, the purpose of the Chinese government is not to make the recipient countries dependent on China but to help them embark step by step on the road of self-reliance and independent economic development. Peking Review, No. 17, 1972. p. 15. The foreign aid of revolutionary China was a conscious contribution of practical and selfless solidarity intended to help overcome the backwardness and deformation of the economies of the neo-colonial countries that had been brought about by imperialism. Socialist peace politics. In the countries where the proletarian revolution was victorious and the construction of socialism had begun, the roots of imperialist wars and fascism had been eliminated and the foundations laid for socialist peace politics. As long as the Soviet Union and the People's Republic of China were revolutionary, they adhered to the Marxist-Leninist view that, in a law-governed way, imperialism gives rise to wars. They were therefore obligated, on the one hand, to prepare to defend themselves and, on the other hand, to expose the imperialist policies of aggression and support the people's struggle for peace as well as popular revolutions and just wars of liberation. The imperialist powers Germany, Italy, and Japan had already launched the second big imperialist war when in 1939 the Soviet Union undertook to conclude a strategic defensive alliance with Britain and France against aggressive fascist Germany. However, the imperialist states continued to work towards a German war against the Soviet Union. Only when these negotiations failed did the Soviet Union accept the German offer of a non-aggression pact with Germany. Although anti-communists persist in maintaining that with the German-Soviet non-aggression pact the dictators Hitler and Stalin prepared the Second World War, it remains the decisive historical truth that the pact secured almost 2 years of peace for the Soviet Union and its population before Nazi Germany broke it and invaded the Soviet Union in June 1941. The victory of the Soviet Union over German imperialism was a historic triumph of socialist society over fascism, over the cruelest form of the capitalist social order, which was built upon anti-communism, racism, and undisguised terror. Not only did more than 20 million Soviet citizens lose their lives to this terror, on the territory of the USSR the fascists destroyed 31,850 industrial enterprises employing some 4 million workers, 1,135 coal mines, 61 of the biggest power plants and much more. Encyclopédie der UdSSR, Volume I, Kernel 871-872. When the anti-Hitler coalition broke up after the Second World War and the imperialist powers waged a Cold War on the Soviet Union, in West Germany the Potsdam Agreement was broken and those responsible for fascism and war, like the monopoly bosses Krupp and Thyssen, were able to regain the reins of power. Nevertheless, the anti-fascist lessons have struck deep roots in the thinking, feeling, and acting of the majority of the German people. In East Germany, under the protection of the Soviet occupying forces, an anti-fascist democratic order could be set up that became the foundation for the subsequent establishment of the German Democratic Republic. By 1948 denazification had been completed there, the entire administrative apparatus, the judiciary, the school system and industrial administrative departments were rigorously purged of members of the Hitler Party and other fascist organizations. In all, some 520,000 persons were dismissed and assigned work in industry insofar as they did not migrate to the West. The writer and future chairman by seniority of the German Federal Parliament, Stefan, characterized the new state. Power had been wrested from those responsible for Nazism and for the war. Big land holdings were expropriated and distributed among the small farmers and farm workers, the banks, the mines, the large enterprises no longer belonged to the capitalists. Stefan Wedge Ways Forward and Diversions, p. 250. The Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution. The Socialist Society of the Soviet Union, which heroically had withstood all the attacks by external enemies, succumbed to its internal enemies. The progress of socialist construction never was possible under the condition of the capitalist encirclement of the socialist countries without a fierce class struggle by the revolutionary working class, first against the old rulers and classes, later against the bureaucracy in the leadership of the party, state, and economy, which was permeated with a petty bourgeois mode of thinking and strived to restore capitalism. After Stalin's death, a stratum of degenerate petty bourgeois functionaries from the party, state, and economic apparatus betrayed Marxism-Leninism and succeeded at the 20th Party Congress of the CPSU in 1956 in usurping political power as a new bourgeoisie. The masses were not prepared for this. The new bourgeoisie ushered in the restoration of capitalism in the Soviet Union. The Communist Party of China under Mao Zedong's leadership fundamentally criticized this development and so gave support to the revolutionaries everywhere in the world in this complicated new situation. When socialism in China also was threatened by a setback, when capitalist rulers in power under President of the Republic Liu Shaoqi and CPC Secretary General Deng Xiaoping gained menacing influence, the revolutionary forces in the Communist Party who had rallied around Mao Zedong called on the whole Chinese people to make a revolution that touches people to their very souls. The Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution was supposed to revolutionize the thinking, feeling, and acting of the masses so that they were enabled and mobilized to oppose a restoration of capitalism. On large wall newspapers and at mass meetings, in particular the young people organized in the Red Guards criticized bourgeois contents and methods, reactionary policies and bureaucratic abuses in education, culture and science. Incorrigible bureaucrats were called to account. a movement for orientation to revolutionary Mao Zedong thought and for learning the dialectical method took hold of millions of people. Revolutionary committees in factories and administrative offices served to strengthen the dictatorship of the proletariat and recruited in particular young workers and women to handle administrative duties and the affairs of government. The leading role of the working class was strengthened at schools and universities by these committees, in which workers set the tone. On the other hand, teachers and professors, but also party officials, were obligated to take regular part in physical work. All these revolutionary measures are denigrated as coercive measures rife with atrocities, as chaos and terror by the admirers of present-day China, which transformed into a social imperialist great power after Mao Zedong's death. Undoubtedly, in the Cultural Revolution, this life and death struggle between revolution and restoration, exaggerations and mistakes also occurred. But that was not the essential aspect. The Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution, in historical terms, was a unique new form of class struggle which first had to blaze its own trail. In its boldness, its mass mobilization and its outstanding results, it inspired the revolutionary working class movement, and in particular the youth of the whole world, and gave the movement fresh impetus. In 1979 the MLPD summarized: "The Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution is 1. The highest form of class struggle in socialist society. 2. The awakening and rapid development of socialist consciousness in the masses by means of criticism and self-criticism and by studying and, at the same time, putting into practice Mao Zedong thought. 3. The concrete form of exercising the dictatorship of the proletariat to prevent the bureaucratization of the party, the government and management apparatus, against capitalist rotters in power. 4. The building of an ideological political barrier against the danger of capitalist restoration. The concept of the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution is a great contribution to Marxism-Leninism under the conditions of class struggle in socialism." Willy Dickhout, State Monopoly Capitalism in the Federal Republic of Germany, FRG, Volume 2, p. 575. The experience of the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution taught the revolutionaries of the world, who are fighting for a new approach to an upsurge in the struggle for socialism, an unforgettable lesson: socialism can only be maintained if the revolutionaries take into account the protracted nature and the complexity of the class struggle in socialism. The Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution showed how the broad masses led by the revolutionary working class can become successful protagonists in the historic struggle against the danger of a restoration of capitalism. It is one of the indelible foundations of the strategy and tactics of the international socialist revolution in the construction of socialism. 4. The Workers' and Peasants' Inspection was a People's Commissariat, ministry, of the Soviet government charged with controlling the state apparatus. 5. Joseph Stalin was a close associate of Lenin. From 1922 until his death on March 5, 1953, he was Secretary General of the CPSU, B, and recognized leader of the international Marxist-Leninist, revolutionary and working class movement. 6. A major art museum. 7. Latin, good fathers of the family. 6. Setback for the international revolution due to the restoration of capitalism in the Soviet Union. The Socialist Soviet Union was a support and example to workers and oppressed peoples throughout the world in their struggle for liberation from exploitation and oppression for almost 40 years. It was the recognized center of the worldwide revolutionary movement. The great achievements of socialist construction under the leadership of Stalin and the merits earned by the Soviet Union in smashing Hitlerite fascism are immortal. In the time of Stalin, the Soviet leadership defended socialism against every internal and external hostility and developed Marxism-Leninism further. After Stalin's death on March 5, 1953, the imperialists and reactionaries hoped this bastion of socialism would weaken. The British Prime Minister Winston Churchill expressed this hope on May 11, 1953, in the British House of Commons. The supreme event is, of course, the change of attitude and, as we all hope,
of mood which has taken place in the Soviet domains and particularly in the Kremlin since the death of Stalin. Hansard.milbank-systems.com/common/1953/May/11/foreign-affairs. March 26, 2011. These hopes were not at all unfounded. A few years later, the 20th Party Congress of the CPSU initiated a fundamental change not only in the social relations of the Soviet Union, but also in the communist world movement. A stratum of petty bourgeois bureaucrats in the party, the state apparatus and the economic system led by Khrushchev usurped political power. Behind a fog bank of pseudo-socialist phrases, the new bourgeoisie created a new type of state monopoly capitalist social order in which Marxism-Leninism was revised. An all-around process of the restoration of capitalism was initiated, and little by little the socialist achievements were dismantled. The philosophical basis of the bureaucratic state monopoly capitalism and of the restoration of capitalism was the modern revisionism of Khrushchev. First, the theories of peaceful coexistence with imperialism as general line of foreign policy and of the peaceful road to socialism were dished up. By the 22nd Party Congress in 1961, the revisionist theory had been expanded into a comprehensive system, among other things with the theory of the state of the whole people. Although the 20th Party Congress in February 1956 already had adopted major decisions revising Marxism-Leninism, in an act that contravened all rules of democratic centralism, Khrushchev thought it necessary to catch the Presidium and the delegates off guard with his secret report on the alleged crimes of Stalin. Willy Dickhut noted in his book, The Restoration of Capitalism in the Soviet Union, that Khrushchev, in an outrageous speech, labeled Stalin's great struggle against the enemies of the working class and of socialism, against the infamous activities of the bureaucracy, as nothing but persecution, arbitrariness, misuse of power, brutal oppression and physical liquidation of innocent people. He branded Stalin a criminal. p. 27. Lazar Kaganovich, then a member of the party and state leadership and of the Presidium of the 20th Party Congress, tells in his memoirs about the methods which Khrushchev used. The 20th Party Congress was approaching its end. But suddenly a break was announced. The members of the Presidium were called together in the back room that was used for resting. Khrushchev raised the question of the Party Congress hearing his report on Stalin's personality cult and its effects. At the same time a printed, typewritten red booklet was handed over to us, the draft of the speech. This meeting took place under abnormal conditions, in claustrophobic conditions, with some people standing, others sitting. It was difficult to read through the weighty booklet and think over its contents in the short time in order to take a decision in accordance with the rules of inter-party democracy. All in half an hour, because the delegates were sitting in the hall waiting for something unknown, as the Congress's agenda had already been finished. Lazar Moiseyevich Kaganovich, Memoirs of a Worker, Communist Bolshevik, Trade Union, Party, and Soviet Government Official, pages 508 to 509, are translation based on a German translation of the Russian. The criticism of Stalin's personality cult in Khrushchev's secret speech also served as a diversionary tactic to make it easier to push through the revision of Marxism-Leninism and the bourgeois counter-revolution. Despite the time pressure at the end of the Party Congress, Kaganovich, Molotov, Voroshilov, and others presented their objections. We said that even a cursory inspection shows that the document is one-sided and wrong. The meeting dragged on, the delegates were agitated, and therefore the meeting ended without a vote and we returned to the Party Congress. There the addition to the agenda was announced, hearing of the report of Khrushchev on Stalin's personality cult. After the report there was no discussion, the Party Congress concluded its work. Ibid. With his secret speech, leaked to the U.S. intelligence services and published by the U.S. State Department on June 4, 1956, Khrushchev inflicted damage on the communist world movement which hardly could be repaired. What previously only had been spread by enemies of the Soviet Union and socialism, especially by the propaganda machinery of Hitlerite fascism or the Trotskyites using the combative term Stalinism, was now to become the official party line of the CPSU.
Bourgeois anti-communists throughout the world acclaimed Khrushchev as chief witness and new ally and used his secret speech to spread doubts and confusion among progressive people all over the world. A historic disaster for humanity. The international communist and working class movement lost its revolutionary center with the 20th Party Congress of the CPSU. This gave rise to decades of worldwide division and even fragmentation of the international Marxist-Leninist and working class movement. The Soviet Union, the former bastion of socialism, became the bastion of modern revisionism, of liquidationism and international counter-revolution. This darkest defeat set the international Marxist-Leninist, revolutionary and working-class movement back unlike any attack of the imperialists before. In a 2002 speech in commemoration of the 10th anniversary of the death of Willy Dickhud, this was said. Everyone must understand the huge progress which the Socialist Soviet Union under the leadership of Lenin and Stalin meant for the history of mankind. Otherwise one cannot grasp the significance of the fact that, starting from the 20th Party Congress of the CPSU in February 1956, the restoration of capitalism was introduced in the Soviet Union. With the exception of Mao Zedong's China and the People's Republic of Albania, more or less all socialist countries and most communist parties followed this fatal way of Khrushchev. Ich habe mein Leben lang gekämpft, I have been fighting all my life, p. 31. Transformation of communist parties into bourgeois parties and suppression of the Marxist-Leninists. The transformation of the CPSU and the communist parties allied with it into revisionist parties was accomplished with the help of compliant supporters employing demagogy, corruption, and extortion and by eliminating honest communists and critics. At a seminar on the life work of Willy Dickhud, Boris Gunko, one of the founders of the Marxist-Leninist platform in the Russian Communist Workers' Party, elaborated. With every passing year since the death of Stalin, many people in the Soviet Union sensed more and more that a movement was in progress not towards communism, but away from it. There were people in the country who tried to make society conscious of the fact that opportunism increasingly was winning out in the CPSU. For example, in the 1960s Boris Rozlacki wrote two books entitled Answer to Whom, and Second Communist Manifesto, for which he was thrown into prison. On the whole, criminal trials against those who attempted to criticize the revisionist degeneration of the CPSU were a typical occurrence. The top leadership of the CPSU forcefully drummed revisionism into the consciousness of the masses. To this end, works of Stalin, particularly those on economics, were partly officially removed from libraries. The voices of critical foreign communists did not get through to the working people. The Iron Curtain created in the time of Stalin to guard against the penetration of bourgeois ideology into the country was changed by Khrushchev into an anti-communist curtain which let no criticism get through to the CPSU. Ibid, pages 202 to 204. In Poland, in July 1956 the Polish United Workers' Party, PUWP, rehabilitated Władysław Gomulka, who had been rightly expelled in 1949, and admitted him to the party again. The CPSU leadership massively intervened, supporting a putsch which heaved Gomulka back into the party leadership. At the 8th plenary session of the Central Committee of the PUWP from 19 to October 21 an all-out attack then was launched against Marxism-Leninism. In the struggle between the defenders of the Marxist-Leninist principles and the advocates of Gomulka's rehabilitation, Khrushchev intervened directly. Without announcing his coming he appeared at the 8th plenary session on October 19, 1956, with a delegation of the CC of the CPSU. He demanded the meeting be interrupted to interfere in the issue of who would take over the leadership in the CC of the PUWP. He was interested in two things: firstly, in having a submissive tool in the CC of the PUWP for enforcing his revisionist, i.e., capitalist, course also in Poland, and secondly, in ensuring that the opportunist pendulum did not swing too far and Poland did not go its own way as previously Yugoslavia. Gomulka already had supported Tito's revisionist course in 1948. To lend emphasis to these goals, Khrushchev had issued an order to the Soviet troops stationed on Polish soil under the Warsaw Treaty to move out of their garrisons in the direction of Warsaw. Having convinced himself of Gomulka's loyalty to the revisionist line, he consented to his rehabilitation and election as first secretary of the PUWP and sent the troops back to their garrisons. Polen Aktuell, No. 1, Vom Sozialismus zum Bürokratischen Kapitalismus From Socialism to Bureaucratic Capitalism, pages 31 to 32. Upright communists had to stand down. From November 1957 to May 1958 alone, 203,051 members and candidates were expelled. The transformation of the PUWP into a bourgeois party had been completed. In the German Democratic Republic, GDR, where Soviet troops also were stationed and where the Communists had a relatively weak mass basis, the group around Walter Ulbricht in the Socialist Unity Party of Germany, said, swung fairly quickly to the new revisionist course. Regarding the line of the 20th Party Congress, the first secretary of the CC said wrote, "At the 20th Party Congress the theoretical issues were developed which are decisive for this period. This points the way also for our party and for the working class of the whole world." Walter Ulbricht, Zur Geschichte deutschen Arbeiterbewegung on the History of the German Working Class Movement, Volume 6, p. 27. On August 7, 1957, a party and government delegation of the USSR headed by Khrushchev arrived in East Berlin. Different from the situation in Poland, where he deployed tanks, Khrushchev felt this was unnecessary in the GDR. The delegations of CPSU and CDU were able to state that the cooperation of the two parties had improved further and that a systematic exchange of opinions and information, increasingly was taking place. Both parties completely concurred, in the assessment of all basic issues. Geschichte deutschen Arbeiterbewegung, History of the German Working Class Movement, Chapter 14, p. 95. To deceive inter-party critics, the said leadership gave the impression it was making a firm criticism of revisionism. But that only referred to the revisionist leaders of Yugoslavia or elements like Kurt Vueg. 8. Who, following Gomulka's lead, relatively openly demanded the restoration of capitalism, for example the elimination of the machine and tractor stations and the development of family-owned farms. Ulbricht, with the support of Khrushchev, preferred a less open form of restoration of a bureaucratic capitalism. The central state planning and direction of the economy were formally retained in the GDR, but their content was fundamentally changed by orientation to the net profit of enterprises as most important planning ratio and to material incentives. This combined with the dissolving of the ministries of industry, the according of greater independence to enterprises and the extension of the rights of their directors. The more open form of the counter-revolution in other countries was criticized to help the disguised revisionist counter-revolution in the GDR gain victory. Inter-party critics of the revisionist course like Politburo member Fred Elsner were suppressed. Elsner had drawn attention to the encroachment of bureaucratism through exaggerated decentralization. Ulbricht systematically organized intrigues in the Politburo against Elsner. In 1958 Elsner was relieved of all functions and shunted off to an economics institute. As downright perverse measure to protect its rule, the revisionist party and state leadership built up an immense state security apparatus, Stasi, which plagued the population of the GDR and gathered informers' reports on 4 million of the 17 million citizens. With special ruthlessness the Stasi suppressed the rebellion of the youth and its interest in genuine socialism. A worker gave a report on this at the seminar on the life work of Willy Dickhud. In 1982, when I began my apprenticeship at the Ernst Thälmann Heavy Machinery Combine, SKET, in Magdeburg, I made the acquaintance of old communists who had taken part in the peaceful demonstrations on June 17, 1953, and told me quite a lot about them. I wrote down a few things like, participate in the demonstrations on the 30th anniversary of the 17th of June, and drew some pictures on the subject. I left them lying around in my room. The apprentice on duty found these things and handed them over to the head office of the Home. Then I was taken into custody by the state security people and had the privilege of attending the youth penal institution in Dessau for 6 months. The reason was that I had publicly disparaged the GDR. On the grounds of this judgment my apprenticeship at SKET also was terminated. Ich habe mein Leben lang gekämpft, p. 225. The majority of the members and officials of the old communist world movement put up no resistance to the revisionist course, but followed it, even if they were in doubt at first, had some ideological political contradictions to it or criticized the practical behavior of the petty bourgeois bureaucrats. As to the reasons why this process proceeded relatively smoothly, the party program of the MLPD states: the insufficient consolidation of the socialist consciousness of the masses of the working people and the party members, their inadequate revolutionary vigilance and the poorly developed democratic control over the responsible leading persons allowed the entire bureaucracy in the party, state, and economy to degenerate into a petty bourgeois bureaucracy which led the said onto a revisionist course, and thus became a new type of bourgeoisie. p. 45. Contradictions between the leadership of the CPSU and the said, which neo-revisionists today like to cite in order to deny the bureaucratic capitalist character of the GDR, concerned minor issues, neither the essence of the revisionist line nor the process of the gradual restoration of capitalism. They were the result mainly of the different foreign policy situations of the two countries, the direct confrontation of the GDR with FRG imperialism, as well as the growing neo-colonial dependence of the GDR and its exploitation by Soviet social imperialism. These contradictions finally led in 1971 to the removal of Walter Ulbricht and the appointment of Erich Honecker as his successor. The contradictions between the leadership of the GDR and the leadership of the Soviet Union became sharper only when Mikhail Gorbachev, beginning in 1985, openly pursued the integration of bureaucratic capitalism into Western capitalism with his policy of perestroika and glasnost for the purpose of completing the process of the restoration of capitalism. But in the end the GDR leadership acquiesced in Gorbachev's course. Resistance against revisionism and capitalist restoration. On the international level there was also fundamental criticism of advancing revisionism and the restoration of capitalism in the Soviet Union. As early as in 1956, the Communist Party of China led by Mao Zedong published 2 articles on the historical experience of the dictatorship of the proletariat, in which it criticized the revisionist conceptions in the theses of the 20th Party Congress of the CPSU. As the criticism of the CPSU became clearer and opener in the following years, the Soviet Party organized a worldwide smear campaign against the Communist Party of China. It extended the ideological differences of opinion to the intergovernmental relations and attempted to blackmail China economically. Despite this pressure, Mao Zedong and the Communist Party of China defended the revolutionary principles in numerous articles and documents. This outstanding ideological political initiative climaxed in the proposal for a general line of the international communist movement published in 1963. Ulbricht and the GDR leadership attacked the Chinese Communist Party because of its principled criticism of Khrushchev's revisionist course and denounced it as an enemy of Marxism-Leninism. Archiv der Gegenwart of January 21, 1963, p. 10362. The said leaders also determined the policies of the KPD, Communist Party of Germany, in West Germany, which was forced to operate illegally after being banned by the Adenauer reaction in 1956. Politically, organizationally, and financially the KPD was dependent on the said, which mapped out all important decisions for it. In the wake of the 20th Party Congress, systematic suppression of the Marxist-Leninists in the KPD began. The brochure, Was ist the DKP Führung? What is the DKP leadership? Reports on the dispute in the KPD local group in Solingen in 1966. In the meantime the contradictions within the party intensified when the differences between the CP of China and the CPSU became known. Willy Dickhut ordered materials from Beijing concerning the contradictions, which had worldwide character. He also procured the Soviet material. The thorough study of this material, combined with an analysis of the general line with the aid of the classics of the working class movement, clearly showed the revisionist degeneration of the CPSU and also the KPD. The revisionism of the KPD was still obscured, veiled in phrases with a revolutionary ring to them. The basic unit to which the comrades Dikhoud Willy and his wife Louise belonged unanimously decided against the revisionist line of the KPD. The two-line struggle in the party thus began in the basic unit. p. 85. In summer 1966 Willy Dikhoud was expelled from the KPD because he was not willing to cancel his subscription to the material from China and submit to the revisionist line of the KPD leadership, which threatened to expel every KPD member from the party who did not break off relations with Dikhoud. The founding and legalization of the DKP, German Communist Party, in 1968 were not achieved in struggle against the KPD ban, but were the result of a horse trade between the GDR and FRG governments in league with the government of the Soviet Union. The background to this was monopoly capital's so-called policy of détente, which aimed at the economic and ideological penetration of the Soviet Union and the CMEA countries. During this time the Social Democrat Willy Brandt was foreign minister and later German chancellor from 1969 to 1974. The dictatorship of the proletariat was banished from the program of the DKP and the revisionist illusion of the peaceful road to socialism on the basis of the constitution, basic law, of the bourgeois state was included. The illegal KPD was liquidated, cadres of the secretariat of the old KPD executive were not taken into the party executive of the DKP. With this deal the revisionist DKP was officially ordained as a member of the bourgeois party landscape, while the ban on the revolutionary KPD remained in effect. The DKP leadership was neither willing nor able to deal objectively with the comprehensive evidence of the revisionist degeneration of the KPD and the restoration of capitalism in the Soviet Union. The theoretical organ of the MLPD and its predecessor organizations, Revolutionärer Weg, headed by Willy Dikhoud, already had delivered this proof at the beginning of the 1970s. After the DKP had declined to answer for many years and even ignored open letters addressed to it, the party's chief ideologist Robert Steigerwald declared in boundless arrogance. At that time, indeed, there were more than a baker's dozen of Mautics, all with their central organs and everything. Had we intended to follow up all the rubbish produced at the time, the day would have had to have 48 hours. Willy Dikhoud was Geschiedenak. What happened afterwards, p. 450. The DKP leadership played the role assigned to it by the CPSU and said, a revisionist terrier to hound the Marxist-Leninists in the Federal Republic of Germany. Generously financed by the GDR and tolerated by the West German government and the reformist trade union leaders, the DKP grew to become the strongest leftist organization with several tenthousands of members. The DKP was allowed to strengthen its revisionist influence in the unions and the peace movement as long as it made sure that Marxist-Leninist positions and comrades were isolated, slandered and suppressed. However, this did not prevent that many DKP members too became the object of anti-communist attacks by bourgeois parties and institutions, did not prevent militant DKP members or sympathizers being excluded from public service or disciplined in the factories. Full of hatred for the construction of the new type Marxist-Leninist party that was winning through, the DKP leadership launched a smear campaign against Willy Dikhoud in 1976. Its initiator was Robert Steigerwald, and in its course individual officials of the DKP did not even shrink back from physical attacks on Marxist-Leninists. Effects of modern revisionism on the struggle for national and social liberation. With the restoration of capitalism and the social imperialist development of the Soviet Union, modern revisionism brought its destructive force into play. Henceforth, everywhere in the world liberation movements and socialist countries were misused, subverted in the revisionist sense and forced into neocolonial dependence. The Soviet Union transformed the Council for Mutual Economic Assistance, CMEA, into a tool for the neocolonial plundering of the fraternal countries. All formerly socialist countries of Europe with the exception of Albania yielded to the pressure of the Soviet Union and took the capitalist road. With the theory of the limited sovereignty of the Warsaw Pact countries, the social imperialists justified the maintenance of their position of power. In 1968 they treacherously attacked the people of the CSSR. 9. Since the end of the 1950s, thousands of outstanding revolutionaries all around the world had been chased out of their functions or offices and replaced by compliant followers of the revisionist course. This took place while capitalism was going through a phase of relative stabilization and granting social reforms from above in the imperialist countries, partly without any struggle. In this situation, and in view of the new demands in the struggle over the mode of thinking, thousands of revolutionaries were ideologically disarmed so that they finally followed the revisionist line of reconciliation with imperialism. Confusion, resignation, division, and liquidationism proliferated in the international Marxist-Leninist and working-class movement and in the national liberation movements, a tremendous setback for the international revolution. A few examples serve to illustrate this. 1. The illusion of the peaceful road to socialism spread by modern revisionism cost hundreds of thousands of communists and freedom fighters their lives in Indonesia. The Communist Party of Indonesia, PKI, was ideologically and politically disarmed by illusory hopes in the bourgeois state and a dangerous, starry-eyed legalism. Under the military regime of General Suharto, from 1965 to 1967 more than 500,000 communists and progressives were murdered. In a self-critical statement in September 1966 the Politburo of the Central Committee of the PKI explained, "Modern revisionism began to penetrate into our party when the fourth plenary session of the Central Committee and the Fifth Congress uncritically accepted a report which recognized the guidelines passed at the 20th Party Congress of the CPSU. The peaceful road, an essential characteristic of modern revisionism, was confirmed at the 6th National Congress of the PKI when the following paragraph was inserted in the party constitution: it is possible to attain a people's democratic system as a transitional stage to socialism in Indonesia by peaceful means, through parliament. The PKI unwaveringly strives to make this possibility reality." Dokument Zuargeschichte Indonesiaskan Arbiterbewegung Documents on the History of the Working Class Movement in Indonesia, p. 34, are translation from the German. 2. Following the successful anti-imperialist democratic revolution of 1959, Cuba initially took the socialist road of national liberation. Then, through deception and blackmail, the country was turned into an appendage of Soviet social imperialism. Instead of promoting Cuba's industrialization and the construction of an independent, comprehensively developed economy, the Soviet Union pinned the country to the sugarcane monoculture and brought it into a new neocolonial dependence through unequal trade relations. Che Guevara, a selfless revolutionary, as Cuban Minister of Industry, criticized the immoral character of these unequal trade relations in a speech at the Second Afro-Asian Economic Conference in 1965. He observed that the Soviet Union and other CMEA countries were, in a certain way, accomplices of imperialist exploitation. Che Guevara, speech at the Afro-Asian Conference in Algeria. www.marxist.org/archive/1965/02/24.htm. March 8, 2011. For reasons including these contradictions, Che Guevara left Cuba in 1965 and took part in the armed revolutionary struggle in the Congo and in Bolivia. The Communist Party of Bolivia at first promised active support for the building of a guerrilla army in Bolivia. However, shortly before the campaign was to begin, its then chairman, Mario Monge, was summoned to Moscow, where the revisionist CPSU had issued the slogan, "Put out the sparks that may set off the flames of war." For this reason it did not approve of armed liberation struggles anymore. As a result, the leadership of the Bolivian CP refused any support to Che Guevara with forces of its own. Even when the Bolivian army, guided by the U.S. Secret Service CIA, managed to encircle him and his comrades in arms, the leadership of the Communist Party of Cuba under Fidel Castro and the Communist Party of Bolivia failed to mobilize assistance and organize international solidarity. And so Che Guevara was executed by the Bolivian military on October 9, 1967. In Politica y Teoría, the magazine published by the PCR Argentina, we read, but the big question still remains since the moment the guerrillas were discovered and surrounded and the enemy knew that Che Guevara was among them, why did Cuba do nothing to break the absence of contacts and the siege that led to Che's death, and why did it not make his situation public? We are talking only about the response that would have been elicited from the masses internationally and which could have saved his life. Politica Whiteria, number 36, August, October 1997, pages 35 and 36, our translation. 3. Starting from the occupation of the universities by protesting students and a strike by workers of the firm Savium that was suppressed by brutal police force, in Paris, France, the May unrest developed in 1968. On May 13, 1968, the non-communist trade unions called a general strike that was followed by millions of employees throughout the country. In the 1969 book, The Way to Socialism, we read on this. All in all, about 20 million working people were seized by this revolutionary storm. While the French Marxist-Leninists sided with the revolutionary masses of the people, the revisionist leaderships of the CPF French Communist Party and the Confédération Générale du Travail, CGT, Communist Trade Union, tried to deter the enraged masses of the people from their actions. In an interview with Brauman, reporter of the German weekly Stern, the CGT General Secretary, Seguí, declared, "We assert all our objectives only within the constitutional framework. We are no adventurists. We are no anarchists. We shall not disturb the course of the new elections announced by de Gaulle." With this attitude, they saved de Gaulle's regime at the time. Willy Dickhut, The Way to Socialism, Omnibus edition of Revolutionärer Weg, 2001, pages 106 and 107. This subordination to the bourgeois regime, this betrayal not only accelerated the unstoppable decline of the revisionist French Communist Party, but also led to the blossoming of various petty bourgeois, mainly Trotskyite currents in the revolutionary movement of France. For at the beginning of the 1970s the modern revisionists propagated the peaceful road to socialism also for Chile. The anti-imperialist electoral alliance Unidad Popular gained a majority in the presidential elections on September 4, 1970. The new government under President Salvador Allende soon achieved first successes. Large copper mines of imperialist companies and private banks were expropriated and an agrarian reform was carried out. The affected exploiters and U.S. imperialism put up growing resistance to this reform program. Instead of getting the masses ready for the approaching civil war and the necessary armed struggle, the modern revisionists blindly trusted in the bourgeois army, spread illusions about the role of the armed forces, and so disarmed the working class and the masses. The Chilean revisionist Gabriel Banchero wrote immediately before the military putsch. Strong ties of cooperation and mutual respect do exist between the armed forces and the working class to accomplish the patriotic task of transforming Chile into a free, developed, democratic country. Problema de Friedens und des Socialismus Problems of Peace and Socialism, number 8, 1973, p. 1031. 1 month later, on September 11, 1973, the illusion of the peaceful road to socialism took a bloody toll. Thousands of workers were shot, beaten to death and brutally tortured by an unleashed soldiery on orders of the imperialists and big landowners. They became martyrs of a fascist putsch in which U.S. imperialism pulled the strings, and of a most sinister military dictatorship under General Pinochet. 5. After the Vietnamese people had driven U.S. imperialism out of the country in a heroic liberation struggle, Vietnam became a member of the Council for Mutual Economic Assistance in 1978 and signed a so-called Treaty of Friendship with the Soviet Union. This treaty established the neocolonial role of the country as a supplier of agricultural and mineral raw materials and cheap labor. Millions of Vietnamese became unemployed, particularly the young. The securing even of the minimal material and cultural necessities of life for the working people no longer was ensured. The illiteracy rate quickly rose again. Corruption became omnipresent. Vietnamese troops even invaded Cambodia in 1978-79 on behalf of the Soviet Union, occupied the country and installed a government totally dependent on Moscow. 6. On December 27, 1979, Soviet troops marched into Afghanistan to put a stop to pro-American tendencies and forestall or nip in the bud the development of a revolutionary ferment under the leadership of Marxist-Leninist forces. They occupied the country, set up a reactionary puppet regime under Babur Karmal and stifled the resistance with bloody terror. A report of the Standing Tribunal of the Peoples in December 1982 came on the basis of witnesses' statements and other evidence to the conclusion: the civilian population is being ruthlessly bombarded mainly from helicopters, against which there is little protection. As in the Korean and Vietnam Wars, children, old people, and women in the villages suffer most from the military action. Countless villages have been razed to the ground. Quoted in Blatter de Informationscentrumsdriedwelt, No. 108, March 1983, pages 25-26. To justify themselves, the social imperialists claimed they wanted to preserve the national and territorial integrity of Afghanistan. In reality, the right of self-determination of the Afghan people was suppressed by military means. The USSR was interested in gaining access to the rich mineral resources of the country: natural gas, hard coal, iron ore, chrome, copper, lead and uranium, and in the great strategic importance of Afghanistan for the struggle for control of the Middle East. The main enemies of the social imperialists and the military regime were upright Afghan communists who exposed the betrayal of Marxism-Leninism and resolutely stood up for the teachings of Marx, Lenin, and Mao Zedong and for their people's right of self-determination. They gained growing mass influence in the confrontation with reactionary religious fundamentalists. The Soviet leadership responded with brutal repression. Since 1978, in this way thousands of Marxist-Leninists were tortured to death or executed under charges of opposition to the regime, anti-Soviet views, and adherence to Mao Zedong thought. Testimony of an Afghan Marxist-Leninist, in Angeklik 30 Yarvarat am Socialismus accused 30 years betrayal of socialism, p. 42. 7. The seizure of power by the new bureaucratic monopoly bourgeoisie under the leadership of Deng Xiaoping after the death of Mao Zedong ushered in the restoration of capitalism also in China. When the new rulers in Beijing tried to force Albania to follow their line through economic extortion, the Party of Labour of Albania rightfully resisted, but made Mao Zedong thought responsible for the negative development in the People's Republic of China. This conflict led to further deep splits in the international Marxist-Leninist working class movement. Liquidationism became rampant in the still young international Marxist-Leninist movement. As a result of the restoration of capitalism in all formerly socialist countries and the revisionist degeneration of a large part of the old communist world movement, the relative strength of the Marxist-Leninists versus the modern revisionists was very unfavorable for the Marxist-Leninists for a long time. An essential factor conducing to this was that the modern revisionists promoted an image that a real socialism existed in their countries, which the bourgeois propaganda was only too happy to confirm. The politics of the social imperialist superpower inflicted tremendous damage on the international working class movement. The Soviet Union became the bastion against the international proletarian revolution. A mood of defeat spread and destroyed the rousing revolutionary spirit that had emanated from the rise of the socialist camp and encompassed the whole world. With the victory of modern revisionism in the Soviet Union and later in the People's Republic of China, for decades the revisionist ideology became a component part of the bourgeois ideology in the struggle against scientific socialism and the revolutionary working class movement. If one does not understand this, then the strategic defensive of the working class lasting decades remains inexplicable. It was all the more important therefore that the social imperialist system of rule in the Soviet Union collapsed in 1989 to 1991 on account of its internal contradictions. This defeat of the new type bureaucratic capitalism dramatically confirmed the Marxist-Leninist criticism of the restoration of capitalism in the Soviet Union. The open bankruptcy of modern revisionism was necessary to clear the way for a new upsurge of the struggle for socialism. The period in which the defense of Marxism-Leninism and Mao Zedong thought against modern revisionism was of immediate importance is over. The joint preparation of the international proletarian revolution by the united revolutionary parties and organizations is the offensive, historically necessary answer to the decline of modern revisionism and its counter-revolutionary center, the social imperialist Soviet Union. 8. Member of said Central Committee and People's Parliament of the GDR, specialist for problems of agriculture. 9. By this aggression the social imperialists suppressed the attempt of the unfaithful revisionist group around the then first secretary of the CC of the Czechoslovak Communist Party, Dubček, to ease the country's political and economic dependence on the Soviet Union and turn more towards the Western imperialists. 7. The character of the socialist revolution under the conditions of the matured internationalization of the capitalist mode of production. Marxist-Leninist dialectics requires scrutinizing the concrete character of the proletarian revolution with every essential change of the economic and political relations of capitalist society to make a new determination if necessary and adjust the proletarian strategy and tactics accordingly. The originator of dialectical military science, Karl von Clausewitz, wrote, "It is important therefore to describe a major battle in its contemporary form before discussing its strategic use." On War, p. 266. The starting position for the preparation of the international revolution was characterized by considerable ideological, political, and organizational difficulties seeing as capitalism had been restored in all formerly socialist countries without exception. At the same time, after the Second World War capitalism went through a long stage of relative stabilization within which reformism, revisionism, and anti-communism could unfurl their corrosive effect among the masses. The reorganization of international production. Since the 1990s the process of the internationalization of the capitalist mode of production possesses a new quality. The 500 largest international supermonopolies dominate production, trade, transportation, and communication all over the world. In his book, Das Imperium der Schande, The Empire of Shame, the progressive globalization critic and long-standing UN Special Rapporteur on the Right to Food, Gene Ziegler, describes the dimension of the economic power of the international supermonopolies. The 500 largest transcontinental capitalist corporations of the world today control 52% of the gross national product of the planet. These 500 corporate groups control wealth that is greater than the accumulated assets of the 133 poorest countries of the world. p. 213, our translation from the German. Through the emergence of the 500 largest supermonopolies as the dictating international finance capital, internationalized production has become the universal feature of the world economy. In the book, Twilight of the Gods, Götterdämmerung over the New World Order, this development was shown to be a qualitative change in the mode of production due to the reorganization of international production. Of course, it was not new for the monopolies to produce their products all over the world. This has been a central element in their evolution since they emerged. But the fact that these activities have become the principal aspect, that international production and the world market decisively influence the economic development of every country, and that the world economy today is dominated by international supermonopolies, all of this adds up to a qualitative change in the development of society. p. 27. This qualitative change in the mode of production finds expression in the following essential features. 1. The internationalization of the capitalist mode of production universally covers production, trade, transportation, and communication today. 2. It refers to all sections of the economy. 3. And rests on the internationalization of the financial system. 4. It also extends to science and culture. 5. It has standardized the training of labor worldwide and created an international labor market. 6. It also includes parts of the production and reproduction of human life like healthcare and the educational system. 7. Bit by bit almost all countries of the world are being included in this process of international production and reproduction. In countries which used to be mainly agricultural in character, modern industrial centers arise. That applies particularly to Turkey, Mexico, Brazil, Argentina, India, and Indonesia. 8. While production and reproduction are now socialized on an international level, appropriation of the created wealth is concentrated on the increasingly tinier stratum of the proprietors and guiders of the international supermonopolies. Societal wealth originates today mainly from internationally organized production. The number of dollar billionaires in the world rose in 2010, in the midst of the world economic and financial crisis, by 218 to 1011. Their net assets totaled $3.6 trillion, 50% more than in 2009. But 1.193 billion people, more than one-third of all gainfully employed persons worldwide, must live on a daily income of less than $2. The essence of the reorganization of international production is the ruthless subordination of the entire world to the interest in maximum profit and the striving for world domination by the international supermonopolies and the strongest imperialist states. The booklet, Bourgeois Political Economy in Shambles, from May 2009 expatiates. The basic economic law of modern capitalism today is the conquest and defense of a position of domination in the world market for the purpose of securing maximum profit. One consequence was the tremendous inflation of the equity capital of the 500 largest supermonopolies from $3.2 trillion in 1994 to $11.1 trillion in 2007. During this period, even according to their official figures, they increased their profits from $282 billion to $1,593 billion, or almost six-fold. This led to a chronic overaccumulation of capital because the markets did not keep pace with the growth of capital. This implies a chronic impossibility to expand the accumulated capital by creating maximum profit within the scope of the spontaneous cycle of production and reproduction. The chronic overaccumulation of capital had a number of significant consequences which will put their stamp on the entire future capitalist mode of production. Firstly, it led to a chronic international structural crisis on the basis of the reorganization of international production. More and more capital must be constantly destroyed for the process of production and reproduction to function at all. It is a widespread, mistaken belief that during the whole period of the reorganization of international production neoliberalism, that is to say, the keeping of activities of the state out of the economic sector, predominated. The whole process of the reorganization of international production would have been impossible without continuous state crisis management. The role accorded to the capitalist and imperialist governments was to act as service providers for their resident supermonopolies, be it to finance general conditions for monopolist investment activities and competition, to initiate the required laws and agreements on a national and international level, or simply to support the supermonopolies' expansion into other countries and shift the cost of these services to the masses in their respective countries. The growing government share of the process of reproduction of monopoly capital and the socialization of the burdens of constant capital destruction objectively mean a process of the increasing socialization of accumulation on an international scale. This is an important material prerequisite for the realization of the United Socialist States of the world. Secondly, the gigantically overblown speculation assumed a dominant role in the world economy no later than with the reorganization of international production. It has become a necessary, i.e., universal component of the self-expansion of capital, which calls for maximum profit. In the last few years, speculative capital has virtually exploded. The international finance sector grew about 5 times faster than production. In 2007, the worldwide financing volume, the totality of all credits, financial products, foreign exchange markets, etc., came to 2.3 quadrillion euros. That is 65 times the value of the real world social product. To the extent the possibility of attaining maximum profits in the industrial process of production and reproduction becomes restricted on account of the chronic overaccumulation of capital, the international monopolies increasingly seek to speculate with their surplus capital on the international financial markets to obtain maximum profits in this manner. This leads at regular intervals, even outside the cyclical overproduction crises, to the devastating bursting of speculative bubbles, each time throwing the entire bourgeois financial world into disarray. This greatly increases the general instability of the bourgeois financial system. Speculation does not result in any real increase in value, but is itself only the anticipation of a future profit. Surplus value only can be produced by exploiting wage labor, i.e., exploiting living labor power. Speculation profit is thus purely predatory profit, which is merely redistributed among the holders of the capital interests through the various forms of stock market speculation. Speculation meanwhile has penetrated into all social sectors of production, trade, and life. More and more pyramids and interlocking structures and forms of fictitious capital have been invented to carry the speculation further and delay the outbreak of the speculation crisis. For example, more and more industrial monopolies have set up banks to directly make money out of these speculative deals. One form of speculation also has promoted the speculative expansion of productive investments, often far beyond the possibilities for realizing maximum profits through the sale of the goods. With the beginning of the world economic crisis, the international automobile monopolies, for example, diagnosed overcapacities of 39 million units worldwide. In the meantime, speculative capital increasingly dominates all sectors of human welfare and the production and reproduction of immediate life. Elementary goods like wheat, rice, water, healthcare, education, energy, social insurance, etc., have become objects of speculation. Thirdly, the capitalist world economy's general susceptibility to crisis is growing, revealing itself particularly in the tendency to a shortening of the crisis cycle and the prolongation of the crisis and/or the following depression phase. Thus, the duration of the crisis cycle since the last world economic crisis in 2001 to 2003 shortened from previously 10 years to 7.5 years. Fourthly, general crisis management becomes one of the chief economic functions of the state. Viewed in the medium term, all of the measures taken now to dampen the crisis are powder kegs. The billions for the protective umbrellas for banks and corporations cause the public debt to explode. The capitalist logic says that these billions can only be repaid by launching a new round of redistribution from the bottom to the top. This will call all social gains into question. The present crisis can be overcome only at the price of the preparation of new, more comprehensive, and deeper crises. And for all that the state crisis management itself is speculative, betting that the extensive state guarantees and securities provided for the banks and corporations will not be used and will entail no losses. Fifthly, the dimensions of the present world economic and financial crisis make it unique in the history of capitalism. In the crisis, these factors for the overaccumulation of capital culminate in a general breakdown of the conventional world financial system and of the worldwide process of production and reproduction. The state crisis management transmits the general proneness to crisis of the imperialist world economy to the national budgets and gives rise to the chronic danger of a general national bankruptcy. Stefan Engel, Bourgeois Political Economy in Shambles, Some Additions to the Marxist-Leninist Crisis Theory, pages 22 to 26 and 30. The perspective of the international revolution. Imperialism reaches a relative limit of its historical development. There is no return to capitalism of free competition or to monopoly capitalism as it still existed at the beginning of the last century. An adjustment of the capitalist production relations to the internationalized productive forces would require the creation of a world state today. However, imperialism stands in unsolvable contradiction to this due to its internal contradictions, particularly its increasingly sharper competition over spheres of influence and world market shares. Due to economic laws, the contradiction that has unfolded between the new development of the productive forces and the old production relations cannot be perpetuated. According to the law of the correspondence of the production relations with the character of the productive forces, the historical step onward to socialism, onward to the united socialist states of the world, is inevitable. After the fall of capitalist rule, under the leadership of the international industrial proletariat, the carrier of the internationalized productive forces, the means of production must be transformed into social property and the socialist mode of production developed. That means Profitability at the expense of the destruction of the natural fundaments of human life must be transformed into a profitability that includes the restoration of the unity of humans and nature. The global environmental catastrophe, particularly the dangerously developing global climate catastrophe, must be prevented by means of changing to regenerative energies and a globally organized closed-loop economy. The profitability of individual enterprises/corporations/monopoly groups, that is private capital, must be transformed into a higher national and international profitability of the socialized economy. The production and reproduction of human life must be liberated from their subordination to the profit system. The tasks that are imposed on the private individual families so far must be transformed into socially organized tasks by which a higher form of the family and the relationship between man and woman becomes possible. The division of labor within the framework of international monopoly production systems on the basis of competition must be transformed into an international division of labor of socialist nations united voluntarily and for mutual advantage on the basis of equal rights. In this process, systematic compensation also must be carried out between backward and more advanced countries in order to gradually overcome the extreme unevenness that was left behind by the imperialist world system. Capitalist competition must be replaced by systematic socialist competition as new driving force of production. Scientific, technological and cultural progress must be liberated from its subservience to the interests of capital so that it can boundlessly unfold in the interest of humanity. That all means a qualitative leap in the mode of production, from the compulsion to continuously increase the exploitation of man and nature for the uninterrupted growth of privately appropriated surplus value, to a social production in which the satisfaction of the ever-growing material and cultural needs of humanity is realized in unity with nature. The preparation and accomplishment of the international socialist revolution is the answer to the objective changes in the mode of production. Pseudo-Marxist criticism of the international revolution. The MLPD's thesis of the necessity of the international socialist revolution as a strategic answer to the reorganization of international production generated a brisk and in general very fertile discussion in the working class movement in Germany and internationally. The already mentioned group Trotskyitism felt provoked into attacking the MLPD, claiming, in this fundamental discussion between Leninism and Trotskyism, the MLPD incorporates essential arguments of Trotskyism in its theory development and as a further reasoning for that adduces changed conditions, the buzzwords of globalization and internationalization. But the important thing is that the MLPD draws conclusions from these supposedly all-new phenomena of globalization that abrogate the essential features of imperialism. The theories the MLPD derives are nothing but a rehash of the ultra-imperialism theory of Koski. Trotskyitism, number 11, December 1998, pages 4-5. Equating Lenin's observation in his analysis of imperialism that the trend of development is towards a single world trust absorbing all enterprises without exception and all states without exception, preface to N. Bukharin's pamphlet, Imperialism and the World Economy, Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 22, p. 107, with Koskiite notions is utterly absurd. The MLPD did nothing but follow up on this observation of Lenin and confirm it by the analysis of the reorganization of international production. The eager MLPD critics have overlooked that Lenin does not at all oppose acknowledging this objective tendency towards a world trust devouring all states, but only objects to the view that a worldwide unification of the national capitals actually could take place under capitalist conditions. In this regard Lenin wrote, and if we had an integral imperialism before us, which had entirely altered capitalism, our task would have been 100,000 times easier. It would have resulted in a system in which everything would be subordinated to finance capital alone. It would then only have remained to remove the top and to transfer what remained to the proletariat. That would have been extremely agreeable, but it is not so in reality. In reality the development is such that we have to act in an entirely different way. Imperialism is a superstructure on capitalism. 8th Party Congress of the R.C.P. B. Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 29, p. 168. While Koski was dreaming about imperialism peacefully growing into socialism in order to reconcile himself with imperialism and to renounce class struggle and the proletarian revolution, Lenin distinguished between the objective process of the internationalization of production within the imperialist world system and the subjective necessity of overthrowing imperialism by proletarian revolution. As was proved in chapters 1 to 3, the thesis of the international revolution neither derives from the Trotskyists nor from the MLPD. It was established by Marx and Engels and advanced by Lenin, Stalin, and Mao Zedong according to the changed conditions of their time. At the most, the Trotskyists misused the concept in an eclectic way in order to justify their capitulation before the revolutionary class struggle in their own country. It is embarrassing for the critics of Trotskyitism that what they consider Trotskyism in fact appertains to the quintessence of Marxism-Leninism. Lenin already revealed the close connection of the revolution in one country with the international revolution. After expropriating the capitalists and organizing their own socialist production, the victorious proletariat of that country will arise against the rest of the world, the capitalist world, attracting to its cause the oppressed classes of other countries, stirring uprisings in those countries against the capitalists, and in case of need using even armed force against the exploiting classes and their states. On the slogan for a United States of Europe, Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 21, p. 342. In the debate with the Trotskyists, Stalin too unmistakably defended the reference to the international proletarian revolution. The characteristic feature of that danger is lack of confidence in the international proletarian revolution, lack of confidence in its victory, a skeptical attitude towards the national liberation movement in the colonies and dependent countries, failure to understand that without the support of the revolutionary movement in other countries our country would not be able to hold out against world imperialism, failure to understand that the victory of socialism in one country alone cannot be final because it has no guarantee against intervention until the revolution is victorious in at least a number of countries, failure to understand the elementary demand of internationalism, by virtue of which the victory of socialism in one country is not an end in itself, but a means of developing and supporting the revolution in other countries. Questions and Answers, Stalin, Works Volume 7, p. 169, emphasis added. The dogmatic quibbles of Trotskyitism equate the thesis of the internationalization of capitalist production with Koski's idea of ultra-imperialism and in the same way the international socialist revolution with Trotsky's capitulation before the revolution in one country. In this way they only document their inability to preserve the objectivity of consideration and to understand the imperialist epoch and the essence of the Marxist-Leninist strategy and tactics of the proletarian revolution. Whether they believe it or not, by attacking the MLPD they in fact attack Marxism-Leninism. The dialectics of national and international revolution. The thesis of the necessity of an international socialist revolution gave rise to concern among different organizations of the international Marxist-Leninist and working class movement that this entails or even provokes neglect of the national tasks and disregard of the revolutionary efforts in the individual countries. In a review of the book, Twilight of the Gods, Götterdämmerung over the New World Order, published in 2003, the Indian magazine Red Star wrote. But it will be hasty to conclude that the nation-states, national liberation movements and socialist revolutions in weak links of imperialism have become irrelevant. This otherwise well-written analysis of the imperialist system in present-day world does not necessarily lead one to take the position that what is urgently needed is preparation for international revolution. This will amount to surrendering national tasks to international tasks and harming both. Red Star, organ of the organization CPI, ML, Red Flag, November 2003. In its answer, the MLPD clarified both the necessity of a dialectical approach to the changes in the character of the revolution and the strategic importance of gearing international cooperation to the preparation of the international revolution. In strategy and tactics, forces will always be concentrated where the enemy is inferior and the forces of the revolution are superior. Nothing will change that in general. Today, at the same time, there are much more immediate connections between the class struggle in the individual countries which must entail conclusions for strategy and tactics. We termed this task the international coordination and revolutionization of the class struggle. This term itself expresses that it is not a question of entirely replacing the national form of class struggle with an international form. When we speak of the international character of the revolution, this, of course, does not mean that, in face of such a contradictory, uneven, and differentiated world, a homogeneous international revolution can take place. Many revolutionary movements and revolutions of varied scale and character will take place at different times. But these, and that is the decisive point, must all be related to the process of an international revolution. That is objectively the case and will be a definite fact. The success of this process will be determined by the question of how the Marxist-Leninists consciously prepare themselves for this in good time and draw conclusions for their cooperation. Stefan Engel, answer to the newspaper Red Star, July 1, 2004. The Marxist-Leninists of the world must understand the dialectics of the international revolution and realize it in all aspects of their work, the dialectics between national form and internationalist content, between national and international forms of organization, between national autonomy and internationally required coordination and revolutionization of the class struggle, and between the manifold practical experiences of the individual countries and their theoretical digestion and gradual ideological political unification in the international Marxist-Leninist, revolutionary and working class movement. From this follows today. Preparing and carrying out the international socialist revolution means consciously applying the dialectical method in the struggle for the revolutionary overcoming of the imperialist world system and for the worldwide victory of socialism and communism under the conditions of the predominant internationalized capitalist production. 8. The international revolution opens the way to the united socialist states of the world. From the very beginning, dialectical and historical materialism directed the attention of revolutionaries to the material basis of a future socialist and communist society behind all the exploitation and all the horrors of the capitalist mode of production. Asked about the conclusions from the recurrent capitalist crises, Friedrich Engels answered in his writing, Principles of Communism, in 1847. That large-scale industry and the unlimited expansion of production which it makes possible can bring into being a social order in which so much of all the necessities of life will be produced that every member of society will thereby be enabled to exercise and develop all his powers and abilities in perfect freedom. Thus, precisely that quality of large-scale industry which in present society produces all misery and all trade crises is the very quality which under a different social organization will destroy that same misery and these disastrous fluctuations. Thus it is most clearly proved. 1. That from now all these ills are to be attributed only to the social order which no longer corresponds to the existing conditions. 2. That the means are available to abolish these ills completely through a new social order. Marx and Engels, Collected Works, Volume 6, pages 347 to 348. Marx and Engels related the material preparation of socialism particularly to large-scale industry, to the fundamental contradiction between productive forces and production relations that is inherent in capitalism quasi as an internal explosive force. Lenin explicitly acknowledged the philosophical aspect of Karl Marx's orientation to the future. He emphasized that Marx consistently applies materialist dialectics, the theory of development, and regards communism as something which develops out of capitalism, the state and revolution. Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 25, p. 476. Lenin himself concretized the idea of the material preparation of socialism for the epoch of imperialism, calling imperialism the immediate preliminary stage, eve, and all-sided material preparation of socialism. Imperialism is the highest stage in the development of capitalism. In the foremost countries, capital has outgrown the bounds of national states, has replaced competition by monopoly and has created all the objective conditions for the achievement of socialism. The Socialist Revolution and the Right of Nations to Self-Determination, Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 22, p. 143. Petty bourgeois denial of the material preparation of socialism. In the face of the indisputable destructive forces of imperialism, it is a characteristic feature of the petty bourgeois globalization criticism and the different shades of revisionism to ignore, yes, to vehemently deny the material preparation of a future society without exploitation and oppression. The vague appeal to the capitalist exploiters to exercise social justice usually remains their only socio-political consequence. In the light of the international development, especially all those who still lament the disappearance of the revisionist degenerate Soviet Union as real socialism fall into a black mood. Willy Jerns and Nina Hager, leading members of the German Communist Party, DKP, write. Regrettably, we not only failed since then to come closer to the short and long-term objectives fixed in the Mannheim Program of 1978, the author, but are farther from it today than we were then. The fundamental changes in the conditions of class struggle particularly concern the defeat of real socialism in Europe and the accompanying crisis of the communist movement, concern those processes of development in imperialism that are associated with the concepts of globalization and neoliberalism, concern the new surge of development of the productive forces, scientific and technological revolution, within the last decades and its consequences. Continuity and Renewal, Willy Jerns and Nina Hager on the draft program of the DKP, Marxistische Blätter, No. 3, 2005. These lines particularly reflect the depression that was precipitated by the collapse of the social imperialist Soviet Union and its empire, because this was appraised as a historical setback. In fact, not socialism failed, but the attempt of modern revisionism to continue the restoration of capitalism under socialist pretenses. One must be fairly blind only to look back nostalgically on the social imperialist Soviet Union and not even notice the awakening and developing class consciousness of the industrial workers, the upswing of the worldwide struggles to the point of revolutionary ferment in some countries. The paper states further. The relative strengths have changed to the disadvantage of the working class and the forces orientated to social and democratic reforms. Ibid. In reality, the relative strengths have not changed to the disadvantage of the working class, but to the disadvantage of the imperialists. Their general crisis has deepened, and with the bankruptcy of modern revisionism they have lost a significant barrier that blocked the worldwide upswing of the struggle for socialism. This development of the relative strengths is directly related to the process of clarification taking place within the working class movement to understand the revisionist degeneration of the petty bourgeois bureaucracy in the leadership of party, economy, and state as the cause of the collapse of the Soviet Union and its empire. Material preparation of the United Socialist States of the world. The reorganization of international production gave rise to a new quality of the material preparation of socialism, the material preparation of the United Socialist States of the world. Lenin brilliantly foresaw this strategic objective of the international revolution. A United States of the world is the state form of the unification and freedom of nations which we associate with socialism, until the time when the complete victory of communism brings about the total disappearance of the state, including the democratic. On the slogan for a United States of Europe, Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 21, p. 342. The economic base of the United Socialist States of the world is prepared in the internationalized mode of production, exchange, and communication, and that at a historic peak. An important economic prerequisite for the construction of socialism only in the Soviet Union, for the time being, was a national economy that was independent and developed in a relatively all-sided way. The country had a gigantic potential of labor, fertile soils, and sources of energy as well as all essential raw materials required for a modern industrial production. After the Second World War, the Soviet Union together with other socialist states created a great single market that facilitated an international division of labor for mutual benefit on the basis of equal rights. Such conditions are hardly to be found in individual countries today. Furthermore, the mutual dependency even of the largest national economies, due to the internationalization of production and the international division of labor, is developed to such an extent that even economic setbacks must be expected if the socialist economy does not succeed in utilizing the advantages of an internationally optimized production. From this fact one must not, of course, draw the conclusion that the possible realization of a proletarian revolution in any country should be abandoned. The only appropriate conclusion is that the proletariat in each country must do everything before, during and after the seizure of political power to promote the proletarian revolution also in other countries. Conversely, in all countries it means advancing the proletarian revolution within the country with all one's strength. Then the international proletarian revolution can progress and embrace the whole potential of the revolutionary productive forces in a socialist way. In his famous writing, Socialism, Utopian and Scientific, Friedrich Engels referred to the historically conditioned and so again vanishing necessity of a ruling class. The separation of society into an exploiting and an exploited class, a ruling and an oppressed class, was the necessary consequence of the deficient and restricted development of production in former times. So long as the total social labor only yields a produce which but slightly exceeds that barely necessary for the existence of all, so long, therefore, as labor engages all or almost all the time of the great majority of the members of society, so long, of necessity, this society is divided into classes. Division into classes was based upon the insufficiency of production. It will be swept away by the complete development of modern productive forces. Marx and Engels, Selected Works in 3 volumes, Volume 3, pages 147 to 148. The material foundations and abilities for achieving the United Socialist States of the world grow out of the present international production process, mastery of the productive forces in order to gain more and more time for social activity, for the guidance of the body politic by the producers themselves, implementation of a democratic, creative, and worldwide coordinated social activity. That also means, abolishment of the alienation of labor, international closed-loop economy on the basis of renewable energies, optimal utilization of the most developed science and technology to establish and advance the unity of humankind and nature, worldwide exchange of information on the basis of equal rights using the most modern means of communication, liberation of women, continuation of the class struggle in socialism. The dictatorship of the proletariat as political form of organization of sovereign socialist countries joined together into United Socialist States of the world is the only appropriate political superstructure for the development of the internationalized productive forces and for the transition to the classless and stateless society of communism. For this purpose a higher, an internationalist socialist consciousness is required. Its determinant will be the perception that every country must also take over responsibility for every other country until the socialist states have become outdated and the classless society overcomes even the last remnants of national state institutions. Only the world society of communism will overcome the last class distinctions and national differences. It does not require such distinctions anymore. In which forms, in which period and in which ways this goal is reached cannot and does not have to be predicted today. However, it is certain that the road to worldwide socialism/communism today can build not only upon a considerably higher stage of material preparation on an international scale, but also on the comprehensive, creative digestion of the lessons learned from the indelible successes of socialist construction and from the defeat of the first great attempt at the proletarian world revolution. 2. The strategy and tactics of international finance capital in the class struggle against the international proletariat and its allies. 1. Necessity and limits of a joint policy of international finance capital. In order to develop its strategy and tactics of the proletarian class struggle, as best possible the revolutionary working class must precisely analyze, correctly assess, and accurately predict the strategy and tactics of the class enemy. Willy Dickhut summarized the essence of the conflicting strategies and tactics of the bourgeoisie and of the proletariat. For the bourgeoisie, it means life or death, for the working class it means bondage or freedom. Both classes face each other irreconcilably. For the bourgeoisie, it means the suppression, for the proletariat it means the overthrow of the deadly enemy. The class struggle is but a war between the classes. Willie Dickhood, Strategy and Tactics in the Class Struggle, p. 13. With the development of capitalism, the bourgeoisie's strategy and tactics became more complex and flexible. A great variety of new means and methods were used, which made it more difficult for the working class to see through the bourgeoisie's strategy and tactics and act accordingly. Strategy and tactics of solely ruling international finance capital. An essential condition for the bourgeoisie's changed strategy and tactics was the rapid change of the capitalist mode of production and of capitalist society's class structure. In the state monopoly capitalism of the imperialist countries, the solely ruling stratum of monopoly capital emerged from the class of the bourgeoisie. With the reorganization of international production, the small, but superior stratum of international finance capital grew out of the different imperialist countries' monopoly capital and established its dictatorship over the entire world economy, world politics, and international social life. Solely ruling international finance capital is composed of the roughly 500 largest international supermonopolies in banks, industry, commerce, and the agricultural industry. It does not share its rule with anybody, not with the non-monopoly bourgeoisie nor with smaller monopolies. Approximately 20 countries, mostly imperialist, and the European Union, EU, the G20 states. 10. Constitute the political and military power base of this international finance capital. Today the strategy and tactics of solely ruling international finance capital is the principal opposite pole of the class struggle and the anti-imperialist liberation struggle, and the frame of reference also for the strategy and tactics of individual imperialist powers or monopoly groups. The strategy and tactics of solely ruling international finance capital is divided into two main fields that are inseparably linked and mutually dependent. The first is the strategy and tactics to preserve the outdated class rule of international finance capital and the imperialist world system. Its goal is to suppress the proletarian class struggle in the nation-states and the anti-imperialist liberation struggle in the countries dependent on and oppressed by imperialism. Since international finance capital does not have its own stable, permanent power apparatus, it must rely on the, often reluctant, power organs of the imperialist countries. It can exercise its imperialist power only on the basis of inter-imperialist agreements, for instance when UN contingents are deployed, or in connection with temporary police or military cooperation. This restricts its tactical and strategic room for maneuver because such cooperation always requires compromises and strategic and tactical concessions. Because international finance capital cannot build a joint power apparatus of its own, its world-dominating role is always limited by this general restriction of its room for maneuver. The second is the strategy and tactics in the struggle for world domination. It aims at victory in the rivalry between the international supermonopolies or in wars among the imperialist rivals. International finance capital may attempt to arrange general conditions and rules for these struggles, but the concrete strategies and tactics remain in the hands of the individual supermonopolies or power blocks and are determined by their respective antagonistic interests. In a fierce struggle over spheres of influence, raw material reserves and world market shares, competing groups of international supermonopolies or imperialist countries attempt to win over to their side the largest possible sections of other bourgeoisies, which results in splitting up and generally weakening the unified class basis. In general, the determining aspect of the strategy and tactics of solely ruling international finance capital is the preservation of its class rule and the imperialist world system. On this basis, inter-imperialist conflicts develop over the issue of hegemony, because international finance capital is not a homogeneous force. The supermonopolies have competing economic and political interests, also different national state foundations and commitments. Different groups of supermonopolies fiercely fight against each other for geostrategic spheres of influence, for the control over raw material reserves and the world market, for the dominant political influence in international organizations and in the nation-states where they have their power political basis. Supported by individual imperialist states, partly also across several nation-states, these groups of supermonopolies establish cross-border cartels and strategic alliances, or only temporary tactical alliances, with the goal to achieve a dominant position on a worldwide scale. Important international organizations besides the European Union, EU, are the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, ASEAN, in Asia-Pacific, the Organization of American States, OAS, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, SCO, and Di-African Union, O. Most of these unions were established to provide better starting positions in international competition to the participants by creating common markets and privileged economic relations. Besides international organizations with mainly economic and political goals, there are others with military goals like NATO. Since 2002, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization under the leadership of the nuclear powers China and Russia is explicitly being built also as a military alliance directed against NATO and its influence especially in Central Asia. The EU is the most highly developed international organization. Over the years, the now 27 member states have developed more and more supranational structures, with the result that 80% of legislation already has been transferred to the EU level. Political issues are also increasingly decided by EU organs. Thus the EU more and more takes on the character of a political confederation of states. As a tendency, the single nation states transfer their economic, financial, and political sovereignty to the EU, and thus to the supermonopolies ruling EU-wide and to the leading imperialist states in the EU. It is highly doubtful whether this development can lead to a European federal state, the United States of Europe, because the strongest imperialist powers Germany, France, Britain, and Italy often pursue conflicting interests that are difficult to reconcile, and if they are reconciled, then only temporarily. The EU is characterized by constant maneuvering and haggling, by the seeking of pragmatic compromises where ultimately the interests of the strongest supermonopolies and states at the time assert themselves. At the stage of development of international production, the rivalry among the supermonopolies goes as far as mutual annihilation. This gives rise to a general political instability and danger of war. This internal contradictoriness is fundamental. It makes seemingly invincible international finance capital vulnerable so that it can finally be defeated by the international proletariat. The political world crisis in advance of the Iraq War in 2003. None of the leading world powers today can afford to constantly act contrary to worldwide public opinion without risking international isolation, losing influence on what is happening worldwide and destabilizing the social conditions in their own countries. So US imperialism was not able to attack Afghanistan in 2001 and Iraq in 2003 without manipulating international public opinion beforehand. To justify a joint attack on Afghanistan by NATO troops, an extraordinary event was needed that could create fear and panic among people so that they would unconditionally entrust themselves to the protective power USA. Such an event was the fascist attack on the New York World Trade Center on September 11, 2001. The concrete circumstances of this unprecedented act of violence have not been elucidated to this day. It is a fact, however, that this attack fit in well with the already worked out and prepared strategy of US imperialism to instigate a worldwide war against international terrorism under its own leadership and with the participation of all imperialist countries. On the same day of September 11, US President Bush proclaimed the start of a new war. Only a few weeks later US troops marched into Afghanistan. Military action of such dimensions requires a preparatory phase of at least 6 months, in particular for planning and logistics. While in Afghanistan there was still relative mutual consent regarding the joint action taken by the imperialist powers against the reactionary Taliban regime and the Islamist guerrilla Al-Qaeda, in connection with the Iraq War 2 years later the imperialist contradictions inevitably came to the fore. The USA and Britain on the one hand, and France, Germany, Russia, and China on the other only agreed that the regional power politics of Saddam Hussein, the Iraqi president, had to be restrained. In the meantime the US administration had to concede officially that no chemical and biological weapons of mass destruction existed in Iraq at that time. The propaganda sham previously presented to the world public by politicians was supposed to obscure the real goals of the aggression. US, American and British finance capital wanted to control the huge oil fields and the strategically significant shipping routes in the Middle East, They wanted to crowd out their imperialist rivals in order to obtain larger world market shares and monopoly profits. The French, Russian, Chinese, and German imperialists, on the other hand, wanted to defend their economic lead in the trade with Arab countries and keep their options open to take over control of the Middle East from the USA. Because of these contradictions, the imperialist anti-terror front formed after September 11, 2001, got into a state of crisis. On March 5, 2003, President Bush's War Council convened and set March 13 as date for the beginning of the attack on Iraq. The same day a demonstrative extraordinary meeting of the foreign ministers of France, Germany, and Russia took place. They announced they would block a resolution justifying the Iraq war at the meeting of the UN Security Council set for March 7. While the group around the USA, Britain, and Spain was pushing for a legitimization of its long-agreed war of aggression against Iraq, the group around France, Germany, Russia, and China strictly objected to this. The USA withdrew their motion and dispensed with a vote in order to avoid a defeat. Thus, in advance of the Iraq war, an open political world crisis developed involving all important international organizations and alliances. The UN, the G8, 11. NATO and the EU were divided, the IMF and the World Bank unable to act. US imperialism did not succeed in persuading the world public that Iraq was threatening the world with its weapons of mass destruction and that the Iraqi people had to be liberated from Saddam Hussein so that it could enjoy democratic conditions. The first date for the beginning of the war, originally set for February 15, 2003, had to be postponed. It had become known because of a leak, and almost 19 million people in more than 660 cities worldwide took to the streets and demonstrated for the preservation of world peace. The USA was able to defeat Saddam Hussein's regime militarily in alliance with Britain and set itself up as the leading occupying power in Iraq. But it paid a high political price for this, because the conquest of Iraq ended in a disaster, with the result that the plan of a new world order under the sole leadership of the USA failed. US imperialism could neither break the anti-imperialist resistance in Afghanistan and Iraq, nor did it succeed in putting the imperialist rivals in their place. On the contrary, the result was a severe economic setback, a blow to the claimed global leadership role and a disastrous moral defeat of the government under George W. Bush. The supremacy of US imperialism cannot be asserted against the resistance of the imperialist rivals for an unlimited period, and it cannot be asserted permanently against the broad masses, who do not want to accept imperialist aggression. George W. Bush left office as the probably most unpopular U.S. president of all times after he had brought down the reputation of the world power USA to an all-time low. In consideration of this development, U.S. American finance capital decided to change its strategy and tactics to regain its mass influence and overcome the political isolation from its allies. The presidential candidate Barack Obama received the required financial and political support so that he could decide the election campaign in his favor with his catchy slogans of change and hope. U.S. finance capital even condoned Obama's risky promise to end the Iraq war in the near future, to bring the U.S. troops home and close the prison camp Guantanamo in Cuba. It seemed to make allowances in this way for the international trend to the left among the masses. All over the world, governments reacted euphorically to Obama's election as new U.S. president and celebrated his election as an hour of glory for democracy. New hopes were roused worldwide, in particular among the petty bourgeoisie, as if there could be a way out of the increasing decay and decadence of imperialism through a change of government alone, without touching the foundations of the capitalist social order. The change of tactics was crowned by the Nobel Peace Prize awarded to President Obama in 2009. He received it solely based on the empty promise that he would champion a world without nuclear weapons, without having put into practice a single one of his pompous election promises. Meanwhile, the struggle against international terrorism was continued and intensified in Iraq and in Afghanistan, because U.S. imperialism will never give up its striving for world hegemony. Historically unique international crisis management in the world economic and financial crisis since 2008. In times of open economic and political crises, the antagonism among the monopolies and the imperialists usually comes to the fore. But if its class rule is threatened, solely ruling international finance capital is also able to cooperate with the leading imperialist countries to cope with the crisis, at least temporarily and in respect to concrete problems. A good example of this was the countermeasures taken by international finance capital and its governments in reaction to the dramatic outbreak of the world economic and financial crisis in September 2008. On 14-15 November 2008, a summit meeting of the heads of state of the most important countries, G20, was called for the first time in Washington, D.C. The world's major economic powers launched an internationally coordinated crisis management on a scale and with a level of relative agreement which was historically unique until then. It had three essential aspects. 1. Economically, joint action had become necessary because the internationally organized imperialist financial system was acutely threatened by a disastrous collapse. The leading imperialist governments were confronted with the alternative to helplessly let their economies plunge into the maelstrom of the biggest financial disaster and world economic crash, with a completely uncertain outcome, or to combine their state's financial market instruments and contain the danger of an uncontrolled economic collapse. It was obvious that the dimensions of the international world economic and financial crisis of 2008 made it far too much to handle for each country acting on its own, even for the superpower USA. It had become clear in the previous economic crises, moreover, that every individual national crisis management program would fizzle out and have little effect in the face of universally internationalized production and open markets. This is why the participating states agreed to provide massive support for the international financial system and to stabilize the monopolist banks threatened by bankruptcy. Comprehensive measures were taken to maintain international payments and the credit system. On top of that, at least 4% of the worldwide gross domestic product were to be spent for the international crisis management to stimulate investments and maintain industrial production. A remarkably large number of agreements for mutual support were ostentatiously presented, fierce rivals under different circumstances. On the issue of the international crisis management they came to agreements. A situation like the one during the world economic crisis of 1929 was to be prevented, come what may. At that time all countries sealed off their national markets and thus intensified the consequences of the world economic collapse. Similar action in 2008 would have had incomparably more dangerous repercussions than in 1929, because in the meantime internationalized production has become the principal foundation of international finance capital and because internationalized production cannot work with nations sealing themselves off. It was also important, of course, that the USA was in the eye of the world economic and financial crisis and US imperialism was in a deep economic, political, military, and moral depression at the time. But the crucial point was that the world economic and financial crisis hit practically all imperialist rivals simultaneously and, therefore, the stability of all imperialist countries, of the entire imperialist world system was at stake. Accordingly, in the beginning cooperation and mutual support determined the international crisis management. The governments of the member states increased the credit volume of IMF and World Bank by $1.1 trillion just to prevent the insolvency of financially weaker nation states. 2. Politically, panic or protest reactions of the masses, which could intensify the crisis, were to be contained and uncontrollable class struggles to be avoided if possible. The Obama government's Director of National Intelligence, Dennis C. Blair, declared as early as February 12, 2009, that the main threat to U.S. imperialism currently was not from so-called international terrorism, but from potential revolutionary struggles of the workers in Europe in the wake of the dramatic consequences of the world economic and financial crisis. His report reads as follows. Of course, all of us recall the dramatic political consequences wrought by the economic turmoil of the 1920s and 1930s in Europe, the instability and high levels of violent extremism. Roughly a quarter of the countries in the world have already experienced low-level instability such as government changes because of the current slowdown. Europe and the former Soviet Union have experienced the bulk of the anti-state demonstrations. Annual Threat Assessment of the Intelligence Community for the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, February 12, 2009, p. 2. To jointly avert a revolutionary development of the working class movement especially in Europe, this was the essential political goal of the imperialist powers' international crisis management. They wanted to prevent an international political crisis, come what may, and take precautions against a tendency to a revolutionary world crisis. 3. Ideologically, the summit meeting of World Finance agreed to apply a coordinated system of the petty bourgeois mode of thinking to manipulate the masses. It was the decisive task of the joint strategy and tactics of international finance capital in the struggle over the mode of thinking of the masses to prevent the rampant distrust in the severely weakened capitalist economic and financial system from changing into a rapid development of the class consciousness of the broad masses, in particular the working class, and to prevent the Marxist-Leninists from winning possibly uncontrollable mass influence. A BBC World Service survey, in which more than 29,000 people in 27 countries were questioned between June and October 2009, showed that only 11% of the people interviewed still thought that capitalism in its present form was working well. Though 51% still believed that the problems of capitalism could be solved by regulation and reform, 23% held the opinion that capitalism had to be replaced by another system. Those in power also wanted to worm themselves into the masses' confidence, necessary for their extraordinary crisis management, by criticizing in a pseudo-radical way the excessive greed for profit of irresponsible financial speculators or turbo-capitalism, and by announcing measures to control the banks. It was U.S. President Obama of all people, strongly backed by finance capital, who took the lead of the bank critics. In a speech on the economy at George Mason University in Fairfax, Virginia, he said on January 8, 2009, "This crisis did not happen solely by some accident of history or normal turn of the business cycle, and we won't get out of it by simply waiting for a better day to come, or relying on the worn-out dogmas of the past. We arrived at this point due to an era of profound irresponsibility that stretched from corporate boardrooms to the halls of power in Washington, D.C. For years, too many Wall Street executives made imprudent and dangerous decisions, seeking profits with too little regard for risk, too little regulatory scrutiny, and too little accountability. Banks made loans without concern for whether borrowers could repay them, and some borrowers took advantage of cheap credit to take on debt they couldn't afford. Politicians spent taxpayer money without wisdom or discipline, and too often focused on scoring political points instead of the problems they were sent here to solve. The result has been a devastating loss of trust and confidence in our economy, our financial markets, and our government." www.cnbc.com/id/28559492. Text _of_speech_on_the_economy. Hardly a bourgeois politician refrained from expressing, deeply worried and theatrically, how displeased he was at the rank growth of capitalist profiteering. Karl Marx, written off dead many times, temporarily became the most quoted philosopher of political editorials and grandiloquent speeches of bourgeois politicians and journalists. It was remarkable to watch how their commentaries slanted to the left. But their ostentatious criticism notwithstanding, they absolutely wanted to avoid the impression that the world economic and financial crisis was a law-governed expression of capitalism's growing crisis-proneness. On January 8, 2009, in Paris, the German Chancellor Merkel delivered a speech full of gloomy premonitions to an audience of high-ranking bourgeois experts and politicians. If we are not able to prove, however, that we, the states, can create a social order for the world where such crises do not happen, then more and more questions will be addressed to us if this is really the right economic system. Speech of the Federal Chancellor at the colloquium New World, New Capitalism. www.bundesregierung.de. Archived at www.webcitation.org/5uib5zz The unprecedented international crisis management could only work because the imperialists and international supermonopolies agreed to temporarily put aside their secondary contradictions. By combining manipulation of public opinion with economic concessions granted to the masses, they were able to dampen the class contradictions to such an extent that political crises broke out openly only here and there, but a revolutionary world crisis did not develop. Only a few months later, when the downward slide of the world economy appeared to have bottomed out for the time being, national interests more and more moved to the fore again. The World Climate Summit in Copenhagen ended without result in December 2009, among other reasons because of insurmountable economic contradictions among the imperialists and international supermonopolies. The pompously announced international mechanisms for controlling financial speculation did not materialize, neither did a genuine reorganization of the international financial system. Only a short time later, speculation came back with a vengeance. Pushed by state loans and guarantees, it rapidly approached the pre-crisis level. The market value, market capitalization, of all stocks and shares traded worldwide, which had dropped from $57.5 trillion in May 2008, the highest level before the outbreak of the crisis, to $28.6 trillion in February 2009, rose until December 2010 again to $54.9 trillion. The everyday routine of unrelenting capitalist competition and unbridled financial speculation had returned. Crisis management in Germany. On October 17, 2008, the German government initiated a special fund for the stabilization of the financial markets, a support program for banks and corporations. The same day its legal basis was adopted in a great hurry by the German legislature, Bundestag and Bundesrat, and signed by the federal president. The special fund was authorized to grant guarantees amounting to €400 billion to enterprises and banks so that they could take out loans more easily. The fund was also authorized to supply additional equity capital to banks up to €80 billion. A steering committee decided on the applications behind closed doors. Its decisions were supposed to be checked weekly by 9 parliamentarians in a locked, bug-proof room, without entitlement to reject or change them, however. The crisis program of the federal government contained, besides the state's support for the monopolies, a number of measures intended to soften the repercussions of the world economic crisis on the broad masses. Mass layoffs in large enterprises were to be avoided and the burdens on families eased. Families with children received higher child benefits, tax relief was granted to them to counteract the tendency to an open crisis of the bourgeois family system which was in the offing at the outbreak of the economic crisis. An essential foundation for the crisis management in Germany was the class collaboration pact entered into by the federal government, trade associations, and rightist trade union leadership. In December 2008, the reformist union leaders declared their willingness to exercise restraint when putting forward collective bargaining demands in the crisis and to exert a calming down influence on struggles if possible. They received not more for their concessions than the vague promise from the trade associations to refrain from mass layoffs. The short-time working compensation was in the center of the crisis program. Enterprises could apply for it if they reduced the working time of their blue and white-collar workers. In this case their employees, without or with children, received 60 or 67% of their lost wages or salaries as compensation from the unemployment insurance, for a considerably longer period than before the crisis. In fact, enterprises were relieved of paying their share of the social insurance contributions. Short-time work, the extensive cancellation of company agreements on longer weekly working hours and massive cuts in overtime limited the enterprise's volume of work considerably. Open mass layoffs could be avoided in this way to a large extent. This was a fantastic confirmation, unintended of course, of the argument originating from the struggle for the 35-hour work week with full wage compensation during the 1980s that reduction in working hours preserves and creates jobs. Studies of the German Institute for Employment Research also confirmed the job-saving effect of a reduction of working hours. The institute ascertained for 2009 a historically unique decline in working time by 3.2% compared to 2008, Frankfurter Rundschau of 13/14 March 2010. The crisis management measures proved successful in avoiding approximately 1.2 million layoffs. A comparison of production and unemployment during the three world economic crises after the Second World War and during the World Economic and Financial Crisis 2008 shows great differences in the scope and effect of the state crisis management. While in 1982 production slumped by 5.1% compared to the pre-crisis level of 1980, official unemployment slightly more than doubled in the same period, rising by 106.2%. In 2009 industrial production slumped by 17.3% compared to the previous year, a 3 times deeper plunge than in 1980, but compared to 2007, official unemployment even declined in 2010 by 14.1%, cf. Table 1. It must be taken into account, of course, that the tendency to growing underemployment is concealed in the official unemployment statistics. In the first year of the World Economic and Financial Crisis, between the fourth quarter of 2008 and the fourth quarter of 2009 the number of full-time employees declined by 413,000 while the number of part-time employees rose by 255,000. The government also reduced the unemployment figures by manipulating them with the help of numerous decrees. But all this does not change the tendency of the crisis dampening effect described. There can be no doubt that the political and ideological crisis management reacted on the economic base. The unit wage costs in the metal and electrical industry temporarily increased in the crisis, 2009, by 19% compared to 2008, that is true. Reasons were the reduced utilization of industrial capacities and increased costs for short-time work. But short-time work was also used everywhere in production to increase the exploitation of the workers drastically through higher flexibility and greater labor intensity. The capitalists were interested in going easy on their permanent workforce to keep it quiet, sowing division among the workforce in their factories and not jeopardizing the quality of their production too much. They confined themselves to measures not so noticeable in public and easier to implement politically, firing hundreds of thousands of agency workers, not renewing temporary employment contracts and not giving regular jobs to young people after completed training. Table 1. Decline of industrial production in Germany during world economic crises after the Second World War. Note, 1980-83 and 1990 former Federal Republic, afterwards Germany. Unemployment index, year before outbreak of crisis always equals 100. Index of industrial production as per OECD, 2005 equals 100, always converted by us to the year before outbreak of the crisis. Industrial production in 2010, average of January to October 2010. The decline of industrial production always compares the low point with the peak. Sources, OECD. www.sachverstandigenrat-wortchef.de. Our calculations. Crisis of the international crisis management. Even if the monopolies and their governments successfully cushioned the effects of the world economic crisis, thus preventing economic and political mass struggles, the problems could not be resolved, the causes of the world economic crisis not eliminated. The state crisis management was able to prevent the open outbreak of political crises in most of the imperialist countries. But this only kept the underlying contradictions in suspense, penting them up and deferring their resolution to some future time. A massive growth of state debt and of the latent danger of national bankruptcies was the price paid for this. The US budget for 2009 amounted to $3.5 trillion. Almost half of it was financed with new debts amounting to $1.4 trillion. In the Eurozone, debts rose from 70% of the gross domestic product on the average in 2008 to almost 85% in 2010. The threatening insolvency of Greece in the spring of 2010 harbored the danger of a chain reaction affecting European banks and the state budgets of several countries. This gave rise to a euro crisis, which in reality was an acute crisis of the international crisis management. With their joint crisis management coming to an end, competition among the different groups of solely ruling international finance capital and the imperialist states again moved to the fore. The euro crisis in the spring of 2010 triggered a change of tactics by international finance capital. Its goal was now the intensified shifting of the burdens of the crisis onto the shoulders of the broad masses in Europe. This marked the beginning of an international change of mood and, later, of an upswing of the struggles of the working class and of people's resistance. The intensified struggle for a redistribution of world market shares, the change of mood and the cross-border upswing of struggles demonstrate the political and economic limitations of the international imperialist crisis management. 10. To the G20 belong, arranged according to their gross domestic product, the EU, USA, Japan, China, Germany, France, Britain, Italy, Brazil, Canada, India, Russia, Australia, Mexico, the Republic of Korea, Turkey, Indonesia, Saudi Arabia, Argentina, South Africa. Together the G20 generated approximately 90% of the world gross domestic product in 2009. 11. At that time the USA, Canada, Japan, Germany, Britain, France, Italy, and Russia belonged to the G8. Two fundamental problems of the imperialist world system. Principal features of the crisis proneness of the imperialist world system. The mode of existence of the imperialist world system is characterized by a universal proneness to crisis as a result of the reorganization of international production. This proneness to crisis manifests itself today in 15 principal features. First, on account of the chronic overaccumulation of capital, international production will only function on the basis of an international structural crisis in the foreseeable future. Industries on a traditional technological and energy basis, with a traditional, one-sided national state organization of work, and a traditional position in respect to the social division of labor are rigorously destroyed or replaced by new international production systems on an extremely high technological level. The consequence of this in India during the past years was the destruction of more than 100 million jobs in old industries, while only 20 to 25 million new jobs were created in internationally organized modern industry. The permanent, constantly growing destruction of capital has become the fundamental condition worldwide for the internationalized capitalist process of production and reproduction. Second, the international structural crisis on the basis of the reorganization of international production becomes the pacemaker of disastrous world economic and financial crises, which break out in shorter intervals and grow in scope and depth. The structural crisis in the reproduction process interacts with cyclical crises of overproduction, both influence and reinforce each other. The world economic and financial crises exhibit the tendency towards the global collapse of financial markets and the highly complicated, therefore also highly sensitive, mechanisms of international production and distribution. This has unexpected consequences for the traditional functioning of the capitalist process of production and reproduction. The anarchy of capitalist production is brought to a head. The main effect of global overproduction crises and the international structural crisis on the basis of the reorganization of international production is permanent, chronic unemployment and underemployment of the broad masses of the people, combined at the same time with increased labor intensity at the expense of the workers' health. Of the 3.85 billion people able to work worldwide in 2000, only 2.76 billion were employed. In 2008, only 3.13 billion of the 4.38 billion people able to work had a job. 12. This means that the number of unemployed rose worldwide from 1.09 billion in 2000 to 1.25 billion in 2008. Underemployment is not even included in these figures. Third, general crisis management becomes the chief task of the bourgeois state apparatus. Unleashed destructive forces, squandering of raw materials and energy, shutdowns and dismissals, accelerated destruction of the natural environment, must be dealt with because they not only slow down economic growth in general, but also repeatedly shake capitalist society so that it becomes more and more difficult for those in power to come to grips with the situation, even by employing the entire state machine. The whole of society must be called on to maintain capitalist production and reproduction, above all the maximum profit-yielding creation of surplus value, in markets becoming more and more narrow in relation to production. Fourth, this results in progressive, chronic state debt with the general trend to state bankruptcy. The acute danger of the collapse of EU states like Greece, Ireland, and Portugal in 2010 was a first ominous sign of this problem. The international crisis management was able to ward off this danger for the time being only at the price of tremendously high new borrowings and further fueling of speculation. Simultaneously, drastic crisis programs accelerate the redistribution of national income at the expense of the broad masses, especially the working class, for the benefit of international finance capital. As a result, the material basis for illusions in the bourgeois welfare state is dwindling. More and more, the state becomes visible again to the masses for what it is, the instrument of the dictatorship of the monopolies. Against this backdrop, fifth, general instability, as a tendency, becomes a characteristic feature of bourgeois governments. Latent and open political crises are becoming a basic feature of social development, which is preparing the general ground for the tendency to a revolutionary world crisis that will emerge and develop in the future. Sixth, there are a growing number of economically and politically ruined states, like Haiti, Somalia, or Sudan, which can no longer carry out important state functions. Their social structures yield to widespread anarchy. The imperialists cynically call them failing states or failed states. Seventh, the imperialists react to the weakness or breakdown of many states, which they have caused themselves, by militarizing their foreign policy and reviving their old methods of colonialization. There are more and more regions of the world where the difference between war and peace is blurred. Imperialist armies are active in a growing number of exploited and oppressed countries. Eighth, the plundering of neocolonially dependent countries is intensified under the banner of neoliberalism. This will exacerbate the crisis of neocolonialism dramatically. Some neocolonially dependent countries succeeded only temporarily to reduce their debts by selling state enterprises and facilities. The international debt crisis could be dampened temporarily, but in the meantime debts have piled up again, rising from $2.5 trillion in 2002 to $4.9 trillion in 2009. Nineth, the central branches of neocolonially dependent countries' economies have long since been controlled by imperialist supermonopolies, so that their hunger for maximum profit can be satisfied. The supermonopolies exert pressure on these dependent countries now to throw overboard the last remaining measures for the protection of local markets and to destroy the mostly meager social security systems. Hundreds of millions of people are robbed of their livelihood through international speculation in raw materials, food, water, and electricity at the commodity futures exchanges. 900 million people have no access to clean drinking water. 2.5 billion must exist without a proper sewage system. An ever-growing part of humanity is suffering mass destitution. Together with mass misery, and in contrast to it, the decadence of the super-rich reaches new heights also as regards their share of the world's wealth and their life of excessive luxury. 10th, the subordination of agriculture to international finance capital has resulted in chronic agricultural overproduction. Industrial countries throw food at dumping prices onto the markets of the neocolonially dependent countries, ruining millions of small farmers. Although more food is produced worldwide than ever before, more people must starve than ever before. According to official figures, the number of starving people all over the world increased in 2009 for the first time to over 1 billion. Even in the imperialist countries, the number of poor people suffering from malnutrition has been growing for a long time. Every 3 seconds a human being starves to death somewhere in the world, about 8.8 million a year, mainly children. 11th, by now 200 million people are affected by cross-border migration. Some of the poorest countries are on the brink of a general exodus. The number of people fleeing from wars and environmental destruction worldwide increased in 2009, according to the official figures, to more than 43 million. It is estimated that the actual number of such refugees is more than 73 million. 12. The universal crisis-proneness of the imperialist world system undermines more and more deeply the production and reproduction of human life and intensifies the crisis of the bourgeois family system. The tendency toward absence of family among the masses is accelerating, birth rates are plummeting in many countries. The ability of the families to function as the workers' and masses' smallest mutually supportive community is destroyed. Mass poverty, undernourishment, and malnutrition result in the mental and physical ruin of an increasing part of the population. 13th, the accelerated transformation to a global environmental catastrophe calls into question the entire foundations of human life, cf. Chapter 3 below. 14th, imperialist rivalry over spheres of influence, raw material resources and sales markets is intensifying. The imperialist struggle for the redistribution of the world has entered a new phase. This increases the general danger of war. The militarization of society costs billions in taxes, tremendous destruction is caused by wars. In 2009, there were 17 major military conflicts in 16 countries. No direct inter-imperialist confrontations occurred, but 137 states sent military and police personnel to other countries in 2008, mostly under the deceitful banner of peace missions. Military spending in 2009 amounted to $1,531 billion worldwide, a further increase of 6% compared to 2008, and even 49% compared to 2000. 15th, the universal crisis-proneness of imperialism is reflected in a crisis of bourgeois ideology. Economic and political, scientific, and philosophical theories are questioned: social market economy, parliamentary democracy, the Big Bang Theory, religion, anti-communism, positivism. Thus, objectively, the path is cleared for a new attraction of the proletarian ideology, Marxism-Leninism. The different crises are the starting point as well as general condition for the activities of solely ruling international finance capital. The concrete essence of its strategy and tactics increasingly consists in political and economic crisis management. This is described in the manifesto of former leading NATO generals, Towards a Grand Strategy for an Uncertain World, Renewing Transatlantic Partnership, written at the end of 2007. Set against a background of global trends that point towards increasing instability, the conflicts of the 21st century display unprecedented complexity. In a world that is linked by economics and communications, but also socially and politically, we can no longer consider military, economic, environmental, and social affairs in isolation. For instance, climate change can affect trade, water and food supplies, migration, urbanization and national security. Hostile actors operate in wider regional and global contexts. What we need in our analysis is an appreciation of a new kind of complexity, one where we may not always have predictability. To be prepared for what cannot be predicted is going to be one of the foremost challenges in the years ahead. www.csis.org/files/media/csis/events/0801110/grand_strategy.pdf. Pages 19, 25 to 26, emphasis added. 13. With their strategy to be prepared for what cannot be predicted, the generals make the uncertainty of future developments the basis of vague speculations about the future upon which they base the operative planning of international finance capital and its imperialist governments. For the working class not to become the plaything of this hectic crisis management, it must persist in the path of the revolutionary liberation struggle and, more than ever before, also be prepared for everything as guideline for its mode of thinking and proletarian strategy and tactics. Strategic preparations of the imperialists for new struggles over world hegemony. The imperialists are caught in existence-threatening crises because their social system has proved unable to resolve even one of the fundamental problems of humanity. The book, Twilight of the Gods, Götterdämmerung over the New World Order, explained that this problem is rooted in the basic economic law of imperialism, modified for the phase of the reorganization of international production. Conquest and defense of a position of domination in the world market by the international monopolies, securing of maximum profit by building international production systems, by constantly increasing the exploitation of the international working class, by ruining or destroying the foundations of life of entire peoples in all countries of the globe without exception, by plundering entire states to the point of bankruptcy, by redistribution of social wealth on a gigantic scale in favor of the monopolies and to the detriment of all other strata of society, by abrogating the sovereign statehood of the neocolonially exploited and oppressed countries, by military action to secure dominance, including even a possible world war for the redivision of the world. p. 265. From the world economic and financial crisis broken out in 2008, a new wave of concentration and centralization of capital springs, a renewed shift in the relative strength of the involved imperialists, in regard to their economic strength in general and to their financial and military strength, and in regard to other factors as well. An intensified struggle will flare up for redividing the spheres of interest and influence between imperialist rivals or countries aspiring to imperialist world power for the first time. The USA lost its top position in export a long time ago. China powerfully forged ahead on the world market. In the crisis year 2009 it beat the former export world champion, Germany, into second place, and, in 2010, Japan in regard to economic output into third place. With massive capital export, Chinese social imperialism is fighting especially in Asia, Africa, and Latin America for economic domination against US imperialism and the imperialist EU bloc. Countries like South Korea, Brazil, and India have begun to escape from their neocolonial dependence. Meanwhile, their international supermonopolies are pursuing more and more an imperialist policy. The political scientist and Brussels correspondent of the monopoly organ Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung, Nicholas Busey, described almost panic-stricken in his book Entmachtung des Westens, Die neue Ordnung der Welt, The West's Loss of Power, The New World Order, published in 2009, the shift in relative strength from the point of view of the West, meaning Europe and the USA. Growing instability is a symptom of transition. We are living at the beginning of an epoch in which the domination of the West is coming to an end. Countries like China, India, Russia, but also Japan, Brazil, or the countries of Southeast Asia have begun to build up their military strength, are striving for access to important markets and raw materials. A challenge to Europe and America is brewing, as last happened with the Cold War. This challenge is probably even greater because the New World politics are more confusing and violent. Pages 9 to 10. Moreover, from the point of view of the ruling forces, there is above all the danger of the advancing internationalization of the class struggle. The masses are increasingly appearing as global actors, their struggles are attracting international attention. When those in power see the danger of a revolutionary world crisis maturing, the militarist and partly proto-fascist character of their strategy and tactics will become more apparent. However, it is also quite obvious that they want to delay the use of their most extreme weapon, of open terror, for as long as possible. The imperialists are involved worldwide in a mesh of growing economic and political dependencies. In the phase of reorganized international production, they cannot lastingly maintain their power without or against the masses, because they must fear that the masses will fight against open violence even more furiously, that counter-revolution will challenge them to revolutionary action. In their strategic conception, the former NATO generals developed 4 phases of application and implementation of how imperialist class rule is supposed to be maintained. Even though their paper on strategy reflects mainly the perspective and interests of the EU imperialists, their conception of the interplay of deceit and open violence also applies to the strategies of other imperialist powers, especially the USA. First phase, reducing the causes of conflict, establishment of a bourgeois democratic regime subservient to finance capital and enjoying sufficient confidence among the masses, and where revolutionary forces are isolated. Second phase, proactive crisis management, militarization of the social relations by preparing military intervention, by spreading disguised or open threats, through the interaction of manipulation of public opinion, pressure, and calculated repression to obtain the enemy's capitulation. Warning against heavy-handed militarist action. Instead, any restriction on individual liberties and citizens' rights must be treated with the utmost caution, towards a grand strategy, p. 100. Third phase. Enforcement, military intervention or escalation of non-military measures, for instance police or legal measures, legitimizing them as justified repulsing of the tyranny of totalitarian ideologies, Ibid, p. 40. Establishment of a puppet regime by the grace of imperialism. They will stop at nothing to achieve this, not even at the use of tactical nuclear weapons. The generals cynically say why. Nuclear escalation is the ultimate step in responding asymmetrically, and at the same time the most powerful way of inducing uncertainty in an opponent's mind. Ibid, p. 97. Fourth phase, post-intervention stabilization, implementing an imperialist peace by restoring peace and quiet for exploitation, if possible by preparing and carrying out so-called free elections. All this is done on the condition that the enemy's strength is broken, that they are politically isolated or physically liquidated. It would be a mistake to assume that the imperialist strategists will call off the struggle over the mode of thinking of the masses with the transition to open terror. On the contrary. The generals emphasize. In a world that is interconnected by real-time global communications, every step of the intervention must be accompanied by a carefully orchestrated and well-coordinated media campaign, because it would not be possible otherwise to win and maintain the initiative. To ensure information dominance, and thus guarantee the credibility of the action, Ibid, pages 98-99. The state's power of disposition over the media is absolutely taken for granted by them. The generals explicitly underscore that national and international security cannot be separated in the imperialist strategy and tactics. For this reason they demand the combination of protection at home and the elimination, or at least reduction, of risks abroad, plus the efforts of building security in the neighborhood and in the zones of strategic interest, Ibid, p. 110, emphasis added. The global and regional strategies of international finance capital, whatever variations are pursued, have fundamental strategic weaknesses and are ultimately doomed to failure. Firstly, these strategies do not aim at overcoming the universal crisis-proneness of the imperialist world system and cannot overcome it. To achieve this, the international productive forces must be liberated from the fetters of the capitalist property and power relations, which the imperialists want to prevent at all costs. As long as they manage to prevent it, the universal crisis-proneness and decay of the imperialist world system will continue to grow and undermine the imperialist rule. Secondly, the strategic plans especially of the EU imperialists are based on the illusionary assumption that the contradictions in the struggle over world domination between the imperialists, mainly the USA and the EU, could permanently be reconciled and, in respect to China, Russia etc., could be controlled. But rivalry and the uneven development of the imperialist countries intensify the struggle for the redivision of the world. The general danger of war results in economic battles of annihilation and the militarization of society. Thirdly, the more fronts the imperialists are tied up in, the more they wear out their forces. Moreover, in the masses' eyes they lose face morally. The increased use of state violence undermines the effect of the pacifist and petty bourgeois parliamentarian mode of thinking among the masses and clarifies their relation to revolutionary violence. The opportunists deny the growing instability of the imperialist ruling system. They go down on their knees before the assumed omnipotence of the imperialists. Only when the masses come to grips with such representatives of capitulation and submission in their own ranks will they be able to reach a decision in favor of the revolutionary liberation struggle. Genuine socialism cannot be won by reconciling class contradictions. Instead, the working class must understand that the contradictions inevitably will intensify and must utilize the crisis-proneness of the imperialist world system to achieve victory in the international revolution. 12. Data obtained from World Bank, www.worldbank.org, and U.S. Census Bureau.
www.census.gov. 13. Authors. General, RET, Dr. Klaus Naumann, KBE, former Chief of the Defense Staff Germany, former Chairman Military Committee NATO. General, RET, John Shalikashvili, former Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff of the United States of America, former NATO Supreme Allied Commander in Europe. Field Marshal the Lord Inga, former Chief of the Defense Staff United Kingdom. Admiral, RET, Jacques Lancade, former Chief of the Defense Staff France, former Ambassador. General, RET, Henk van den Bremen, former Chief of the Defense Staff the Netherlands. With Benjamin Bilski and Douglas Murray. 3. The threat to the foundations of human life from the global environmental catastrophe. The unity of man and nature is the foundation on which all human societies and their modes of production develop. The book Crises and Class Struggle states, every act of production is a compound of labor and matter. Man produces, in that his labor wrests material wealth from nature, he alters the forms of the natural materials and creates the various use values, or useful articles, for human society. This metabolic process occurring between man and nature is a condition for all human life and basic to all forms of society. Willie Dickhood, Crises and Class Struggle, p. 9, emphasis added. From the outset, the capitalist mode of production involved factors for the destruction of nature. They were rooted in the low level of development of the productive forces, commodity production geared to profit, and inadequate knowledge of the long-term impact of human intervention in nature. The overexploitation of nature and environmental destruction could assume worldwide proportions only with the development to imperialism and the extension of capitalist commodity production to the whole world. In the 1980s it had to be assumed that the changes man causes in the natural environment have turned into an accelerated phase of destruction of soil, water, air, flora, and fauna, affecting all fundamental conditions of human life. An environmental crisis had emerged which was not far from turning into an environmental catastrophe, unless decisive steps are taken immediately. Ibid, pages 161 and 162. At the time the MLPD aptly qualified the environmental crisis as an accompanying manifestation of the general crisis of capitalism because at that stage it was not yet an economic necessity for the functioning of capitalist production. Accordingly, the environmental crisis could be eradicated by actively fighting monopoly politics as long as there is still a chance of rescuing nature. Ibid, p. 166. At the beginning of the 1990s there were first indications that the environmental crisis was turning into a global environmental catastrophe. We refer to a global environmental catastrophe when the destruction of the natural metabolism existing between soil, water, air, flora, and fauna has reached such dimensions that this metabolism loses its balance and the foundations of any human existence and production are destroyed. Neocolonialism and the changes in the national liberation struggle, pages 219 to 220. 4 main features of the transformation of the environmental crisis into a global environmental catastrophe were in evidence then. The greenhouse effect as a result of massive emissions of greenhouse gases. The growing ozone hole. The accelerated destruction of the tropical rainforests. Regional environmental disasters like floods, droughts, the Chernobyl nuclear disaster, the destruction caused by imperialist wars, for instance in the Middle East. The transformation of the environmental crisis from an accompanying manifestation into a law-governed manifestation. With the reorganization of international production since the 1990s, the environmental crisis has become a law-governed manifestation of the capitalist mode of production. This means that capitalist production and consumption only work now on the basis of the chronic crisis-laden destruction of the environment. The development of capitalism therefore has reached a point where it is irreconcilable with the preservation of the natural foundations of life of humanity. There are mainly 2 reasons for this. Firstly, with the reorganization of international production the overaccumulation of capital became chronic. The opportunities for investments promising maximum profit did not keep pace with the expansion of capital. For this reason,
the ruthless exploitation of the natural resources as a source of wealth at a level of systematic and all-around destruction of the vital unity of humanity and nature for the first time became an economic compulsion. There was no other way for solely ruling international finance capital to continue realizing maximum profits. Secondly, the transition to the global environmental catastrophe has reached a point where irreversible damage has occurred to the global material cycles and the global ecological balance. In the crisis-laden environmental destruction, factors have developed which unfold devastating self-reinforcing tendencies and additionally hasten the transformation to a global environmental catastrophe. Economic factors for the intensification of the environmental crisis. To counteract the tendency of the rate of profit to fall under the condition of chronic overaccumulation, the international supermonopolies are forced to employ new methods which accelerate the destruction of the environment to a most extreme degree, in particular through their scope and interaction. Firstly, constant increase of mass production instead of planned satisfaction of the needs of the masses. New investment opportunities for growing capital only can be found if artificial needs are created and made fashionable, for instance ever new tools of communication or offers of entertainment. To an increasing extent, junk that nobody needs is thrown onto the market, while on the other hand a growing section of humanity lacks the bare essentials. At the same time, the useful life of products is deliberately limited, as in the case of mobile phones, computers, other electrical goods, clothing, or cars, in order to artificially increase the need to buy. The struggle for domination of the world market forces the capitalists to shorten the time for capital turnover and constantly expand production. Mass production additionally is fueled by speculative capital, completely disregarding the shrinking possibilities for selling all products. This throwaway production wastes human labor power and natural resources on a growing scale. At the same time, however, with the renewal of the means of production on the most advanced technical basis and the internationalization of production, all material prerequisites have matured to produce in such a way that nature is spared and all needs of the masses can be systematically satisfied. Secondly, control of national markets by international finance capital and the flooding of these markets with goods. To enable the sales of the steadily swelling torrent of their mass production, the international monopolies have completely subordinated the world market to themselves. The World Trade Organization, WTO, sounds the battle cry of market liberalization worldwide and, for the benefit of international finance capital, eliminates all national rules with which especially the neocolonially dependent and oppressed countries seek to protect their domestic markets. In the process, environmental protection is rigorously subordinated to international practices and the maximum profit interests of the international monopolies. Open access to all the world's national markets is an essential political condition for the realization of unbridled commodity production and the ruthless destructive exploitation of clean air, water, and soil. The last untouched areas of the globe now are flooded with goods and the accompanying mountains of rubbish. Thirdly, ruthless overexploitation of the limited raw material stocks instead of a cycle economy. The exclusive control of the national and international markets by solely ruling finance capital makes most countries self-service shops for raw materials and labor. International finance capital sees the ruthless plundering of raw material reserves merely as a natural source of maximum profit growth. The international oil companies drove up petroleum production between 1999 and 2008 from annually 3.5 billion tons to almost 4 billion. The three biggest mining monopolies more than tripled their sales between 2000 and 2008 from $43 billion to $151 billion. The imperialist competitive struggle is exhausting raw material supplies at an increasingly faster pace. In the case of crude oil, the discovery of new reserves has long since ceased to keep pace with the increase in production, so that the historical zenith of output, peak oil, sooner or later necessarily will be reached. In view of this fact, the exploitation of petroleum and natural gas increasingly is extended to poorly accessible places, deep water extraction, for example. The international supermonopolies do not even stop at the Arctic, 30% of the yet undiscovered natural gas reserves and 13% of the undiscovered oil reserves of the earth are said to lie there. International finance capital will not shrink back from tearing all raw materials from the bowels of the earth and then wasting them. It practices a proliferating throwaway culture and fights tooth and nail against the introduction of a comprehensive cycle economy in which raw materials are recycled. The technologies are available, would conserve resources and be extremely remunerative in terms of the whole economy. But no use is made of them. Fourthly, instead of renewable energies, energy production promising maximum profit. As mass production is intensified and labor productivity rapidly increases, the quantity of energy that must be input grows by leaps and bounds. Since energy-consuming monopolies are interested in cutting their costs, but the sellers, the international oil, mining, and energy monopolies, ruthlessly seek to raise their profits and to this end increase the prices for energy, the technology of renewable energies cannot prevail spontaneously. The changeover from gasoline and diesel engines to electric motors and fuel cells would require billions in investments, for instance to set up a new filling station network. The same striving to make quick profits without making major investments is behind the refusal of the monopolies to put an end to the squandering of resources and poisoning of the environment through waste incineration, to shut down coal-fired power plants and give up the uncontrollable use of nuclear energy. In 2010 more than 145 new nuclear power stations were planned worldwide. Year in, year out they will produce thousands of tons more of radioactive waste whose radioactivity will persist for millions of years and pose a permanent threat to flora, fauna, and humanity. The Siemens Group published a brochure in June 2008 misleadingly entitled, Energy Efficiency and Environmental Protection. The authors assume that worldwide electricity consumption will double between 2005 and 2030, from 18,000 billion to 35,000 billion kilowatt-hours. The increase in power generation from renewable sources of energy from about 360 billion to 3,150 billion kilowatt-hours is merely a green fig leaf in this connection. In fact, the generation of power from fossil sources of energy is supposed to increase over the same period at a virtually unbridled pace, from 12,060 billion to 21,700 billion kilowatt-hours. The vitally necessary reduction or cessation of fossil fuel combustion is neither planned, nor will it be voluntarily implemented by international finance capital and the imperialist governments. Fifthly, environmental destruction caused by international logistics and global transportation. The scramble for cheapest raw materials and primary products has resulted in a system of worldwide transport and international logistics not geared to the protective treatment of humans and nature but to the just-in-time dictate of maximum profit. International supermonopolies cynically welcome even the melting of the ice masses at the poles. Max Johns from the German Shipowners Association declared, "With the pack ice gone, raw materials can be carried away profitably for the first time." Spiegel Online, September 17, 2009, archived at www.webcitation.org/5WFPEL95D. Innumerable raw materials, product components, and foodstuffs now are produced in all countries of the world. The progressive character of this international division of labor is perverted because the competition for the most profitable production has the result that freighters and tankers, airplanes, trains, and trucks cover millions of kilometers of senseless, in terms of the economy as a whole, and environmentally harmful transport routes every day. The European agricultural and food monopolies, for example, have pigs, cattle, and poultry slaughtered only at places where they can cut costs and obtain maximum profits. For this reason, 26 million slaughter animals traveled the roads of Europe every workday in 2010, 75% of them in long-haul transport. Especially the trucks required for this contributed to the regular gridlock on freeways and major roads. Sixthly, subjugation of agriculture to the interests of solely ruling international finance capital. In the quest for investment opportunities that bring maximum profit, the international agricultural, Chemical and food monopolies have industrialized agriculture the world over and subjugated it to their financial interests. They control large parts of the arable land and seed as well as the gene banks. The excessive intensification of agricultural production results in the use of vast quantities of artificial fertilizers, highly toxic weed killers and pesticides, and of other substances which are partly very hazardous to health in animal husbandry. More and more agricultural land is being destroyed, more and more foods are produced artificially or polluted with toxins. While hunger spreads worldwide, on the pretext of producing bioenergy, an increasingly larger portion of the arable land is misused to cultivate renewable fuels. Meat production has become a tremendous business. In many countries it ties up plant products which then no longer can be used as human food. Mass animal husbandry with its methane emissions also contributes greatly to intensify the greenhouse effect. Seventhly, destruction of the natural habitat dangerously impairs the production and reproduction of human life. In all big cities the water and waste, traffic, and smog problems are growing along with the problem of an appalling or hardly existing municipal infrastructure. In 2009 half of the world's population lived in cities, 8% already lived in megacities with more than 5 million inhabitants. The social and mental impoverishment which life without jobs, without social security, in residential areas with high crime rates or in slums gives rise to is particularly burdensome. The environmental destruction affects people across all regions or countries. Damage caused by electromagnetic radiation, electric smog, and by ionizing radiation, which comes from radioactive substances, has physical causes. Poisoning and many of the alarmingly increasing allergies have chemical causes. It is estimated that capitalist production now has introduced more than 150,000 synthetic toxic substances into the biosphere, some of them in large quantities. They originate from plastics and waste incineration. Many of these poisons have harmful effects on biological processes, but are not used up in the process, they accumulate in the biosphere. Of the tropical rainforest, which has greatest importance for the CO2 cycle and the world climate, half of the area that existed in 1950 disappeared by 1985 due to logging and slash-and-burn practices. Overfishing of the world's oceans has assumed dramatic proportions. Many species of marine organisms are faced with extermination or have already disappeared. The polluting of the seas with trash constantly increases. In the Atlantic and Pacific, gigantic swirls of trash have formed. Plastic debris drifts there in an area several times the size of Germany. When it disintegrates into increasingly smaller bits, microplastics, it poisons fish and other sea creatures. Tanker accidents and other disasters increasingly pollute the seas, as in the case of the deep-sea drill rig Deepwater Horizon in 2010, when BP contaminated the Gulf of Mexico with some 780 million liters of crude oil. But about 3 times as much oil flows into the oceans each year through the normal operation of tankers and other shipping. In part, these methods are not new. New is that on the basis of the dictatorship of international finance capital they are employed comprehensively and to a maximum degree. New, too, is that these methods have become basic conditions for international finance capital's control over the world market and for a production yielding maximum profit, and thus an absolute economic necessity for the internationalized capitalist mode of production. In their interconnectedness and their dimension they constitute a new quality of the exploitation of natural resources, which at this stage dissolves the fundamental dialectics of humanity and nature. Irreversible changes and destructive interactions in nature. In particular where global warming is concerned, self-reinforcing tendencies have come into play which significantly amplify the destructive human intrusions into nature and speed up the transition to a global environmental catastrophe. At the end of the 1970s the Arctic polar ice occupied an area of about 15 million square kilometers in the winter and 7.5 to 8 million in the summer. Since then the ice has shrunk so that in summer 2010 only 4.6 million square kilometers remained. In 2007 the Northwest Passage north of Canada remained open for the first time. Also, the thickness of the remaining ice cover decreased from 1980 to 2008 by around 53%. This dramatic melting of the Arctic ice masses influences the climate of the whole world through the albedo effect. Water and ice reflect the sun's rays very differently. Surfaces of ice reflect as much as 90% of the solar radiation back into space, whereas bodies of water absorb 90% of this radiation as heat. This has comprehensive effects on ocean currents and atmospheric currents and leads to a self-reinforcing acceleration of the warming at first in this region, but then all around the globe on account of the greenhouse effect. Since the 1960s, the temperatures in Siberia, for example, have risen by 3 degrees Celsius, the permafrost is thawing. In Canada, the permafrost boundary has shifted more than 130 kilometers towards the North Pole. Tremendous quantities of CO2 and methane are beginning to escape from the permafrost, which up to now has covered large areas of Siberia, Alaska, and Canada. This aggravates the greenhouse effect. Another consequence of the warming of the northern polar region is the accelerated melting of the onshore ice in Greenland. The thaw rate has increased twofold to fourfold in the first decade of the 21st century. The melting of glaciers along with the expansion of the warmer water is currently the main cause of the rising sea level. The sea level increased worldwide by an average of 17 centimeters already during the 20th century, at a quickening rate. If the Greenland ice were to melt completely, that alone would cause an increase in the sea level by 7 to 8 meters. Entire countries would be inundated and uninhabitable. The mass of plant plankton, the basis of the food pyramid in the ocean, has declined by 40% since 1950 as a result of the increase in the temperature of the oceans. Plant plankton makes up 50% of all the biomass on Earth and is responsible for over 50% of the photosynthesis. 14. The approximate halving of the mass of plant plankton is disastrous for the food chain in the oceans and the production of oxygen. The increasing concentration of CO2 in the atmosphere also is responsible for the acidification of the ocean, which has far-reaching consequences for the entire food chain in the ocean. In interaction with toxic wastes, dumped into the ocean illegally or as a result of accidents, acidic seawater harms plants, microorganisms, mollusks, fish, and birds. The effect is usually not immediate death, but gene mutations occur more frequently, the capacity for reproduction is disturbed, chronic damage to the nervous and hormone systems spreads. The progressive disturbance of the biological cycle and the biocenoses. 15. Of the ocean speeds up the transformation of the environmental crisis into a global environmental catastrophe. The Amazon rainforest is less and less able to perform its regulating function for the world climate. Phases of extreme drought are mounting. In 2005 and 2006 there were 2 once-in-a-century dry spells in immediate succession. The water level of the Rio Negro River fell to 13 meters. Regions once covered by forest or in agricultural use were turned into steppes. Extreme variations in the weather can be observed as the climate catastrophe approaches. An increase in the number of floods, Pakistan 2010, California 2010, Australia 2011, of droughts, Russia 2010, of extreme cold, South America 2010, Europe 2010. Such weather extremes cause not only growing economic damage, but directly lead to the deaths of hundreds of thousands of people while millions are made refugees. The human-caused death of species now is proceeding at an alarming pace. Annually, 27,000 species become extinct. A report published on behalf of the UN Biodiversity Commission in spring 2010 came to the conclusion that from 1970 to 2006 almost a third of all recorded populations of vertebrates disappeared. The tendency to a further drastic decline is apparent especially among the tropical and freshwater species. A problem that has been the subject of little study to date and of still less concern is so-called endocrine substances, chemicals introduced into the environment that act like hormones. They change the control systems in living organisms, for example the action of sex hormones, and can lead inter alia to a reduced reproductive capacity. Changed or artificially manufactured foods or genetically manipulated plants and animals increasingly are being brought into circulation, with hardly foreseeable consequences. Worldwide, a tendency to the deformation of proteins is growing. Internationally, old and new epidemic diseases are spreading. Tumors, allergies, dementia illnesses are greatly increasing, new syndromes that impair the nervous system and the mental health of people are on the increase. All this is the expression of a beginning direct endangerment of the production and reproduction of human life in general. When serious scientists see the danger that the ability of the biosphere to regulate itself and to preserve a relative balance between the higher living organisms is threatening to break down, this cannot be dismissed by any means. The world is in a state of transition to a phase of uncontrollable, eruptive unfolding of the contradictions between humankind and nature, which directly imperils the foundation of human life. The approaching world climate catastrophe. Despite the Kyoto Protocol. 16. Despite the expansion of renewable energies, their share of the supply of primary energy to the world is decreasing. The consumption of renewable energies is growing at a slower rate than the total consumption of energy. In no other question has the imperialist environmental policy failed so obviously as in the saving of the world climate. Between 1900 and 2007 the worldwide CO2 emissions rose from approximately 2 billion tons to well over 30 billion. In November 2008 the UN Climate Secretariat had to admit that the emissions of greenhouse gases in 40 industrial countries had risen by 2.3% from 2000 to 2006 despite all the entreaties of the climate conferences. From 1990 to 2008, worldwide CO2 emissions alone increased by 40%. The advancing global warming no longer can be denied. The period from 1995 to 2007 saw 12 of the 13 warmest years since the recording of temperatures began in 1850. The world economic and financial crisis since 2008 caused the direct fossil emissions to decline worldwide by a few percentage points, but this did nothing to alter the fact that the CO2 content of the atmosphere and especially the average world temperature are rising. Scientific scenarios. 17. Assume that by the year 2100 the average temperature on the surface of the Earth may rise by 1.1 to 6.4 degrees Celsius from today's more than 14 degrees Celsius. Arable land and forests on the planet would dry out on a large scale, unless humanity puts a radical stop to this development. An offensive of imperialist environmentalism. Coinciding with the start of the reorganization of international production, international finance capital launched an offensive of imperialist environmentalism aimed at undermining the international environmental movement, mostly petty bourgeois in character, which arose during the 1970s and 1980s, or at least winning it over for the imperialist environmental policy. In 1990 the U.S. politician Al Gore presented a book entitled, Earth in the Balance, Ecology and the Human Spirit, in which he warned of a global environmental catastrophe and promoted an eco-social market economy. In Germany, in 1995 the journalist and theologian Franz Alt, the former Saarland Minister of the Environment Joe Leinen, SPD, and the Green politician and future German Foreign Minister Joschka Fischer took up this swindle and published an appeal for an ecological Marshall Plan. They gave a detailed and powerful description of the havoc caused by the global environmental crisis, but then declared, only the joint, vigorous action of all persons, organizations, companies, and governments committed to environmental protection can still prevent the destruction of the environment, especially that of our children and grandchildren. The saving of the natural foundation of life benefits everyone. Ecological economics involving less consumption of energy and resources not only is good for the environment, but for business too. www.ram.ch.org/martin/uni/fmi-hp/oemp.html. Archived at www.webcitation.org/5wfimdrgv. This appeal established the slogan of the reconcilability of ecology and economy in capitalism, which all bourgeois monopoly parties in the meantime also have adopted. Essentially, this simply says that environmental protection measures only can be taken if they are compatible with the profit interests of the monopolies. By that, those mainly responsible for the environmental crisis became saviors and were allowed to continue raking in their maximum profits in ecological disguise. Imperialist environmentalism aims at making the active resistance of the environmental movement appear unnecessary because now the people in charge of the economy and public policy supposedly have taken up the cause. Environmental technology has long since become a new field of capital investment and profit maximization. Even progressive technologies like biogas generation or wind power stations can turn into the opposite and entail new environmental destruction if wrongly and excessively used under the diktat of world market conquest. Energy-intensive underground storage of CO2 from coal-fired power plants is being planned under the banner of climate protection and would spell devastating environmental harm and hazards for humans. The worldwide trade in pollution rights is the best example of how those chiefly responsible for the threatening global climate catastrophe pervert environmental protection. In the book, Ist die Erde noch zu retten? 18. We read. The decisive method, pushed through in the World Climate Conferences between 1992 and 1997, was the trade in pollution rights. The logic of privatization of the atmosphere is put into practice, of course, in keeping with the present economic and political balance of power. Large-scale polluters get more licenses than small-scale polluters. Those who emitted nothing to date get no licenses at all. Developing countries which have little to show in the way of greenhouse gas emissions have only limited pollution rights, unlike the imperialist countries, and from the beginning, therefore, only a marginal share in the profitable business. The Kyoto process thus increases the economic inequality between neocolonial and imperialist countries and, in addition, is itself an instrument of neocolonial oppression and exploitation. Pages 80 and 84. Climate protection programs of those in power are not just a deception, but also weapons in the struggle against the imperialist rivals and instruments for heightening neocolonial exploitation and oppression. Especially for German corporations, environmental technology is developing into a competition winner. The ecological modernization concerns not only renewable energies and biotechnology, but also an efficiency revolution in production methods and products. Minimized use of material, energy, and human labor power is supposed to go easy on the environment, but promises mainly maximized profits. And that is decisive in the end for international finance capital. However, environmental efficiency means only quantitative economies. At best they reduce single burdens, but do not solve the problem of the necessary change in the social mode of production suited to restore the unity of humanity and nature. The threat of a global environmental catastrophe as new main contradiction in the imperialist world system. In the transition to the global environmental catastrophe, the environmental crisis becomes identical with the general crisis of capitalism because it has become a law-governed manifestation since the reorganization of international capitalist production. The global environmental crisis affects all people, though in different ways and to different degrees depending on their class situation. It even threatens the capitalist mode of production itself by increasingly depriving unbridled mass production and surplus value production of the natural foundations. The threat to humanity from a global environmental catastrophe has given rise to a new main contradiction within the imperialist world system, the contradiction between the capitalist mode of production and the natural foundations of human life. The maturing of the global environmental catastrophe is not the inescapable fate of humanity despite the irreversible damage that already has occurred. The basis of this catastrophe is the present stage of imperialism, and this basis only remains unchangeable if the imperialist world system and its domination of humanity and nature can be maintained. Solely ruling international finance capital tries at all costs to perpetuate the subjugation of social production to its narrow-minded self-interest. But that is the surest road to capitalist barbarism. In the social mode of production of socialism, the profitability of the funds employed for investment are just one criterion, others are no less important, which products society actually needs in which quantity and quality, how these products can be manufactured in an environment and resource-sparing way, how far arduous physical labor can be reduced, and whether the production processes are not hazardous to health, how the growth of the population can be influenced and nutrition with healthy foods realized, how unnecessary effort for transport can be avoided and a transportation system that protects humans and nature can be developed, how the already strongly deformed natural environment can recover again, and so on, and so forth. A comprehensive cycle economy with a dialectical unity of production and recycling to close the material cycles as far as possible calls for a new type of industrialization with a new level of integration of the different production and recycling processes. This necessitates a systemic mode of thinking which tolerates no rivalry, no claptrap, and no fragmentary knowledge and activity. This is identical with the worldwide establishment of socialism, where surplus value and accumulation of capital no longer are the center of attention, but the satisfaction of the needs of humanity in unity with nature. 14. During photosynthesis, low-energy carbon dioxide and water are converted into sugar through the action of light, releasing oxygen. 15. Biosynosis, all the interacting organisms that live together in a specific habitat or biotope, forming an ecological community, synonym, biotic community. 16. Kyoto Protocol to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change adopted on December 11, 1997, in Kyoto, Japan. 17. Fourth Assessment Report of the IPCC, Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, February 2007. 18. Neuerweg Author Collective. Ist die Erde noch zu retten? Can the world still be saved? For emergence and development of the system of the petty bourgeois mode of thinking. 19. At the center of the strategy and tactics of international finance capital is the interplay of its two principal methods of rule, deception and force. Depending on the prevailing circumstances, the one aspect or the other comes to the fore. Changes in the strategy and tactics of the imperialists are always reactions to changes in the mode of production, in the development of the class struggle, in international competition and in the struggle for world domination. Lenin points this out. The first of these is the method of force, the method which rejects all concessions to the labor movement, the method of supporting all the old and obsolete institutions, the method of irreconcilably rejecting reforms. The second is the method of liberalism, of steps towards the development of political rights, towards reforms, concessions, and so forth. The bourgeoisie passes from one method to the other not because of the malicious intent of individuals, and not accidentally, but owing to the fundamentally contradictory nature of its own position. Differences in the European labor movement, Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 16, p. 350. In bourgeois democracy, deception constitutes the principal aspect of the exercise of monopoly rule. The bourgeois parliamentary form of rule with its liberal methods and its ideological influencing of the masses is the best possible shell for veiling the monopoly's dictatorship over the whole of society. In bourgeois democracy they can hold up their ideals and so give their rule the air of a higher moral authority. Under bourgeois democratic conditions it is better possible to exploit and control the masses peacefully, and the petty bourgeois intelligentsia can be more easily won and retained as mass base of monopoly dictatorship. In this way ruling monopoly capital gains more scope for action and broadens its mass base. When the long economic boom period came to an end in the Federal Republic of Germany in 1970, little by little the monopolies terminated the policy of reforms from above, of actual improvements in the situation of the blue and white collar workers in West Germany, granted for the most part without a struggle. They sought a way out in three measures employed simultaneously and with full force: rationalization, concentration, and capital export. This led to mass unemployment as a lasting phenomenon. In order not to endanger Germany's strong position on the world market, the relative calm in the class struggle as an essential economic factor in international competition had to be maintained at all costs. Since then the demagogic phrase social peace describes the condition in which those in power manage to avoid struggles of the working class. To perpetuate this social peace, the monopolies relied in the 1970s on the strategy and tactics of the monopoly offensive. Union-organized strikes were answered with mass lockouts, provocations, and the use of police, especially against self-organized strikes, increased. However, this gloves-off policy tended more to call the desired class peace into question. Workers' struggles increased. At the beginning of the 1980s, the first world economic crisis since the end of the Second World War broke out and also encompassed the West German economy. International rivalry intensified. In 1982, the monopolies caused the Social Democrat-led federal government to be replaced. The Free Democratic Party, FDP, changed coalition partners, and an extremely anti-people government formed by the Christian Democratic Union/Christian Social Union, CDU/CSU, and FDP took on the task of initiating the dismantling of social reforms. The economic crisis and the rapidly growing mass unemployment undermined the broad masses' belief, evolved in the decades before, in a crisis-free capitalism. In 1984, 500,000 metal workers and printers went out on strike for almost 7 weeks for the 35-hour work week with full wage compensation. The MLPD played a big part in getting this then most important economic demand of the working class established in the trade unions. The workers' struggles of the 1980s culminated in the self-organized struggle of the steel workers at Krupp in Duisburg-Rheinhausen, which lasted for 5 months. They fought against the closure of the steel mill and combined repeated walkouts with the struggle out on the streets, occupying Rhine River bridges and blocking roads. Solidarity strikes and demonstrations of tens of thousands in the Ruhr area gave moral support to the Krupp workers. The struggle of the Rheinhausen steel workers in 1987-1988 became the signal for the transition to the working class offensive. The social plan policy with which the reformist SPD and union leaders had prevented workers' struggles in the years before faced bankruptcy. In the course of the struggles in Rheinhausen, for a time the MLPD gained decisive influence on the thinking, feeling, and acting of the steel workers. Although many of the actions of the steel workers were illegal from the standpoint of bourgeois law, monopolies, and government refrained from the use of police. They feared that otherwise civil war-like conditions would develop in the Ruhr region. And so the 1980s became the decade of the transition to the working class offensive. The workers' struggles interacted with the upturn of active people's resistance, directed mainly at the stationing of U.S. medium-range missiles in Germany and the expansion of atomic energy. Politically, the monopolies got into a defensive. The 1980s thus marked a turning point in the development of the class consciousness of the working class and the broad masses. New means and methods of imperialist strategy and tactics. In its undisguised anti-worker form, bourgeois ideology has long met with rejection. Especially in critical situations, it directly provokes the intensification of the class contradictions. To counteract this risk, monopolies and governments modified their strategy and tactics at the end of the 1980s. This was an expression of their political defensive. Monopoly capital took advantage of the fact that the spontaneous, creeping encroachment of bourgeois ideology with the help of the petty bourgeois mode of thinking is better suited to veil the class contradictions or let them appear surmountable. This had a material basis in the fact that state monopoly capitalism had made petty bourgeois life circumstances possible for a part of the working class, and that the transitions between the working class and the petty bourgeois intermediate strata had become fluid. Monopoly capital proceeded to expand the spontaneously operating petty bourgeois mode of thinking into a system of conceptions, moldings, feelings, and behavior patterns. Bourgeois ideology now was spread among the masses mainly in this way. A new central weapon of bourgeois class rule thus came into being, the social system of the petty bourgeois mode of thinking. The organized manipulation of the workers' mode of thinking became the decisive method of influencing their thinking, feeling, and acting in conformity with the prevailing conditions. The system of the petty bourgeois mode of thinking seemingly or formally adopts feelings of solidarity, socially critical views and demands, the traditions, feelings, and behaviors of the working class, for the purpose of misusing and perverting them. It takes up the striving for self-determination and self-organization in order to plant petty bourgeois parliamentary ideas in people's minds. It takes up the loathing of militarism and imperialist wars in order to spread the illusions of petty bourgeois pacifism. It feigns responsibility for the natural environment in order to steer the struggle against environmental destruction onto the wrong track of petty bourgeois environmentalism. It gives scope to petty bourgeois feminism in order to steer the struggle for the liberation of women into the dead end of governmentally institutionalized promotion of women. Instead of offensive struggle and organized activity, it promotes petty bourgeois individualist behavior, skepticism, symbolic activities, and worship of spontaneity, which only can lead to the isolation of the workers, to disorganization. Modern anti-authoritarianism is promoted to a state-stabilizing philosophy and becomes the decisive basis of an education in which everyone is supposed to live out one's individual freedom and in no way commit oneself to social goals, not to mention subjecting oneself to the organizational discipline of the working class movement. Individualism and striving for independence, petty bourgeois liberalism, lack of discipline, egoism, idleness, and careerism are characteristic motives and behaviors in the system of the petty bourgeois mode of thinking. This system also has become the guideline for the manipulation of public opinion. Through the modern mass media it reaches the broad masses. The system of the petty bourgeois mode of thinking therefore draws its great social significance and power from its direct furtherance by the dictatorship of the monopolies, which want to maintain their dictatorship by hook or by crook. The system of the petty bourgeois mode of thinking is fundamentally negative in orientation. With its metaphysical idealist method it aims at the disorientation, disorganization, and demoralization of the working class and people's movements. This is to be achieved by a deterioration-oriented policy of class collaboration which no longer is about real improvements for the masses, but the justifiable dismantling of social gains and the socially compatible destruction of jobs without a fight. The painful inroads upon the social condition of the blue and white-collar workers accordingly are veiled in social phrases, are made out to have no alternative or to be the lesser evil, and at best are made acceptable by individual concessions. The focal point of this policy initially was the social plans which since the end of the 1970s had ensured that no sharp class disputes occurred when plants were closed down and workers were laid off. Works councils and management negotiated in part relatively high severance payments or tied-over allowances in order to make job loss or early retirement sound appealing to the workers. In this way companies could refrain for the most part from open mass layoffs in the narrower sense. Jobs were cut mainly by not replacing the departing employees and sending others off into early retirement. The coal mining industry pioneered this policy of adjustment measures. With state-organized closures, 52,650 jobs at the coal company Ruhrkohle AG, RAG, were destroyed from 1969 to 1983 alone without sparking off labor struggles. In the course of 3 decades, between 1980 and 2010, the monopolies in Germany alone spent many billions of euros to finance the social compensation plan policy. When the Rheinhausen steel mill was closed, average costs of 50,000 euros per social plan case arose, at the firm Ditech even 120,000 euros, Knuth/Vansalo, über den Sozialplan hinaus beyond the social plan, pages 37 and 68. That appeared bearable to the monopolies in view of growing profits and large sums of capital which could not be invested. Undoubtedly it also meant lower costs than would have been incurred by them in the event of developed class disputes, especially since they had their social plans subsidized in large part by the state. They succeeded in maintaining the relative calm in the class struggle and thereby securing a necessary condition for successes in international competition. But as time went on the workers experienced how job cuts went further and mass unemployment steadily rose so that it became more difficult to find a new job. More and more workers realized that they not only financed these measures in the end themselves through their social insurance contributions, but that every job that went was lost mainly to the young, the apprentices and younger workers. In addition, the monopolies and their government increasingly went over to using the mass unemployment as means of applying pressure. With the system of the petty bourgeois mode of thinking, those in power managed to stop the transition to the working class offensive in the late 1980s. At the same time they were able to erode the petty bourgeois molded women's, environmental and peace movements in which hundreds of thousands of people had been active at times. They were helped in this endeavor also by German reunification and the collapse of the social imperialist Soviet Union, which they exploited with a gigantic wave of anti-communist propaganda. Modern anti-communism. At its fourth party congress in 1991, the MLPD arrived at the realistic assessment that it would take years, perhaps tens of years, for socialism to gain a new attraction for the masses and for a new upsurge of the struggle for socialism to begin. With an international campaign on the end of socialism/communism, also blown up as the end of history, a new, since then tone-setting aspect found inclusion in the system of the petty bourgeois mode of thinking, modern anti-communism. The MLPD describes this phenomenon in its party program. With the failure of the old, aggressive anti-communism, the ruling forces use a new form of bourgeois propaganda, modern anti-communism. This appeared at the moment when it was vital to draw conclusions from the negative experience of capitalist restoration. Modern anti-communism hypocritically adjusts itself to the spirit of the age, adopts a critical standpoint towards capitalist society, and denigrates socialism at the same time. Constantly new dubious and untenable horror stories on the former socialist Soviet Union and Mao Zedong's China are intended to systematically build up anti-communist reservations among the masses against the socialist alternative. Thus, actual errors and assaults which occurred during the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution are utilized to falsify its essence and to disparage its objective. This propaganda is demagogically summarized under the bourgeois propaganda terms Stalinism and Maoism. 20. Usually, purified petty bourgeois former leftists or ex-members of the ruling classes in the vanquished bureaucratic capitalist countries are the leading exponents of modern anti-communism, trying to justify their own betrayal. As star witnesses for the alleged failure of socialism, they and their parties are systematically fostered by monopoly capital up to their elevation as wielders of governmental power. Program of the Marxist-Leninist Party of Germany, p. 47. A basic condition for the systematic influencing of the working class movement by the petty bourgeois mode of thinking is the far-reaching separation of the spontaneous working class movement from scientific socialism, which today is caused mainly by modern anti-communism and substantially contributes to the relative isolation of the MLPD in society. Modern anti-communism has become the essence of the social system of the petty bourgeois mode of thinking. Erosion of class consciousness by co-management and alliance for work. When the next, much deeper, world economic crisis broke out in 1991, the struggles did not subside as they had done in the early 1980s. The Kohl government shifted the burdens of the crisis onto the shoulders of the masses and thereby challenged them to influence the course of political events with independent actions, mass protests, demonstrations, and strikes. In 1992–1993 a wave of workers' and people's struggles encompassed reunified Germany. Proletarian class consciousness awoke on a broad scale. In 1993 the character of the struggles changed, from mainly union-organized to mainly independent. Occupations of factories and power plants, blockades of expressways, rail stations, and waterways occurred more and more often. The workers' struggles hit industrial centers throughout the country. Particular focal points often developed where a systematic rank-and-file work with the participation of the Marxist-Leninists had given root to the critique of the reformist illusions. It was of great importance that with the fight against the closure of the potash mine Bischofferode the disputes reached the new German states for the first time. This struggle began at the end of 1992 and went on for more than a year. With its slogan, "We must fight for our interests ourselves," it became a crystallization point of the working class offensive and the symbol of the new political worker and people's opposition. Active people's resistance experienced a remarkable revival and increasingly took an example from the forms and contents of the workers' struggles. A movement encompassing millions of people against the emergent neo-fascist terror and for friendship among peoples arose. In it the young were the most active force. This development also led to the awakening of a new internationalist consciousness. In the book, The Struggle Over the Mode of Thinking in the Working Class Movement, the MLPD characterized the political situation existing at the time. So for the first time the possibility and necessity arose of posing to the fighting masses the question of a change in the social system, not just as a matter of propaganda but as a practical task that was drawing nearer. The development of the following 5 factors to a higher level and their mutual interpenetration became the prerequisite for the beginning of a revolutionary ferment. The fact that the working class offensive is beginning to win through. The growth of active people's resistance. The new youth movement. The initial development of a new internationalist consciousness. The growing attraction of genuine socialism, p. 144. For the first time in the history of the Federal Republic of Germany, a deep political insecurity took hold of monopoly capital. To prevent a renewed transition to the working class offensive and stifle the potential of a revolutionary crisis in the FRG, new means and methods were employed. The deep-seated petty bourgeois parliamentary ties of the masses and their hopes could be successfully activated when the monopolies and their government consciously restrained their attacks for the time being. The blue and white-collar workers were supposed to set their hopes on better working conditions and actively bring into the production processes the practical knowledge they had accumulated in the course of their working lives. The reorganization of international production made it necessary for the monopolies to improve their planning and production processes to strengthen their position in the struggle for control of the world market. Merely perfecting the traditional command, competition, and slave-driving systems was not suitable for the purpose. Instead, the monopolies had to win over the working class for a new form of class collaboration. In almost all industrial sectors and in administrative offices too, lean production was introduced. The monopolies generously made co-partners out of the employees, who were to rationalize the production processes supposedly in their own interest and would be rewarded for this with employee profit-sharing schemes. Team discussions and other forms of fictitious collectivity were introduced, production-improving initiatives were acknowledged and rewarded. Company shares were offered for purchase at concessional prices, prompting workforces to invest their savings in shares on an unprecedented scale. The working class could not immediately see through this novel form of class collaboration policy, it had to gather experience with it first. The rightist trade union leadership on the other hand eagerly took it up right off the bat. It increasingly took pleasure in the role of co-manager of the monopolies and accordingly aimed at a reorientation of union policy. The unions were to be liquidated as fighting organizations and promoted to partners of the monopolies and the government with alleged equal rights. For that the working class was supposed to consciously renounce any social alternative to capitalism, modern anti-communism became the core of the co-managers program, who spread the illusion of a reconciliation of the interests of labor and capital in a humanized working world. This was supposed to ensure both that the wage earners live and work in self-determination and that the capitalists get the profits to which they are entitled. But as soon as the workers digested their experience that the increased labor productivity turned against them, increased capitalist exploitation, and in the end cost jobs, these illusions lost their effect. The coal government managed at that time, after the end of the crisis, and with the help of the effect of modern anti-communism, to maneuver the MLPD into a deeper relative political isolation, to inflict a tactical defeat on the party in the 1994 national elections, and to push back its mass influence for the time being. Simultaneously with the national elections, a relative economic revival set in so that the petty bourgeois parliamentary mode of thinking was strengthened and class consciousness was set back years. However, the reorganization of international production caused unemployment in Germany to shoot up rapidly, especially following reunification. In that situation, at the suggestion of the Metal Workers Union, IG Metall, Chairman Klaus Zwickel, in late 1995 German Chancellor Kohl called for an alliance for work in which the government, the employers' associations and the reformist trade union leadership were to come together. The IG Metall leadership learned quickly, polemicized against allegedly old battle rituals and developed a new strike tactic which spared the central areas of monopoly production and the particularly sensitive just-in-time production. but criticism of the politics of the Union leadership grew among the masses of Union members. In 1996 the Bonn government adopted a comprehensive crisis program. In a pointed gesture, monopolies and government terminated the class collaboration policy. Certain of the imaginary final historical victory of capitalism over socialism, they became too cocky. The industrial proletariat gave a thunderous response to this provocation. By October 1, 1996, a wave of independent strikes had encompassed 300,000 colleagues. In all, 1.3 million workers participated in self-organized and union-organized strikes in 1996. The eruption of the pent-up dissatisfaction was set off mainly by the attack on continued wage payment in the event of illness. The crisis program and the dismantling of social achievements proved, the reformist co-management had come to nothing. Class consciousness awoke again on a broad scale, the workers' general willingness to fight grew, and with it the need for clarity, consciousness, and organization in the heart of the industrial proletariat. For the third time within a few years a transition to the working class offensive began. It rang in the end of the Kohl government. German monopoly capital now tried its luck with a Social Democrat-led government in order to stamp out the fire of the working class offensive. The system of the petty bourgeois mode of thinking as Social Democratic government program. The Social Democratic/Green Schroeder/Fischer government elected in 1998 made the system of the petty bourgeois mode of thinking a government program for the first time. The Schroeder government achieved, at least for a time, what no earlier German federal government ever had managed to do, to tie very different forces of the working class and people's movements to a large extent to government policy. It gave the impression it was adopting the masses' criticisms of the Kohl government. Its policy statements bristled with things like social justice, withdrawal from the nuclear energy program, peacemaking humanitarian foreign policy, fight against hunger in the world or new era of equal rights policy. Noted formerly petty bourgeois leftists and popular activists of the peace and environmental movements like Jischke Fischer, Jürgen Trittin, Oscar Lafontaine, Ulla Schmidt, or the union leader Walter Riester were integrated in the government. This was to create the impression that the new government represented a real change compared to the Kohl era. The government tried to polish up the big lie of the social state and launched a remake of the Alliance for Work, pompously promising to cut unemployment to less than 3 million by 2002. Under the slogan, "The main thing is to have work," part-time jobs and so-called mini-jobs were created. This was a way to dress up the jobless statistics. A part of the structural mass unemployment was transformed into underemployment, which has grown constantly since then. One variant of the social plan policy was the concept of job creation companies or transfer companies. It was recommended to workers threatened by layoffs that they forego industrial action and legal remedies and voluntarily sign an agreement terminating employment. This often even involved a grant of severance pay, to then be taken over by such a company for maximum 12 months to get further training. In the majority of cases, though, this only delayed the fall into unemployment. With its slogan, "Unity of Ecology and Economy," and the law on gradual withdrawal from the nuclear energy program, the government succeeded in paralyzing the petty bourgeois environmental movement. In 2002 Chancellor Schroeder rejected German participation in the war on Iraq and accompanied this with vociferous peace propaganda. This salvaged his re-election as Chancellor in September 2002 and he gained the support of the petty bourgeois peace movement. Those in power increased the effectiveness of the system of the petty bourgeois mode of thinking by perfecting their use of the modern mass media. These are the most important tools for manipulating opinion as well as carriers of bourgeois mass culture. In Schroeder, Lafontaine, and Fischer, the new government boasted masters in dealing with the media who made clever use of them to sell their government policies to the masses. But the effect of the system of the petty bourgeois mode of thinking was not all embracing and lasting since, of course, the monopolies also demanded from the social democratic government that it acts as their caretaker and enforces their interests. When, starting from Asia, new manifestations of crisis arose and international competition intensified,
the monopolies demanded from the SPD/Green government a policy of the rigorous dismantling of social reforms. In March 1999, Lafontaine resigned his office as Minister of Finance, and his function as party chairman of the SPD as well, in protest against this change of course. On the basis of a 1994 decision of the Federal Constitutional Court, the Social Democrat-led government prepared the first operational mission of German troops in a foreign country since the Second World War. From March 24, 1999, on, the first day of the war against Yugoslavia, German soldiers participated in the NATO operations, especially the air attacks. This gave rise to a new peace movement that now was directed against the militarist and imperialist policy of its own government. The health reform too met with resistance because it worsened medical care for the majority of the population and simultaneously put bigger burdens on the insured while providing relief for the employers. In 2002, government and parliament initiated a pension-cutting program which gradually reduced pension claims. It aimed at creating an economic compulsion to make additional private provisions for old age. The Riester pension promised state grants, but mainly brought banks and insurance companies fabulous super profits. The government also was unable to keep its central promise to have unemployment. By 2005, unemployment officially had risen beyond the 5 million mark. The masses became more and more aware of the discrepancy between the social democratic, peace-talking, humanitarian, and ecological phrases of the government and reality. The awakening class consciousness on a broad scale strengthened the tendency of detachment of the masses from the bourgeois parties, from bourgeois parliamentarism and from its institutions. The turnout for the state and federal elections decreased more and more noticeably. The government parties had to accept major election defeats. The serious drop in membership in all bourgeois parties persisted. Loud protests against the government on May Day 2003 showed that the core of the industrial proletariat was increasingly breaking away from the SPD and the Social Democrat government. A profound process of the erosion of its mass base set in. Agenda 2010 was the name given by the government to a package of measures that was supposed to represent an initiative for the future, but in reality initiated massive dismantling of social rights and achievements. Particularly the Hartz laws, named for their initiator, Volkswagen manager Peter Hartz, were supposed to finally achieve successes in combating long-term unemployment. In reality, the purpose was to expand the low-wage sector. The rigorous cuts in their income and rights forced unemployed people to accept any job offered to them. This depressed the wage level of the entire working class. At the same time, the capitalists received permanent financial relief, and responsibility for the mass unemployment with millions of jobless, caused by the capitalists, was passed on to the unemployed themselves. In a series of corporation-wide strikes in 2004/2005, reformist maneuvers like social plans, alliances for work, propaganda for competition between locations, or job creation companies began to lose their effect. The climax of this development was the 7-day, independently fought strike at Opel in Bochum from 14 to October 20, 2004. For the fourth time it initiated the transition to the working class offensive. In the summer of 2004, hundreds of thousands of employed and unemployed began demonstrating against Hartz for 21. The Schroeder/Fischer government was plunged into an open crisis. The fact that the SPD also got caught up in a deep party crisis revealed a fundamental problem of the bourgeois democratic exercise of rule under the dictatorship of the monopolies. The main task of social democracy is to bind the working class to capitalism. The overt crisis of social democracy interacted with the growing mass influence of the MLPD, particularly in the heart of the industrial proletariat, and with the tenacious struggle of the Monday demonstrations against Hartz IV. The monopolies saw early federal elections as the only way to overcome the overt political crisis. In September 2005, a grand crisis coalition of CDU and SPD under Chancellor Merkel was installed, which mainly was supposed to dampen the class contradictions. The Grand Coalition, too, made use of the system of the petty bourgeois mode of thinking as basis of its crisis management.
It did manage in this way to contain the active people's resistance, the rebellion of the youth and the trade union struggles, but the spirit of the working class offensive among the class-conscious workers and the discontent of the masses could not be overcome. Naturally, those in power, together with the reformist union leaders, will resort again and again to new means and methods to erode the class consciousness of the working class. But the half-life of the effects of their maneuvers with the system of the petty bourgeois mode of thinking has clearly decreased. The better the working class digests its experiences with the help of the MLPD, the more its class consciousness is strengthened, the better it will cope with the petty bourgeois mode of thinking. The system of the petty bourgeois mode of thinking and the trend to the left among the masses. The detachment of the masses from the bourgeois parties, from bourgeois parliamentarism and from its institutions went in a clear direction no later than since the overt crisis of the Schroeder/Fischer government in 2004/2005. A trend to the left among the masses developed which increasingly opposed not only the profit and power-hungry managers of the monopolies, but also the profit system and capitalism as a whole. The trend to the left is an international phenomenon occurring in different forms and having different characteristics. It means the transition to a qualitatively new stage in the development of class consciousness, a definite development towards the transition to socialist consciousness. However, this consciousness will not develop by itself. The trend to the left manifests itself first in an intense struggle of two tendencies. The revolutionary tendency struggles against the petty bourgeois reformist and petty bourgeois revisionist modes of thinking among the masses, who do not readily abandon hope that a societal alternative can be achieved through parliamentary means. The Grand Coalition government was faced above all with the task of preventing a revolutionization of the masses and the transition to the next stage of the class struggle. To this end, temporarily it even promoted the building of the Parti Die Linke, the left. 22. And its institutionalization as main carrier of the system of the petty bourgeois mode of thinking in the youth, working class, and people's movements. The Greens too were able to expand their social base after turning again more strongly to their leftist clientele. According to the wishes of those in power, the left reformist and neo-revisionist strategy and tactics of the Left Party, and the policy of the Greens too, are supposed to give new life to the illusion of a basic reformability of state monopoly capitalism and so put up a barrier against the growing mass influence of the MLPD. At the Cottbus Party Congress of the Left Party in May 2008, Oscar Lafontaine, who had gone over from the SPD to the Left Party, described rescuing democracy and slowing the ever faster spinning wheel of finance market-driven capitalism as strategic position of his party. This means he does not want to abolish capitalism at all, but at best slow it so that it doesn't rotate too wildly. Accordingly, the official statements of the party congresses of the Left Party flirt with the idea of taking over the government business of the dictatorship of the monopolies together with a chastened SPD and revitalized Greens. Knowing very well that such a coalition would become the moment of truth for the Left Party, the monopolies seek to put off resorting to the sheet anchor as long as possible. Demagogically they warn of a communist threat and try to get a grip on the left trend, which is dangerous for them, by exerting pressure on the Left Party to further adapt and give itself an anti-communist orientation. The masses will not be spared disappointing experiences with the Left Party. These experiences and the help of the Marxist-Leninists will make it easier for them to come successfully to grips with the illusions of a peaceful reform of state monopoly capitalism. Right-wing populism and proto-fascist movements. In the face of the trend to the left and future-threatening revolutionary developments, those in power today increasingly promote ultra-reactionary, proto-fascist movements. These are played down by the bourgeois media as right-wing populism because they demagogically take up justified criticisms, concerns, and demands of the masses. At the same time they spread reactionary views, stir reservations against foreigners, and are strictly anti-communist. They do not come out mainly with openly reactionary or fascist propaganda because this would meet with the masses' disapproval. They prefer social demagogy. In reality, however, they stand for the intensification of the exploitation and oppression of the masses. Now ultra-reactionary, Proto-fascist parties participate in the government in EU countries like Italy, Lega Nord, Denmark, Dansk Folkeparti, or the Netherlands, Partij voor de Vrijheid. In the USA, the Tea Party movement, rallying point for reactionary elements including racists and fascists, is being built up at great financial expense and with tremendous media coverage. The fostering of these ultra-reactionary, proto-fascist movements and currents is a new method of the system of the petty bourgeois mode of thinking and at the same time an expression of its crisis. The strategy and tactics of monopoly capital is in a period of transition to an openly reactionary ideology intended to win the masses over for a future more openly reactionary policy. Increasingly, primitive forms of the petty bourgeois mode of thinking are being stirred up for that purpose. The monopolies in Germany found a new and temporarily quite effective method of rule in the system of the petty bourgeois mode of thinking, with which they could at least keep the intensifying contradictions in a state of tension. But the rulers in Germany have not succeeded in lastingly holding up the positive development of proletarian class consciousness, let alone reversing it. This is an expression of the fundamental weakness of the strategy and tactics of the ruling monopolies. But it will require the mass development of revolutionary socialist consciousness to make the system of the petty bourgeois mode of thinking lose its effect on the masses and clear the way for the development of a revolutionary situation. In 2004, the Central Committee of the MLPD summed up as most important lesson from the development of the political independence of the working class. That the working class can assert its independence only if the Marxist-Leninist Party has sufficient influence and organizational strength to lastingly organize the superiority of the proletarian mode of thinking in the struggle against the petty bourgeois mode of thinking and resist the social coalition of government, monopolies, and the rightist trade union bureaucracy. Political Report of the Central Committee of the MLPD, December 2004, p. 24. 19. The MLPD comprehensively elaborated the doctrine of the mode of thinking and laid its foundations in the book, The Struggle Over the Mode of Thinking in the Working Class Movement. 20. The MLPD considers Stalin's theoretical contributions and Mao Zedong thought to be fundamental component parts and further developments of Marxism-Leninism. But it does not use the term Stalinism and Maoism because Marxism-Leninism remains the basis of world outlook for the entire epoch of imperialism and proletarian revolution. Stalin's theoretical contributions and Mao Zedong thought do not replace Marxism-Leninism but enlarge it and develop it further. 21. The Hartz laws regulate unemployment and benefits, while Hartz IV reduces unemployed to the status of welfare recipients. Translator's note. 22. The party. Die Link, Linkspartei equals Left Party, is the product of the merger of a left reformist splinter of the Social Democratic Party of Germany, SPD, with the Party of Democratic Socialism, PDS, which issued from the revisionist Socialist Unity Party of Germany, said. The Left Party calls democratic socialism its strategic goal. 5. The counter-revolutionary character of the International Anti-Terror Coalition. Under the leadership of U.S. President George W. Bush, after September 11, 2001, the imperialist states agreed on a common line of action in an international anti-terror coalition. Bush defined the new war as a war against all those who seek to export terror, and a war against those governments that support or shelter them. George W. Bush, Speech of October 11, 2001. www.independent.co.uk/news/world/America/Bushes-the-state-of-the-war-the-hyphen-war-hyphen-against-terror-of-the-war-hyphen. From the very beginning the imperialists practiced counter-revolutionary terror against the revolutionary working class movement and against national and social liberation struggles. The formation of a joint imperialist coalition for this purpose, however, was something historically new. The book, Twilight of the Gods, Götterdämmerung over the New World Order, states in this regard. For the first time, all imperialist states agreed on a common world domestic policy. But in reality, this was not a reaction to the attack of September 11, but a long-planned, carefully prepared strategy for organizing the international counter-revolution against all aspirations to liberation from exploitation and oppression. p. 511. The superpower behavior of the USA was characteristic. It postulated its right to interfere in the internal affairs of every country in future, if necessary, and to feel untied to any international agreements. It clearly rejected the principle of the proportionality of military means validated by international law and also acknowledged by the US up to now. The USA attempted to discipline its imperialist competitors and to subjugate them to its own imperialist strategy. This provocative presumption initially intensified the inter-imperialist contradictions. After the disintegration of the Soviet Union, the USA, with its economic, political, and military power, saw itself as the only superpower in a multipolar, surging swarm of diverse rising imperialist powers. However, that was based on a tremendous overestimation of its capabilities. From the very beginning, therefore, the new war carried the seed of defeat. September 11, 2001, and the terrorism of the NATO secret armies. The fascist attack of September 11, 2001, was a desired pretext to carry out a strategy, prepared long beforehand, for organizing the international counter-revolution. While the horrified world public was still kept on tenterhooks by the live images of two passenger planes smashing into the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center in New York City, Osama bin Laden was already presented as alleged wire puller and the FBI published a list of 19 Arabs as alleged delinquents. FBI agent Rex Toom confirmed to a journalist of the Muckraker Report in 2006 that there was no solid proof connecting bin Laden with September 11. The German daily Westfälische Rundschau wrote on July 17, 2007. The fires in the subway shafts had not gone out yet when EU officials in Brussels opened a drawer containing a European anti-terror pact prepared a long time before. Only 9 days after the horror event September 11, Europe's ministers of the interior rubber-stamped the EU framework decision on combating terrorism. More and more journalists and scientists meanwhile present sound evidence that the tragedy could not at all have taken place the way the US government claims it did. There are diverse theories circulating, most of them containing arguments worthy of consideration, that the US government or its intelligence services themselves could have been originators of the plans or even actors in carrying them out. Is it actually conceivable that the US government, which claims to defend the basic democratic values and freedom of all mankind, has knowingly allowed such a massacre to happen or even participated in it actively? There are historical parallels both for the option of active execution as well as conscious toleration of such attacks by imperialist states. Whereas the assassination of the Habsburg successor to the throne in Sarajevo was enough to start the First World War, the Hitlerite fascists, using a German SS squad camouflaged in Polish uniforms, had to stage the alleged Polish assault on the German radio station in Głowice, on August 31, 1939, in order to justify their military assault on Poland. In August 1964 the USA provoked the bombardment of its own warships in the Gulf of Tonkin and took that as an opportunity to initiate brutal aerial terror bombing of North Vietnam. To accept victims of blood-stained assassinations or attacks, to provoke them, or even to stage them oneself without scruples, that has always belonged to the repertoire of imperialist preparation for war. The journalistic exploitation of such acts is part of psychological war preparation. The purpose is to terrify the masses. In a climate of hysteria they are then supposed to accept the application of open violence against anti-imperialist and revolutionary movements. Even the fascist use of force against the masses, up to the establishment of open terrorist regimes, is justified this way. The Investigating Committee Terrorism and Massacres, 1994-2000, of the Italian Senate, which reopened cases of fascist attacks in Italy, particularly the bomb attack on the central train station of Bologna on August 2, 1980, provided official proof of this for the first time. These massacres were organized or supported by people in institutions of the Italian state and by men who were connected with the American intelligence services. Der Spiegel, number 15, 2005, p. 50. The Italian parliament set up a commission to examine the machinations of the secret political organization Propaganda Do, p. 2 Lodge. It unearthed the strictly confidential Appendix B to Field Manual 30-31, Service Regulations of U.S. Intelligence entitled FM 3031B, Stability Operations, Intelligence, Special Fields. This document was published by the Headquarters, Department of the Army, Washington, D.C. on March 18, 1970. It was the instructions for a secret NATO army that operated in Italy under the code name Gladio. It proves the US imperialist authorship of fascist attacks. The document states in Chapter 2, Background. As indicated in FM 30-31, most recent insurgencies have taken place in developing nations or in nations newly emerged from former colonies. U.S. involvement in these less developed nations threatened by insurgency is part of the worldwide involvement in the struggle against communism. U.S. concern for world opinion is better satisfied if regimes enjoying U.S. support observe democratic processes, or at least maintain a democratic facade. Therefore, a democratic structure is to be welcomed, always subject to the eventual test that it satisfies the requirements of an anti-communist posture. Chapter 3 states on the U.S. Army intelligence tasks and methods. Such action may include measures taken against individuals, or more general measures designed to put pressure on groups, agencies, or, in the last resort, on the HOC country government itself. In Chapter 4, Intelligence Guidance, the agents on special operations are given the following instructions. In such cases when the government of the host country shows passivity or indecision, the author, U.S. Army intelligence must have the means of launching special operations which will convince HC governments and public opinion of the reality of the insurgent danger and of the necessity of counteraction. When the kind of situation envisaged above arises, these groups, acting under U.S. Army intelligence control, should be used to launch violent or nonviolent actions according to the nature of the case. Such actions could include those described in FM 30-31 as characterizing phases 2 and 3 of insurgency. In cases where the infiltration of such agents into insurgent leadership has not been effectively implemented, it may help towards the achievement of the above ends to utilize ultra-leftist organizations. Commission Parlamentar de Inchiesta Sociologia Masso NICA P2 Parliamentary Commission of Inquiry into Freemason Lodge P2, Allegati alla Relazione Doc. XXIII, N2 Quater/7/1 Serie 2, Volume 7, Tomo I, Rome 1987, pages 287 to 298, source of English text. http://crypto.me.info/fm30-31b/fm30-31b.htm. October 25, 2010. The then Italian Prime Minister Giulio Andreotti declared to the Parliamentary Investigating Committee that Gladio also exists in other European countries. Two likewise secret staffs of the Supreme Headquarters Allied Powers Europe, SHAPE, of NATO were responsible for the international coordination of the secret armies, the ACC, Allied Clandestine Committee, and the CPC, Clandestine Planning Committee. A last confirmed meeting of the ACC with representatives of the European intelligence services took place on October 24, 1990, in Brussels. In the manner of an imperialist superpower, the USA, of course, did not comply with the demand for full clarification of the terror activities. The up to now sole independent investigation on Gladio was a research project at the Swiss Federal Institute of Technology Zurich headed by historian Daniel Ganser. In an interview with the Baller Zeitung he characterized the object of the NATO secret organization. To what extent did these underground armies also target internal enemies, i.e., the local population? This struggle against the internal enemy was part of the plan in some countries. It was based on the so-called strategy of tension and founded on terror. In Italy and Turkey this almost diabolic strategy presumably was carried out to the most successful extent, with bombings and massacres of one's own population, for which the political enemy, i.e., the left, then was blamed. The people were terrified by bloody attacks in order to reach political objectives. In Greece, that went as far as the military coup d'état in 1967, in which the Lok secret army participated. In Turkey, where the secret army also participated in tortures, the struggle went against the Kurds. Have there been concealed acts of terror in other countries, too? Arms from the arsenals of the secret army were used for the attacks at the Munich Oktoberfest in 1980, with 13 dead and more than 200 injured. In Belgium, the secret army was suspected of involvement in the Brabant assaults in the middle of the 80s, where people were shot down randomly in shops and 28 were killed. In both cases the investigations got nowhere because the intelligence services refused to cooperate. December 16, 2004. Under the rule of international finance capital, it will never be possible to provide complete evidence for the involvement of imperialist intelligence services in fascist attacks and assassination attempts because the secret agents, civilian accomplices, and public servants who engage in them enjoy the protection of state power. Citing state security interests, the authorities emphatically refuse to make the machinations of the intelligence services public. They cover up tracks, disregard, eliminate, or forge evidence as needs require, ignore or blackmail, if necessary liquidate witnesses, and decry critics as conspiracy theorists. The official report of the U.S. government about the assaults of September 11, 2001, the almost 600-page 9/11 Commission report, was elaborated exactly to this pattern. It was misleadingly entitled, Final Report of the National Commission on Terrorist Attacks upon the United States. According to the inquiry report, only the terror organization Al-Qaeda was accountable for the dreadful attack. Started by relatives of the victims, a movement arose in the USA that rejects the official inquiry report as covering up tracks and unyieldingly and persistently fights for complete clarification and penalization of those truly responsible. Meanwhile, it has collected a great deal of serious evidence that the account of the U.S. government is nothing but a lie and that employees of the intelligence services must have participated in the crime. Since these pieces of evidence would fill an entire book, only one of the remarkable arguments will be cited here. It is an indisputable fact that the two towers of the World Trade Center collapsed with free fall speed. But this is irreconcilable with the fact that, for example, in Tower I more than 200 tremendous steel pillars and beams were used that would have prevented such a free fall, had they been intact. The simultaneous removal of these steel pillars and beams, for example by well-targeted blasting, is the only assumption that can resolve this discrepancy. On May 18, 2009, 41 persons addressed the world public through the Internet. They all had worked for U.S. authorities before, for the State Department, for the National Security Agency, for the CIA, for the FBI, for the Federal Aviation Administration, for U.S. Customs and Border Protection and for the branches of the U.S. military. They all had already publicly spoken out against the official government inquiry report, and some had participated in petitions. They referred to the official version of September 11 as terribly flawed, laced with contradictions, a joke, a cover-up. Most of them demanded a new investigation. www.alan.miller@patriotsquestion911.com. Archived at www.webcitation.org/5ushertzwvsc. In his epilogue to the book, 9/11 and American Empire, Intellectuals Speak Out, Raymond McGovern, a CIA official with 27 years service who was chairman of the National Intelligence Estimates in the 1970s, wrote, "It has long been clear that the Bush-Cheney administration cynically exploited the attacks of 9/11 to promote its imperial designs. But the present volume confronts us with compelling evidence for an even more disturbing conclusion, that the 9/11 attacks were themselves orchestrated by this administration precisely so they could be thus exploited. If this is true, it is not merely the case, as the Downing Street memos show, that the stated reason for attacking Iraq was a lie. It is also the case that the whole war on terror was based on a prior deception. This book hence confronts the American people, indeed the people of the world as a whole, with an issue second to none in importance and urgency. I give this book, which in no way can be dismissed as the ravings of paranoid conspiracy theorists, my highest possible recommendation. www.alan.miller@patriotsquestion911.com. All over the world the number of politically minded people is growing who believe the US government capable of planning such a crime, supporting it, or even having it carried out. The continuation of the fight against terror by the Obama administration. Already in advance of the Iraq War, the anti-terror coalition got into a crisis. Faced with the defeat of the Afghanistan campaign of the NATO, it threatened to openly fail from 2010 on. However, that does not at all mean that the imperialists will stop their struggle against terrorism. The counterinsurgency strategy, further developed for this purpose and adjusted to regionally different conditions, aims particularly at the liquidation of the organized anti-imperialist and revolutionary forces. On June 4, 2009, U.S. President Barack Obama held a keynote address to the Islamic world in Cairo. After the bigoted and arrogant tirades of the previous president, George W. Bush, this speech made many people, and in particular members of the Muslim faith, believe in a change of policy. The media celebrated Obama's appearance as a manifestation of respect and tolerance for the religions. In the face of the worldwide indignation over the identification of the Arab world with terrorism, as had still been suggested by President Bush, this speech was an obvious concession to the progressive criticisms of the world public. In the end, however, U.S. President Obama categorically demanded from the oppressed masses, whether in Iraq, in Palestine, in Afghanistan, or elsewhere, that they renounce any application of violence because America can never tolerate violence by extremists. In this way Obama, decorated with the Nobel Peace Prize a little later, documented that the USA definitely would adhere to its hegemonic claims, to its demand for subjugation to its imperialist interests, all democratic phrases notwithstanding. Even allies had to experience this. Already on July 1, 2008, yet before Obama's assumption of office, the U.S. Fourth Fleet, retired 60 years earlier, was reactivated. Its home port is Mayport in Florida, and the Caribbean, Central, and South America are its areas of operation. The Paris newspaper Le Figaro commented appropriately. In order to oppose the leftist governments growing stronger in its backyard, the U.S. decided to reconstitute the Fourth Fleet. Quoted from Horst Schäfer, Us Flott gegen Lateinamerika, Ossetski, December 2008. On June 28, 2009, the democratically elected president of Honduras, Manuel Zelaya, was abducted to the neighboring country of Costa Rica by several hundred soldiers, with the obvious approval and support of the U.S. All other members of the government were arrested a little later. The previous president of the parliament, Roberto Micheletti, was installed in Zelaya's place as head of state. He joined forces with the military leadership to oppose the referendum planned for June 28, in which the people of Honduras were to decide whether, similar to Venezuela, Bolivia, or Ecuador, a people's assembly should be convened and a new, progressive constitution worked out. In August 2009 the USA, on the basis of the Plan Colombia 23, succeeded in signing a new agreement with Colombia on the establishment of 7 more military bases for Air Force, Army, and Navy for a period of 10 years. According to official information, this was carried out to combat terrorism and drug trafficking. Actually, it was directed against Venezuela under President Hugo Chavez, a country classified as critical towards U.S. imperialism. As a result, this intensification of the military threat against Venezuela gave rise to justified protests. As early as August 28, 2009, a special summit of the Union of South American Nations, UNASUR, to which 12 South American countries belong, assembled in Bariloche, Argentina. The attending delegations rejected the new U.S. military bases in Colombia by an overwhelming majority. In the public version of his annual threat assessment dated February 3, 2010, U.S. intelligence coordinator Dennis C. Blair anathematized Venezuela as a leading anti-US regional force. Above all, he warned of the probability that Chavez continues to support like-minded political allies and movements in neighboring countries and seeks to undermine moderate, pro-US governments. He has formed an alliance of radical leaders in Cuba, Bolivia, Ecuador, Nicaragua, and until recently, Honduras. He and his allies are likely to oppose nearly every U.S. policy initiative in the region, including the expansion of free trade, counter-drug and counter-terrorism cooperation, military training, and security initiatives, and even U.S. assistance programs. www.dni.gov/testimony/20100203_testimony.pdf. p32, archived at www.webcitation.org/5uskv2qsq. This oriented towards the intensification of the diplomatic and intelligence activities of U.S. imperialism to bring down the government of Chavez. Since the beginning of November 2009, the Operation Green Hunt has been raging in several states of India. It is a concerted military action against Maoist guerrillas conducted by the central government in Delhi, in close coordination with the U.S. intelligence services. Up to 70,000 troops supported by Army aircraft and paratroops are participating in this counter-revolutionary offensive under the pretense of the struggle against so-called terrorism. In particular, Special Commandos, Cobra, trained in jungle warfare and paramilitary units of the central government as well as the government of West Bengal, which is led by the revisionist Communist Party of India, Marxist, are deployed. On its front page, the Daily Sanbad Pratidhan explained about the activity of the Indian intelligence services and their cooperation with U.S. intelligence services on June 27, 2009. U.S. intelligence satellites and the Indian Space Research Center, ISRO, have been tagged with this war for regaining the areas held by the Maoists. On the other hand, in order to trace the Maoist guerrillas who have kept themselves mixed with the villagers, the administration has taken the help of the most modern technology. Source: sanati.com/front-page/1083, November 16, 2010. The background of the operation is mass protests and struggles that were able to prevent the establishment of further special economic zones for international monopolies during the last years. Gigantic areas are confiscated for these special economic zones, farmland and forest areas are destroyed and the rural population is driven away. The international monopolies demand from the Indian central government the creation of safe conditions of exploitation and declare the Maoist guerrilla to be the main obstacle to the reorganization of international production in India. The Green Hunt operation was preceded by the ban of the Communist Party of India, Maoist, all over India. The government put the party on the anti-terror lists and tightened up its anti-terror laws. Meanwhile, the rigorous criminalization permits arresting people without specifying reasons and holding them in custody for up to 6 months without preferring charges. The anti-terror laws seriously curtail bourgeois democratic rights and freedoms and justify open state repression. They abolish the freedom of assembly and facilitate the arbitrary arrest of journalists who have showed their solidarity with the just struggle of the masses and so supposedly have made themselves liable to prosecution. On July 1, 2010, the spokesman of the CPI, Maoist, Cherakuri Rajkumar, known as Azad, and the journalist Hemchandra Pandey were kidnapped by special Indian counterinsurgency units and cold-bloodedly murdered. These counter-revolutionary measures are indefensible, especially since they are increasingly directed against all democratic, progressive, and revolutionary forces in India. Since 2001, a 600-man U.S. military contingent is deployed under the U.S. Pacific Command in western Mindanao in the Philippines. In 2006 the Operation Freedom Watch, or Oplan Bantay Laya, was launched. Meanwhile, the USA, together with the Philippine government, has introduced the second stage of the operation. Its aim is to liquidate the Marxist-Leninist forces and their influence particularly in the working class movement. In 2006, in the first stage, the militaries focused mainly on brutal suppression of struggles, on kidnappings and targeted murders. However, their objective could not be reached by these means. Since 2007 they therefore moved on to deploying additional units of the armed forces in areas where the militant trade union KMU, Kilazangmao Uno, possesses mass influence, in villages where the KMU organizes agricultural workers of the big farms, but also at factories like Toyota or IWS, International Wiring Systems. The soldiers' job is to systematically intimidate the workers and influence them from an anti-communist viewpoint. The leaders of the revolutionary forces are to be isolated and organized relations with the masses broken up. Toyota workers reported in a conversation on May 5, 2010. The 202nd Infantry Brigade is deployed next to the Toyota plant today. The soldiers come to our trade union office, they also have a headquarters right within the plant. The trade union chairman was threatened. They attack us as alleged members of the CPP Communist Party of the Philippines and NPA New People's Army. There are 10 video cameras in the areas of the plant where our members are working. Military walk through the plant with rifles in order to threaten us. 5 men of the military intelligence are working right in production. Systematic oppression of the revolutionary working class movement and military intervention against the guerrilla struggle are two sides of one coin in the so-called war against terrorism. 23. Agreement of July 2000 between the USA and Colombia facilitating common actions against drug cultivation and trafficking as well as against guerrilla activity in Colombia. 6. Imperialist promotion of religious fanatical fundamentalism as a new form of fascism. 2 forms of rule of imperialism. Capitalism at the stage of imperialism knows 2 forms of rule. 1. Bourgeois democracy, in which those in power rule mainly by means of deception of the masses, but also by repressive means and open oppression, and 2. Fascism and open military dictatorship, in which those in power rule mainly by means of terror against the masses, but also by means of deception. While military dictatorship basically rests on its armed power, fascism provides a mass basis and uses its social fascist demagogy for that purpose. In the book, State Monopoly Capitalism in the Federal Republic of Germany, FRG, Willy Dickhut characterizes the fascist Hitler regime in Germany from 1933 to 1945. Fascism in power, this is cruelest barbarity as a system of state rule, elimination of the last vestiges of bourgeois democracy, dissolution of parliament, Gleichschaltung, bringing into line, and censorship of the mass media, complete deprivation of rights, outlawing of all other parties, dissolution of the trade unions and introduction of organizations with compulsory membership, such as the Deutsche Arbeitsfront, German Labor Front, or DAF, Reich Labor Service and general conscription. Intimidation, the omnipresent spying and surveillance of the Gestapo, the secret state police, all-round terror, torture, persecution, prison, concentration camp, murder, including the extermination of entire sections of the population, this is darkest reaction penetrating all fibers of social life. Volume 2, pages 276 to 277. Fascism is no accident of history, no demonic malice of individual criminals, as bourgeois historiography wants to make people believe. It is an expression of the ruthless striving of imperialism to defend and extend its economic and political power. Thus, before Hitlerite fascism was established in Germany, on January 27, 1932, in the Industry Club of Dusseldorf, Hitler reached agreement with the innermost circles of German monopoly capital on a fascist imperialist program. In his speech he declared, "The white race can only maintain its privileged position if the aspiration of the masses in the colonies to higher standards of living is suppressed. The German economy needs new Lebensraum with the expansion of a great domestic market. The main danger for these plans consists in the fact that the communist world outlook, that communist organizations and the socialist Soviet Union are gaining more and more mass influence nationally and internationally. Therefore, a party like the NSDAP is necessary, which has relentlessly resolved to eradicate Marxism in Germany to the last root. Geschichte durch den Arbeiterbewegung History of the German Working Class Movement, Volume 4, pages 564 to 565. Extreme anti-communism and the justification of open terror for the liquidation of the revolutionary working class movement represent the essence of the world outlook of fascism. In order to lay the most stable possible foundation for the fascist dictatorship and organize its mass basis, further ideological justifications were required. Racism and chauvinism are therefore always integral components of fascist ideology. In demagogic ways these ideologies seek to make the exploiters and exploited, rulers and ruled of one country appear superior and to reconcile the class contradictions by discriminating against other peoples, religions, or nationalities and depicting them as inferior. Such hate-mongering also aims at splitting the masses. Besides that, fascism attempts to corrupt certain strata of the home people by material means. For this purpose, projects like the construction of owner-occupied homes were supported, the Kraft durch Freude, Strength through Joy, organization offered opportunities for leisure and vacation activities, and donations were collected for the Winter Relief Organization. The ideology of the Aryan super race discriminated against other nationalities and races as subhumans as well as against disabled persons and homosexuals as inferior. They had to knuckle under to the super race or otherwise be liquidated. Anti-Semitism played a central role and resulted in the systematic genocide of millions of European Jews. The propagandists of Hitlerite fascism utilized the centuries-old prejudices stirred up by the Christian churches. They fueled the hatred against the Jews. Jews were the class enemies who supposedly exploited and cheated ordinary Germans. On the other hand, capitalists, workers, and salaried employees, petty proprietors and farmers were supposed to form a national community completely devoid of class contradictions and class struggle. At the same time, anti-Semitism was designed to separate the working people from the revolutionary working class movement, which was defamed as Jewish Bolshevism. Stalin fundamentally condemned anti-Semitism. He wrote, "Anti-Semitism is of advantage to the exploiters as a lightning conductor that deflects the blows aimed by the working people at capitalism. Hence communists, as consistent internationalists, cannot but be irreconcilable, sworn enemies of anti-Semitism." Anti-Semitism, Stalin, Works, Volume 13, p. 30. State-supporting bourgeois anti-fascism disguises the essence of fascism by reducing it to anti-Semitism and war of conquest and denying its main purpose, open terrorist suppression of the revolutionary working class movement. After the reunification of Germany, almost all state memorials that deal with the history or the victims of fascism were reorganized under the guideline of bourgeois anti-fascism. This equates communism with fascism and so spreads a monstrous historical lie. Bourgeois anti-fascism as advocated by state institutions thus becomes a variety of anti-communism. This assessment, of course, is not directed against bourgeois and petty bourgeois anti-fascists who are willing to participate in a unity of action without anti-communist blackballing. Under the hypocritical flag of reparation for the crimes that the German fascists committed against the Jewish people, those in power today misuse the legitimate rejection of anti-Semitism to justify the imperialist policy of the State of Israel. Cynically, the genocide against the Jews is used to justify the brutal oppression of the Palestinian people. Violating international law, the Israeli regime occupies the largest part of Palestine and harasses, expropriates, displaces, and kills its people. The Palestinian workers in Israel are subjected to special exploitation. Gaza has been transformed into an open-air prison. Reactionary Zionists justify the politics of the State of Israel with the racist ideology that the Jews are God's chosen people. Even though the communists cannot be exonerated from blame because they share responsibility for the failure of the anti-fascist United Front against Hitlerite fascism, the bourgeois theory of collective guilt must be categorically rejected. It equates culprits and victims, takes finance capital as wire pullers of Hitlerite fascism out of the line of fire, and denies and defames the courageous and self-sacrificing resistance of countless communists, social democrats, and Christians. It is an internationalist, anti-imperialist obligation of the revolutionary working class movement to oppose the aggression of the Israeli state and the Zionist terror. U.S. imperialism and Christian fundamentalism. In the USA, the fascist and racist ideology has always had strong roots in religious fanaticism. The concept of fundamentalism originally referred to the teachings of the evangelical churches of American Protestantism. Their metaphysical idealistic philosophy of life insisted that the Bible is the only source of absolute truth, literal, complete, and infallible, not only with respect to theological and moral statements, but also historical and scientific. Siegfried Haas et al., Religioser Fundamentalismus, p. 71. With respect to world outlook, the reactionary character of fundamentalism today finds expression especially in creationism. 24. Which in recent years has been spread aggressively in the USA and in Islamic countries and has found a partly alarmingly wide following, particularly among petty bourgeois masses. In August 2005, the former U.S. President George W. Bush declared in front of journalists that the doctrine of intelligent design should be taught in the schools on a par with Darwin's theory of evolution. In some U.S. states it was in fact forbidden since 1999 to present Darwinism as the only scientific theory in universities and schools. Since 2008, the state of Kansas obligates teachers to include instruction about allegedly considerable scientific doubt about Darwin's theory of the development of species. In its struggle against terrorism, the Bush administration utilized the method of religious demonization of Islam and launched a virulent global campaign against the Islamic fundamentalist terror network Al-Qaeda. President G. W. Bush furthermore divided the world into good and bad countries. All countries that did not subjugate themselves to the arbitrariness of U.S. imperialism found themselves on the axis of evil. Bush counted among these countries in particular the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, Cuba, as well as Iran and Iraq. Every means of taking action against these states was justified, including the armed aggression in violation of international law as practiced by the USA in the cases of Yugoslavia, Iraq, and Afghanistan. Because the USA was only executing the will of God, it was entitled to lead the campaign against the evil. This way religious fanaticism became a central justification for the claim of the imperialist superpower USA for dominance in the world. U.S. imperialism and the Islamism-based form of fascism. Zbigniew Brzezinski was security advisor to U.S. President Carter and worked for the Center for Strategic and International Studies. As early as in 1993 he stated in his book, Out of Control: Global Turmoil on the Eve of the 21st Century, that the U.S.-American superpower finds itself superimposed on a world that increasingly resembles a volcano of repressed aspirations and of an intensifying awareness of fundamental inequities, p. 146. He lamented the massive collapse, especially in the advanced parts of the world, of almost all established values, Ibid, Introduction, p.x, and argued for supporting a religious revival, particularly of Christianity and Islam. This recourse to religious idealism is an expression of bourgeois ideology's decadence, reactionary character, and lack of visions for the future, and reflects the rottenness of imperialism, the decay not only of its economic and political strength, but also of the power of its world outlook. The abuse of religion has a long tradition. Particularly the deployment of religion as a weapon of imperialism to suppress and divide the national and social liberation struggle of the masses must rigorously be opposed. The separation of church and state was one of the most significant achievements of the bourgeois emancipation movements of the 17th and 18th centuries. Friedrich Engels acknowledged the struggles against the feudal nobility and against the theological justification of noble rule. In the introduction to his writing, Herr Eugen Düring's Revolution in Science, he stated, "Religion, natural science, society, political institutions, everything was subjected to the most unsparing criticism, everything must justify its existence before the judgment seat of reason or give up existence. Every form of society and government then existing, every old traditional notion was flung into the lumber room as irrational, henceforth superstition, injustice, privilege, oppression, were to be superseded." Marx and Engels, Collected Works,
Volume 25, pages 16 and 19. However, when the bourgeoisie had conquered feudalism and gained political power, the class contradiction between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat came to the fore, and the bourgeoisie increasingly dissociated itself from the progressive ideas of the Enlightenment. Since imperialism developed, the bourgeoisie attempted to exploit religion anew for its reactionary power political objectives. Marxist-Leninists always have demanded respect for personal religious beliefs. This enabled even religious people to find access to the working class movement, to national liberation movements and to revolutionary social movements, despite fundamental differences in world outlook. In Afghanistan, since 1979 the U.S. intelligence agency CIA afforded organizational and logistical support to reactionary forces, often still rooted in traditional clan structures, against the invasion of the social imperialist Soviet Union. Furthermore, mercenaries organized by bin Laden, 25, were sent to Afghanistan in order to offer resistance there, by military means and also by terrorist means. For that, individual fighters were trained in camps in the USA, while most got their training in Pakistan and Afghanistan. In January 1998, Zbigniew Brzezinski admitted in an interview with the French magazine Le Nouvel Observateur that the U.S. support for Islamic fundamentalist forces started on July 3, 1979, almost half a year ahead of the social imperialist invasion in Afghanistan. This was the day President Carter signed the first directive on concealed support. Brzezinski's comment: that secret operation was an excellent idea. It had the effect of drawing the Russians into the Afghan trap. The day the Soviets officially crossed the border, I wrote to President Carter, "We now have the opportunity of giving to the USSR its Vietnam War." Indeed, for 10 years, Moscow had to carry on a war unsupportable by the government, a conflict that brought about the demoralization and finally the breakup of the Soviet Empire. Le Nouvel Observateur, number 1732, 15-21 January 1998, p. 76, R. Translation. The book Twilight of the Gods, Götterdämmerung over the New World Order, states with regard to this covert operation: the initial encouragement of reactionary fundamentalist forces was supposed to check the liberation struggle of the peoples and create a barrier against a new upswing in the struggle for genuine socialism. The reactionary Taliban in Afghanistan were wards of the CIA, just like the notorious General Noriega in Panama, the dictator Saddam Hussein in Iraq, Abu Sayyaf in the Philippines, or the mass murderer Pinochet in Chile. Pages 486 to 487. At the end of the 1970s the social struggles picked up in the Middle East, resulting in the destabilization of different states. In Iran this development culminated in the revolution against the reactionary Shah regime in 1979. The Iranian people brought down one of the most important governors of imperialism in this region, which is of strategic importance because of its oil resources. And so the counter-revolution spurred on by the imperialists was all the bloodier. They resorted to reactionary Islamist forces in order to strike down the revolutionary development. With the aid of Western media they built up Ayatollah Khomeini, who lived near Paris in exile and previously had refrained from political activities, as leader of the Iranian opposition. In order to oppress the revolutionary and working class movement in Iran, they created a counter-revolutionary terror organization which relied on a mass basis of reactionary petty bourgeois and capitalized on the hierarchical structures of Islamic religious communities. This organization cooperated with the U.S. intelligence services and liquidated thousands of revolutionaries. The counter-revolutionary terror crushed the revolutionary working class and people's movement. A fascist dictatorship was established in Iran. Within the first 10 years of its rule alone, the Iranian regime executed more than 20,000 political prisoners, among them the majority of revolutionary leaders and activists of the revolution of 1979. The organizations of the working class movement were prohibited. Through today, workers' struggles and people's protests are brutally suppressed. The regime abuses religious traditions of Islam and promotes the revival of medieval customs of Islamic law,
turning them into a component of state terror. The special oppression of women is extremely intensified, forced marriages, stonings, honor killings are increasing. This development at the beginning of the 21st century illustrates the tendency of imperialism to pass into barbarism. Meanwhile, U.S. imperialism indeed opposes its pupils in Iran, but only because they opposed its claim for hegemony and refused to open their country to international finance capital. But fascist terror could not break the resistance of the Iranian people. Regimes like the so-called State of God, theocracy, in present-day Iran are commonly described as political Islam or Islamism. These designations are misleading, however, because they veil the true causes and political driving forces of the religious fundamentalist form of fascist terror. Not the religiousness of large sections of the masses or even the political involvement of religious people is the essential aspect. The biggest enemy of the masses also in Iran is fascism because it is the ruling system of the most reactionary forces of monopoly capital. It has its particular class basis in an alliance of reactionary sections of the bourgeoisie with big landowners and religious leaders of Islam. This rule directly turns against the striving of the peoples for national and social liberation. It particularly aims to build up a dam against the socialist revolution and the progress of mankind onward to a liberated society. Here the interests of the fascist Iranian regime and imperialism become identical. 24. From the Latin word creare equals create. Creationism teaches that the universe and earth, life, and human beings were created exactly as it is said in the Bible, by immediate intervention of a God. With the concept of intelligent design, creationism tries to make scientific pretenses. However, it continues to directly oppose Darwin's materialist theory of evolution. 25. Osama bin Laden is son of a billionaire from Saudi Arabia. He cooperated with U.S. intelligence, helped to train tens of thousands of freedom fighters against the Soviet troops in Afghanistan. They finally succeeded and the Soviet Union had to withdraw. When the USA, Britain, and other imperialists then occupied Afghanistan, bin Laden led the same fighters to turn against the new occupying forces with the same means. Since then, in the propaganda of the US and its allies, he was a terrorist. 7. Anti-communism as philosophical essence of the fight against terrorism. From the outset, the philosophical essence of the International Anti-Terror Coalition was its orientation against proletarian class struggle and revolutionary uprisings. The regulation adopted by the Council of the EU on December 27, 2001, for the fight against terrorism was based on the common position of the Council, according to which terrorist act shall mean any act committed with the aim of unduly compelling a government or an international organization to perform or abstain from performing any act, or seriously destabilizing or destroying the fundamental political, constitutional, economic, or social structures of a country or an international organization, EC Official Journal L 344 of December 28, 2001. http://europa.eu.in/ur-lex/n/oj/2001. This very broad definition justifies any counter-revolution because it arbitrarily defames and criminalizes all struggles against the existing capitalist order and for social and national liberation as terrorism. Open suppression of the revolutionary working class and people's movement requires the manipulation of public opinion to make state terror appear to be a legitimate means of saving democracy. But in reality, democracy is not to be rescued from terrorists. The dictatorship of the monopolies is to be rescued from the revolutionary working class and people's movement by state terror. Communism, the root of terrorism? The bourgeois ideologists hardly can raise the specter of communism as an acute threat anymore since the collapse of the Soviet Union and the thesis of the end of history. This is why they modify their anti-communist propaganda by demagogically equating the revolutionary liberation struggle with reactionary terrorism. On January 25, 2006, the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe 26. By a 99-42 vote, adopted the guidance for a coordinated European anti-communist campaign as contribution to the struggle against international terrorism. The European governments felt themselves constrained to do something against the majority opinion of the European population that socialism is a good idea that has only been poorly carried out in practice before. An introductory note to the parliamentary hearing of December 14, 2004, therefore states: if we fail to do this, an illusion of nostalgia might set in the minds of younger generations as an alternative to liberal democracy. http://assembly.coe.in/documents/working docs/doc05/edoc10765.htm. This campaign was supposed to make capitalism and its bourgeois democracy appear to be without alternative and set up a barrier against the Marxist-Leninist world outlook. The 2006 Declaration of the Council of Europe entitled, Need for International Condemnation of Crimes of Totalitarian Communist Regimes, is essentially based on the notorious Black Book of Communism published by Stefan 27. In 1997. This book was perfectly well suited as ideological guideline for the European anti-communism campaign because the Council of Europe was not interested in an objective examination of communist theory and practice, but sought to generally demonize communism. The resolution and its explanatory notes state: the totalitarian communist regimes have been, without exception, characterized by massive violations of human rights. The crimes were justified in the name of the class struggle theory and the principle of dictatorship of the proletariat. The communist ideology, wherever and whenever implemented, has always resulted in massive terror, crimes, and large-scale violation of human rights. Council of Europe, Resolution 1481, Sections 2, 3. http://assembly.co.in/main.asp, link =/documents/adopted text /ta06/Eries1481.htm. And document 10765, Explanatory Memorandum, Section 45, January 25, 2006. http://assembly.coe.in/documents/working docs/doc05/edoc10765.htm. With this document, the Council of Europe declares socialism/communism in theory and practice to be a root of terrorism, and declares anti-communism and the struggle against proletarian revolution to be a noble humanist duty. This is an open challenge to the international Marxist-Leninist, revolutionary and working class movement. Totalitarianism theory, demagogical equating of communism with fascism. The basis of the anti-communism campaign was the identification of communism with fascism, a widespread practice in bourgeois ideology. When analyzing the consequences of the implementation of this communist ideology, one cannot ignore the similarities with the consequences of the implementation of another ideology of 20th century, namely Nazism. Council of Europe, Document 10765, Explanatory Memorandum, Section 45. This totalitarianism theory, long since rejected also by progressive bourgeois historians and political scientists, deliberately ignores the fundamentally contrary class characters of communism and fascism. From apparent similarities in manifestations, it seeks to construct an identity of essence, for instance opposing the dictatorship of the proletariat or of finance capital to democracy, which allegedly has no class character. But if one seriously looks into the matter, one can clearly recognize that the aim and measures of socialist states like the Soviet Union until 1956, and the People's Republic of China until 1976, and those of fascist states are really as opposite as fire and water. Socialism is about the liberation of the masses, fascism, the masses' openly terrorist oppression. The supposed similarities between communism and fascism are contrived, employing disgusting lies, half-truths and distortions. Hitlerite fascism resorted to especially treacherous tactics to organize its mass base in the churned-up atmosphere of the Weimar Republic. It misleadingly called its party National Socialist to take advantage of the general anti-capitalist mood also existing among politically backward, petty bourgeois and small peasant strata. In fact, the National Socialist German Workers' Party,
NSDAP, Nazi Party, never was socialist, but always strictly anti-communist. Its avowed main enemy was Bolshevism, which had to be mercilessly eradicated. As social goal, the Nazi Party propagated a national community in which class struggle no longer took place, without in the least infringing upon the capitalist system of exploitation. However, Hitlerite fascism stood above all for the claim of German monopoly capital to imperialist domination of other peoples and, to this end, the subjugation of the revolutionary working class movement. Tens of thousands of communist and social democratic workers and worker leaders were murdered in the torture chambers and concentration camps of the fascists. The Hitlerite fascists also justified the invasion of the Socialist Soviet Union in 1941 as a campaign for destroying communism. As early as March 30, 1941, Hitler committed the assembled military leadership to a struggle to annihilate the Soviet Union. In the following years, increasingly brutal orders were issued to the troops on the Eastern Front. In December 1942, Field Marshal Keitel put out an order concerning the struggle of the German army, the Wehrmacht, against Soviet partisans. If this battle is not fought by the most savage of all means, within a foreseeable period the available forces will no longer suffice to get this plague under control. The troops therefore are authorized and obligated to use every means, without reservation, also against women and children, if only it leads to success. Eichhoff/Pagel/Rieskel, Der Unvergessen Krieg, The Unforgotten War, p. 40. In particular, the Soviet Communists, above all the political commissars responsible for ideological and political education in the Red Army, were to be ruthlessly exterminated. The High Command of the Wehrmacht gave the order on June 6, 1941. In this struggle, mercy towards these elements and any consideration for them under international law is wrong. The originators of barbaric Asian methods of combat, meaning guerrilla warfare among other things, the author are the political commissars. Harshest action therefore must be taken against them immediately and without hesitation. Therefore, if seized in battle or resistance, as a matter of principle they shall be shot to death immediately. Exhibition Catalog Vernichtungskrieg. Verbrechen der Wehrmacht 1941 bis 1944, War of Extermination. Crimes of the German Army 1941 to 1944, p. 179. More than 20 million people from the Soviet Union lost their lives in the Second World War. Of the 5.16 million Soviet prisoners of war, 473,000 officially were executed and not quite 3 million perished during transport or in the camps. Most died of starvation. It is the height of infamy and a crime against all these victims when fascism and communism are put on the same level in anti-communist historiography. Also, it amounts to a belated vindication of fascism to acknowledge in such a way that it fought against an equally criminal regime in the Second World War. Instead of making such a vindication of fascism a punishable offense of public incitement of hatred, the Council of Europe declares the unspeakable equation of fascism with communism to be the guideline for world outlook in the European countries. The anti-communism campaign of the Council of Europe goes even further. It adopts courtois argumentation that the communists ultimately also were responsible for the victims who lost their lives to the imperialist attacks on the Soviet Union. For example, the 3 million Soviet citizens are included who died defending their fatherland against counter-revolution and imperialist invasion following the October Revolution, and even the 50 million dead of the Second World War, on the outrageous grounds that fascism, and then the Second World War, merely were reactions to communism. Courtois also includes among the victims of communism all the enemies of socialist society who were justifiably convicted of anti-Soviet agitation, espionage, and sabotage and punished with detention in a prison camp or condemned to the death penalty. The point argued here is not by any means intended to justify the conviction of innocent people. But these were not victims of communism, but of the dirty intrigues and reactionary conduct of card-carrying, degenerate petty bourgeois bureaucrats who themselves longed for nothing more strongly than the restoration of capitalism. There is no worse way to besmirch the memory of the people from the Soviet Union and from the anti-fascist resistance, The communists are made accountable for all victims. The masses are accused of warmongering because they fought for freedom from exploitation and oppression, because they risked their lives to defeat Hitlerite fascism, because they proved that the socialist Soviet Union under Stalin's leadership was superior to the imperialist world system. Even in the bourgeois scientific literature, the Black Book of Communism is criticized for its questionable method. Professor Manfred Hildermeyer from the University of Göttingen writes, "In any case, treating victims in the sense of temporarily incarcerated persons as equivalent to victims in the sense of people who actually died, with hunger, sickness, exhaustion included as causes, cannot be tolerated. Not even the crudest estimate of the last 50 years spoke of 20 million dead, for which Courtois puts the blame on Soviet power. The sheer mass is intended to create a certain impression, one injustice and crime on top of another. Drawing connections between extremely different things appears either not to trouble the author or is part of the method." Die Zeit, number 24, 1998. It was a pitiable climax of the reactionary anti-communist development of the European super-democrats that they availed themselves of a history forger of the likes of Courtois. However, for some European countries this anti-communist smear campaign went too far. Their representatives voted against the resolution. Targets of the campaign were especially so-called Stalinism and Maoism. With these combative terms, the Council of Europe directed its fire at Marxist-Leninist and revolutionary parties which continue to adhere to the theory of class struggle and the dictatorship of the proletariat. By contrast, the Council benevolently certifies to left reformist and revisionist forces who have made their peace with the capitalist social system that they have made contributions to achieving democracy. Resolution 1481 of the Council of Europe, Section 4. Demagogically, the crimes which the Soviet Union committed around the world subsequent to the restoration of capitalism and after it grew into social imperialism, the invasion of Czechoslovakia in 1968, the establishment of bloody military dictatorships in Africa and Asia, the military invasion of Afghanistan in 1979, are attributed to communism and simultaneously played down. The most violent crimes of the communist regimes continued in the Soviet Union, and to a lesser extent in other European countries until the death of Stalin. Since mid-1950s, terror in the European communist countries significantly decreased. Explanatory Memorandum to Council of Europe Resolution, Document 10765, Sections 40 and 41. Since 2006 the public has been subjected to a murky torrent of pseudo-scientific historical television films, books, and articles about Stalinism and Maoism. In the intensity of its use of technical and financial resources, this campaign even surpassed the spreading of anti-communism during the Cold War. Anti-communism in the Metal Workers' Union. In a display of exceptional subservience, in February 2010 the majority of the Executive Board of the German Metal Workers' Union, IG Metall, adopted the guidelines of this anti-communist campaign when it further tightened the incompatibility ruling against the MLPD in order to get a free hand for an anti-communist purge in the industrial union. The scandalous justification for this reads: Constitution and program of the MLPD contravene the democratic principles of a unified labor union, its statutes, and the self-conception of the IG Metall. In its constitution and program the MLPD professes Stalinism and refers to the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution as highest form of class struggle in socialism. Bertold Huber/Didlef Wetzel, document for discussion at the meeting of the National Executive Board of IG Metall, January 25, 2010. This undemocratic move stands in flagrant contrast to the motion of the 21st Ordinary IG Metall Congress of 2007 which instructed the Executive Board to abolish the divisive incompatibility ruling. The Executive Board majority of the IG Metall adopts the belligerent anti-communist terms and uses the dictatorship of the proletariat to defame the rule of the working class, the rule of the majority of society over the formerly exploiting minority. In this way the Executive Board takes it upon itself to declare an oath to bourgeois democracy, i.e., the democratically veiled dictatorship of monopoly capital over the whole of society, as condition for membership in the Union.
With the new incompatibility ruling, communism is slandered as hostile to trade unions, exactly at a time of a general trend to the left and a growing openness of the masses for socialist ideas. That is a flagrant violation of the Überparteiliche character of the trade unions. By uniting in unified labor unions, social democratic, communist, non-party affiliated and Christian workers in post-war Germany drew a basic lesson from the defeat of the working class movement by Hitlerite fascism. The split into unions with specific party political affiliations had contributed to this defeat. However, the campaign of the Council of Europe could do just as little as the IG Metall incompatibility rulings to prevent criticism of capitalism massively spreading, especially among workers. The search for a societal alternative and the growing attraction of a socialist perspective could not be contained. And so the then Speaker of the Bundestag, Lammert, had to admit in an interview with the Sunday paper Frankfurter Allgemeine Sonntagszeitung on March 23, 2008. I see that increasingly more people dissociate themselves from the personnel and institutions of the business world and the state. The big danger involved in this is that not only individual business leaders or politicians lose their credibility, but that the entire system no longer meets with acceptance in the end. The dream of socialist ideals reflects a very deeply rooted desire for justice. In March 2010, the Emnet Institute organized a survey on the topic of socialism. In this representative opinion poll, 72% of the West Germans and 80% of the East Germans said that, for themselves, they can see reasons for living in a socialist state, in particular as long as jobs, solidarity, and security are ensured. The trend to the left among the masses proved to be stronger than the internationally coordinated anti-communist smear campaign. Nevertheless, the ideological crux of the struggle over the mode of thinking of the masses continues to be that they successfully deal with modern anti-communism. Only then will they turn in masses to the Marxist-Leninists and the struggle for socialism. 26. Consists of 318 representatives designated by the national parliaments of the 47 countries of Europe, is not identical with the Council of the EU. 27. Born in 1947, Courtois was active in the French student movement in 1968 and considered himself a Maoist in the early 1970s before opting for a career as well-paid star witness of anti-communism. He was allowed to present his miserable piece of work to the Council of Europe on December 14, 2004. 8. Cross-border coordination of the state power apparatuses. The imperialists striving for world hegemony remains the decisive barrier to a permanent joint strategy and tactics for the defense of the imperialist world system. This fundamental weakness will inhere in imperialism until its demise. Nevertheless, international finance capital temporarily creates joint instruments with which revolutionaries are to be suppressed and an international revolution prevented. Counter-revolutionary collaboration of the NATO countries. The Federal Republic of Germany is involved, despite pacifist hypocrisy, in all wars of aggression of the USA and NATO contravening international law. US and NATO military bases and command centers are concentrated on its territory on a scale without parallel worldwide. This has its roots in the strategy of the USA to build up Western Germany as a bulwark of anti-communism against the socialist camp which emerged after the Second World War. The Convention on the Presence of Foreign Forces in the Federal Republic of Germany of October 23, 1954, was originally supposed to expire upon German reunification. But on September 25, 1990, the then CDU/CSU/FDP government under Helmut Kohl agreed to the continuation of the contract. Reunited Germany retained its key counter-revolutionary role within the framework of the NATO strategy. The motive lies in the mutual dependency of the imperialists and their joint interest in the preservation of the imperialist world order. And they are not going to let themselves be held back by Article 26 of the Basic Law, according to which acts tending to and undertaken with intent to disturb the peaceful relations between nations, especially to prepare for a war of aggression, are unconstitutional and punishable. In 2006/2007, an investigating committee appointed by the Council of Europe and chaired by Swiss jurist Dick Marty proved that European governments, For example, the Polish and Romanian governments assisted the USA in setting up secret CIA prisons on their territory. People under charges of terrorism were kept there until they were spirited away in CIA planes to torture prisons. On February 14, 2007, before the vote on the first report of the investigating committee, Tobias Pfluger, then member of the parliamentary group European United Left in the European Parliament, declared, "The German federal government bore a large share of the responsibility for the CIA torture flights. This is the finding of the CIA Investigating Committee report passed today in the European Parliament." Tobias B. Pfluger.twod.net, archived at www.webcitation.org/5usu-MSS2n. The inquiry report also revealed that the German federal government, the then Social Democratic Chancellor Gerhard Schröder and his Chancellery Minister, Frank W. Steinmeier, were informed about the unlawful abduction of Murat Gurnas from Germany to Guantanamo because of suspected involvement in Islamist terror activities. Bernhard Dock, lawyer of Gurnas, cites a BND 28 report from October 8, 2002, which says that the German security experts, who traveled to Guantanamo for that specific reason, came to the conclusion that Gurnas is harmless and that the Americans had offered to set him free in the near future. Instead of being a cause for joy, this was a cause of obvious fear and shock in Berlin. A memo written by the German Federal Ministry of the Interior says, according to Dock, between the Federal Chancellery and the Federal Ministry of the Interior there is agreement that his re-entry is not desirable. Documentation der Offenen Akademie 2007 Documentation of the Fourth Open Academy, 2007, p. 68. With this decision the SPD/Green government deliberately exposed Gurnas for another 4 years to the hell of Guantanamo. This is characteristic of the cold-blooded use of fascist methods, or at least their toleration, for the purposes of the strategy and tactics of German finance capital, which so much likes to play the model Democrat and peacemaker internationally. The collaboration of the state apparatuses of the EU and USA is coordinated at ministerial meetings which take place twice a year. In 2010 the EU and USA concluded an agreement on the transmission of EU finance data to the USA, the so-called SWIFT agreement. The US authorities hope to identify terrorist network connections and financing flows from the information about financial transactions. In 2010 another agreement was concluded, passenger name records, under which details of all air passengers have to be submitted to the USA so that they can be compared with records in US databases in the style of a dragnet investigation. Since the beginning of the new millennium the methods of state surveillance have changed. Today the aim is to collect all available information about the population to filter it and use it as the need arises. And so the state apparatuses procure access to all phone and email connections as well as banking transactions. From cell phone networks and toll systems they create movement profiles. From police and tax data, customer and employee data they collect further information about all citizens. In addition, they employ active monitoring measures like wiretapping and the accessing of computers and networks with spy programs. The license plate numbers of people coming to demonstrations are recorded, suspected persons are kept under surveillance and suspected organizations are infiltrated with informers. All these data sources are evaluated in governmental investigation and intelligence agencies with the help of intelligence support systems. 29. Thereby gaining a new quality. Partially for cost reasons, but mainly not to get their own hands dirty, given a watchful global public, the imperialist governments make more and more use of private security contractors. During the purported withdrawal of the first U.S. troops from Iraq in 2010, 14,000 U.S. soldiers were to leave the country, but 100,000 private mercenaries stayed there, hired and paid by the USA. According to the Council of Europe there are already more than 1.5 million private mercenaries, bodyguards, and agents in action in more than 100 countries. Experts estimate the yearly turnover in this business at more than $200 billion. A number of international supermonopolies employ their own armed units to secure production facilities, conveyor tracks and transport routes. The transnational cooperation in combating terrorism has become the main factor in the fascistization of the imperialist state apparatuses. That it is pursued so systematically is a reaction to the internationalization of the class struggle and serves the preparation for a revolutionary world crisis. Transnational fascistization of the state apparatuses in the EU. Foreign and security policy initially was considered a central national responsibility and was reserved to the member states of the EU. However, in the 1970s and 1980s this policy increasingly became institutionalized at the EU level. In the 1992 Treaty of Maastricht, the EU states committed themselves for the first time to a common foreign and security policy, CFSP. When on May 1, 1999, the Treaty of Amsterdam took effect, the Office of the High Representative of the CFSP was created. Since December 1, 2009, the High Representative of the Union for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy. While the EU states participated in the International Anti-Terror Coalition, the EU sought at the same time to build its own force apparatus to increase its international weight in the competitive struggle against the other imperialist great powers and blocs. This power political offensive objectively questioned the common ground of the International Anti-Terror Coalition and was a major reason for its open political crisis in connection with the Iraq War in 2003. At the EU summit on June 17 and 18, 2004, a joint European constitution was adopted, the essential part of which is regulations pertaining to the common foreign and security policy. These provisions are supposed to give the EU military apparatus a legal foundation and regulate the worldwide deployment of the 60,000-man EU intervention troops and the cross-border counter-revolutionary collaboration on the territory of the EU. Article 43, 1, of the Treaty on European Union, extended in 2009, says. The tasks referred to in Article 42, 1, in the course of which the Union may use civilian and military means, shall include joint disarmament operations, humanitarian and rescue tasks, military advice and assistance tasks, conflict prevention and peacekeeping tasks, tasks of combat forces in crisis management, including peacemaking and post-conflict stabilization. What is marketed here as humanitarian tasks is nothing other than the worldwide deployment of EU intervention troops for the suppression of revolutionary liberation movements and for securing and expanding the EU's sphere of influence. The treaty also includes the obligation of the EU states to mutually support each other when taking action against mass protests, strikes, and revolutionary aspirations within Europe. It justifies armed interventions and even the occupation of an EU country to prevent a victorious revolution. The European Constitution initially could not be put into effect because in 2005 it did not get the majority during national referendums in France and the Netherlands. After the disaster of the failed EU Constitution, European finance capital searched for a different way to make its new understanding of security and the appendant administrative measures binding on all EU states. The European governments decided to employ the ruse of seemingly giving up the Constitution project and, instead, reforming the Treaty on European Union, EU Treaty, and the Treaty on Establishing the European Community, EC Treaty. Obviously pleased with this diversion, the NATO generals noted in their strategy paper that a new treaty to replace the doomed constitution has been negotiated and is presently being smuggled in, thus avoiding the risk of having European voters consulted on the matter, towards a grand strategy for an uncertain world, renewing transatlantic partnership, p. 139. Thus, the main contents of the failed EU constitution were included in the Treaty of Lisbon, which went into effect on December 1, 2009. A unified direction for the expansion of the force apparatuses was given by the Stockholm Programme, which was passed in December 2009 at an EU summit. The European Police Office Europol, in existence since 1999, will be further expanded and is to receive additional operative responsibilities in the future. A limitless data exchange is to be launched. police and judiciary of the member states will be able to access all databases containing personal data, fingerprints, DNA analyses, vehicle registers, telecommunication and call data. In this information alliance, the intelligence services too are to get access to European databases which have only been used by the police in the past. At the urging of the German government, a European database on the process of radicalization in the EU is to be created. Europol will assist in generating lists of those involved in radicalizing/recruiting or transmitting radicalizing messages. Explicitly mentioned as contents of the database are persons from the extreme left and anti-globalization activists. EU Council 8570/10. Eurojust 30. Which was founded in 2002, will be expanded into a European Bureau of Public Prosecution with far-reaching powers. At the beginning of 2008, the EU Commission passed a program for stricter monitoring of the EU external frontiers. All persons entering from third countries have their fingerprints taken, and their biometric details are centrally stored in a European database. Intervention squads from the European External Border Security Agency Frontex, which exists since 2005, prevented more than 40,000 people from entering Europe in the first half of 2010 alone. The European Police College CPOL, which exists since 2000 and trains command personnel of national police forces, is to be developed into an integrated system of European police training facilities. Since 1999 the Task Force of Police Chiefs, PCTF, exists. There the police chiefs of all member countries of the EU come together for semi-annual meetings and agree on an operative level about the connection between the police forces of EU states and the COSI. The Standing Committee on Internal Security, COSI, is a panel of high-ranking public officials to which representatives of the above-mentioned authorities as well as the EU Intelligence Situation Centre SITCEN. 31. Belong. The COSI already forms the nucleus of an EU Interior Ministry. The European Gendarmerie Force, EGF, was founded in 2004 in Noordwijk, Netherlands, by the defense ministers of France, Italy, Spain, Portugal, and the Netherlands and stands under military command. This force is to be transferred to the legal framework of the EU. The task of the EGF is the whole range of police and military maintenance of public order, including setting up and advising local police forces, border monitoring, intelligence services, investigations, forensics, prosecution, protection of property, in other words, counterinsurgency. Also, European collaboration on the development and testing of non-lethal weapons, NLW, is being stepped up. In future, sonic and microwave cannons, blinding and electrical stun weapons, tasers, are to be deployed for combating protest and resistance movements or uprisings. This has the goal to reduce collateral damage in the civilian population, which is unavoidable with conventional weapons systems and always has a negative impact on public opinion. Also, unnecessary destruction of infrastructure is to be prevented as far as possible. The main enemy of the EU state apparatuses is the revolutionary working class movement. The EU state apparatuses are preparing themselves primarily for discrimination against and suppression of the revolutionary working class movement. The common position adopted by the EU Council of Ministers on December 27, 2001, in which the UN Security Council Resolution 1373 of September 28, 2001, on combating terrorism was implemented, expresses this in the best way. Article 1, criminalizing of fundraising or willful provision of resources for terrorist activities. Article 2, measures for freezing of funds or other assets to avoid usage for terrorist purposes. Article 3, funds, economic resources, or services must not be made available to persons and entities participating in terrorist acts. Article 4, measures against any form of active or passive support of terrorist acts such as recruiting or supplying of weapons. Article 5, exchange of intelligence information to provide warning of terrorist acts. Article 6, commitment of the member states to deny terrorists and their supporters safe haven. Article 7, measures to prevent terrorists and their supporters from utilizing the territory of the EU. Article 8, persons who participate in the financing, planning, preparation, or perpetration of terrorist acts or in supporting terrorist acts shall be brought to justice for serious criminal offenses. Article 9, mutual assistance of the EU member states in criminal investigations and criminal proceedings relating to terrorist acts. Article 10, commitment to intensive border controls against terrorists or terrorist groups and to controls of identification cards and travel documents. Their counterfeiting is to be prevented. Article 11, intensification of the exchange of operational information about terrorists, weapons, communications technology. Article 12, enhancement of cooperation on administrative and judicial matters to prevent the commission of terrorist acts. Article 13, enhancement of cooperation between the member states or between the member states and third countries to prevent and suppress terrorist attacks. Article 14, commitment to join further conventions and protocols for combating terrorism, e.g. in regard to air and sea traffic. Article 15, commitment to fully implement the conventions and protocols listed in the Annex to Article 14 and the resolutions of the UN Security Council. Article 16, applying appropriate measures to ensure, before granting refugee status, that the asylum seeker in question has not planned, facilitated, or participated in terrorist acts. Article 17, steps to ensure that refugee status is not abused and that claims of political motivation are not recognized as grounds for refusing requests for the extradition of alleged terrorists. Official Journal of the European Communities, L 344/90, December 28, 2001. At the same time as this resolution, which binds all member states of the EU, the Regulation No. 2580/2001 of December 27, 2001, on specific restrictive measures directed against certain persons and entities with a view to combating terrorism was issued. This designates in Article 2, 3, that a list of persons, groups, and entities shall be established to which the regulations of the EU Council apply. This so-called anti-terror list of the EU has since been regularly updated. By now there are a number of examples that show how these resolutions are applied. The so-called anti-terror list of the EU also lists revolutionary parties and organizations like the Communist Party of the Philippines, CPP, and the New People's Army, NPA, as well as personalities like José María Sison, founding chairman of the Communist Party of the Philippines, CPP, and the chief consultant of the National Democratic Front of the Philippines, NDFP. This discrimination leads to the restriction of the democratic rights and freedoms of the revolutionaries and their organizations and also results in the criminalizing of international solidarity. The inclusion of revolutionary and anti-imperialist organizations from Colombia, Turkey, Kurdistan, and Palestine in the anti-terror list makes it easier to deny their members political asylum and extradite them to reactionary regimes, to prohibit their parties or leagues or bombard them with criminal proceedings on the grounds of establishing terrorist or criminal organizations. The direct liquidation of revolutionary forces is also part of the counter-revolutionary measures. On June 16, 2005, Turkish police forces and Turkish military killed 17 members of the banned Maoist Communist Party, MKP, who had come together for a meeting. Various European intelligence services also were involved in this operation. With increasing frequency, attempts are made to harm revolutionary forces by attacking their finances. Concerning the bank boycott against the MLPD, in an interview with Rotfani on December 20, 2009, it was said, "Here a method of the so-called fight against terrorism is obviously being pursued, with which politically progressive forces have been criminalized with determination for several years. The drying up of the financial basis is one typical method. It is simply outrageous, and we will fight against the attempt to defame and persecute us as terrorists and to treat the democratic rights and liberties of a registered party with contempt." Is it to become practice in Germany in future that persons of different opinion and parties and organizations which are critical of the government will be deprived of their democratic rights and liberties, financially ruined and politically marginalized? Then only a farce of the free, democratic basic constitutional order will be left in Germany. Stefan Engel in an interview in Rotfani, number 52, 2009, p. 6. When a broad solidarity of the democratic public with the MLPD quickly developed and the banks also lost in court in 2010, they had to continue servicing the accounts of the party. The fight against terrorism in Germany. In 1968 the German Bundestag adopted the emergency laws. Willy Dickhut wrote in his book, State Monopoly Capitalism in the Federal Republic of Germany, FRG. Their content is the dismantling of parliamentarism, the expansion of state power, and far-reaching restrictions on the rights of the working people and the rest of the population. Volume 2, p. 282. In the emergency laws, the German monopolies created instruments for legally changing their methods of rule from mainly democracy to mainly dictatorship. So far, however, they advance the fascistization of the state apparatus chiefly at a level below the threshold of an official emergency. The Basic Law of the Federal Republic of Germany, FRG, strictly prescribes the separation of police and military. Because of this, and also due to public protests, the deployment of the Bundeswehr, German armed forces, in the interior could not yet be pushed through despite repeated attempts especially by the Federal Minister of the Interior of the Grand Coalition, Wolfgang Schäuble. The FRG had to refrain so far from officially joining the European Gendarmerie Force. In March 2010 the German Institute for International and Security Affairs, SWP, a foundation which is close to the government, published a study in which it explains why EGF is an explosive issue. Every gendarmerie force is a hybrid construction between police and military. In the German debate it is regarded with great skepticism as it is associated with forms of National Socialist state terror. To prevent a centralization of police, intelligence service, and military components, the Basic Law contains a clear allocation of powers which demarcates the individual elements and leads to a power balance in the institutional framework. SWP Berlin, Gendarmerienhütten in internationalen Stabilisierungsmissionen, Gendarmerie units in international stabilization missions, p. 17, emphasis added. Nevertheless, this did not prevent the federal government from participating with its own police forces in the regular EGF anti-terror maneuvers, namely with units of the federal police, which originated from the former Federal Border Guard, a paramilitary force. From September through November 2009, 24 police organizations with 639 police officers from 19 EU countries, including Germany, participated in the major international exercise European Police Force Training. The scenario of the exercise called for burning cars, militant demonstrators, hostage-taking and bomb attacks. Telepolis, peacekeeping mit Gumminupbel Tränengas peacekeeping with Trunchen and tear gas. www.heisa.de. Archived at www.webcitation.org/5uszxxyk. Since 1996 units of the Kommando Spezialkraft, Special Forces Command, KSK, of the Bundeswehr have participated in covert operations in crisis regions like Afghanistan. The officially roughly 1,100 soldiers are equipped and trained to quell uprisings. Their operations are subject to strictest secrecy and excluded from parliamentary control. In Germany, especially the ultra-right parties CDU/CSU push for the European coordination of the state force apparatuses. The CDU/CSU parliamentary group passed a resolution for that purpose on May 6, 2008, entitled, A Security Strategy for Germany. There they explain that the altered threat situation requires an entirely new understanding of security policy. The fact that this terrorist violence extends beyond national borders and is deliberately organized within an international network means our division of internal and external security can no longer be preserved. p. 3. The key to preparing for the violent quelling of a revolution in Germany is, according to this security strategy, the coordination of the collaboration of the state apparatuses of Germany and the EU, police, intelligence services, German armed forces, justice, Federal Agency for Technical Relief, the private security services. The Federal College for Security Studies, which prides itself as worldwide uniquely holistic, prepares analyses and develops strategies for the state force apparatus and trains selected public officials, military personnel, and business representatives to deal with an emergency. All in this spirit, the CDU/CSU parliamentary group considers deploying the German armed forces against striking transport workers. Establishing energy security and secure raw material supplies may necessitate military activity, for instance in the safeguarding of vulnerable maritime trade routes and infrastructure such as ports, pipelines and conveying systems. P6. With that, the parliamentarians take up the ball set rolling by the Federation of German Industries, BDI, which in 2003 published its ambition to change the basic law to allow unlimited deployment of the German armed forces. The deployment of the Bundeswehr at home and abroad in the fight against international terrorism is a logical and important contribution to protect citizens and critical infrastructure. Streitkraft und Industrie Ski 2010. The Armed Forces and Industry, P6. In case of a state of emergency, the pseudo-democratic rituals in Parliament would stand in the way of swift, ruthless counter-revolutionary action. They might even aggravate the contradictions in the ruling class and in its mass base. Therefore, the CDU/CSU feels it is indispensable to transfer the powers of the Parliament to a National Security Council in case of an imminent or acute revolutionary crisis. We must create a National Security Council as a political analysis, coordination, and decision-making facility in order to guarantee consistent cooperation amongst all internal and external security forces. The Länder German states must be able to contribute according to their individual responsibilities. The National Security Council should be assigned 3 tasks. First, the comprehensive interagency analysis of possible threats to internal and external security. Second, the coordination of civil and military crisis management and prevention abroad. Third, the coordination of the launch of appropriate defensive measures and emergency planning, as well as the deployment of Homeland Protection Forces. To ensure a uniform political leadership and optimal disaster management both at home and abroad. CDU/CSU Parliamentary Group, A Security Strategy for Germany, P11. The plan to appoint a National Security Council, which would have required amending the Basic Law by a 2/3 majority in Parliament, failed in 2008. Once it became public, it promptly met with sharp rejection. The SPD, coalition partner of the CDU/CSU at the time, distanced itself and vetoed the plan. According to the Treaty of Lisbon, however, the EU can set aside national legislation under Article 28 of the Treaty on European Union, which states 1. Where the international situation requires operational action by the Union, the Council shall adopt the necessary decisions. 2. Decisions referred to in paragraph 1 shall commit the member states in the positions they adopt and in the conduct of their activity. The member states of the EU thus are bound by the decisions of the EU Council in an international crisis situation and have to carry them out under all circumstances. 28. Bundesnachrichtendienst, Foreign Intelligence Service of the Federal Republic of Germany. 29. Telecommunication companies are obligated to save all transmitted data in such a way that authorized government agencies can recognize sender and receiver and make use of the transmitted contents, also as evidence in court. 30. The Judicial Cooperation Unit of the European Union, Eurojust, was set up in 2002. In aggravated cases of international and organized crime, it is supposed to coordinate the investigations and prosecution efforts between the justice authorities of the member states of the European Union. 31. The Joint Situation Center, JSC, is a secret service of the EU. It collects and evaluates information from national, foreign, intelligence services on matters of public security. 9. International collaboration of the monopoly associations in the class struggle. The reorganization of international production, the extension of internationally integrated production systems and the conquest of the open world markets, could only work because the competing international supermonopolies succeeded in agreeing on rules for it. They counted on the employers and trade associations for the solution of this task. The book, State Monopoly Capitalism in the Federal Republic of Germany, FRG, states, most of all the employers and trade associations are a manifestation of the organized economic and political power of monopoly capital. They do not serve to tackle economic tasks in the proper sense, as for instance corporate groups do. They are centers of the monopoly's political power to carry out general class interests, and especially the particular interests of the monopolies. Volume 2, p. 25, emphasis added. In the employers and trade associations, the solely ruling international supermonopolies of the respective countries have the final say today. The leadership of the Federation of German Industries, BDI, expresses this directly. Hans-Peter Keitel, president of the BDI since January 1, 2009, was chairman of the construction group HOKADIF and member of the executive board of the energy group RWE since 1992. The presidential board of the BDI has 58 members, including 4 permanent guests, but is dominated by 37 representatives of supermonopolies and associations of monopolies. Other members of the presidential board come from smaller, but also international monopolies like Edgar, Worth, Rodenstock. However, only few representatives of the non-monopoly bourgeoisie can be found there. The International Organization of the Monopoly Associations. To safeguard imperialist exploitation and orient industrial production to the conquest of the world markets, the monopolies founded the International Organization of Employers, IOE, already in the year 1920. Today it comprises 136 national employers associations from 132 countries and mainly serves the systematic influencing of the International Labour Organization, ILO, in Geneva. The Confederation of German Employers Associations, BDA, plays a leading role in the IOE. On January 31, 1999, the UN General Secretary at that time, Kofi Annan, took the initiative for the founding of Global Compact, a worldwide agreement on class collaboration. It is designed to extend and deepen the cooperation of the international monopolies with the UN and its numerous subsidiary organizations. Global Compact is an organization in which solely ruling international finance capital coordinates the rules for the exploitation of the working class and the strategy and tactics in the international class struggle with the help of the UN. The leading role of international finance capital manifests itself in the composition of this organization. The German chemical supermonopoly Bayer, together with about 50 other enterprises, is a founding member of Global Compact. Of the 500 international supermonopolies, 202 were represented there in 2009, only the headquarters, not the subsidiary companies, are counted. From Germany, along with Bayer, 23 further supermonopolies are members, among them Allianz, BASF, BMW, Bosch, Daimler, Deutsche Bank, Deutsche Telekom, Evonik, Lufthansa, RWE, Siemens, ThyssenKrupp and Volkswagen. Apart from the international supermonopolies with headquarters in Germany, the non-monopoly bourgeoisie, governments and non-governmental organizations are represented as well. In order to meet the growing criticism of their ruthless action against the masses and of the destruction of the natural environment, some corporations commit themselves to corporate social responsibility and conclude general agreements with the international trade union federations and the works councils of the world corporations. In 2010 there existed at least 62 such agreements, 55 of them with European corporations. German enterprises like Daimler, GE, Rheinmetall, and Volkswagen are the leaders worldwide with 17 agreements, and General Motors Europe and Ford Europe have also concluded agreements. The principles of social responsibility at Daimler Chrysler state: We support the United Nations initiative and want to work with other companies and institutions to prevent the irreversible process of globalization from causing fear and alarm among the people all over the globe. We want to show the human face of globalization, among other things by creating and preserving jobs. http://knockhlk2008.daimler.com/cgi-bin/show.ssp ? Company name =Daimler &language =English &report _ID =NB-2008 ID =603510. Such agreements of the monopoly associations are nothing but cosmetic measures designed to cover up the intensified exploitation and oppression in the wake of the reorganization of international production. Prompted by the experiences of the joint crisis management in the world economic and financial crisis since 2008, the Chambers of Industry and Commerce of the G20 states united in Vienna at the beginning of 2010 to form the C20 Group. Cooperation of the European Monopoly Associations. The EU serves the European supermonopolies as coordinated power basis in the international dispute with their imperialist competitors. The book, Twilight of the Gods, Götterdämmerung over the New World Order, describes this contradictory development. With the EU, supranational quasi-state forms of organization have become established. They exercise increasingly greater influence on national governments, even though the latter continue to enjoy sovereignty over the policies of their states. Through the EU, the international monopolies exert ever greater influence on the European national states. All contradictions and all rivalries notwithstanding, in particular between the biggest imperialists Britain, France, Germany, and Italy, the EU countries know that they would have no real chance against the great rivals USA and Japan without their unification. p. 344. The European monopoly associations constantly instruct their governments and the European institutions to attend to their profit and power interests, and they coordinate their Europe-wide efforts to maintain their class rule and oppress the working class and people's movements. The European Roundtable of Industrialists, ERT, plays a leading role in the attempts of the European monopolies to coordinate their activities and advance the development of the European industry. It had been brought about in spring 1983 on the initiative of some economic leaders like Per Gyllenhammar, Volvo, Wissa Dekker, Philips, and Umberto Agnelli, Fiat. The ERT works silently behind the scenes. 50 chairmen of the boards of European supermonopolies or smaller international monopolies from 18 European states belong to this exclusive circle. Leading monopolies of Switzerland, Nestle, Hoffmann La Roche, and Turkey, Sabancı, Isasabazi, are represented as well, although neither country is a member of the EU so far. Presently Leif Johansson from Volvo/Sweden is the chairman. Members of the ERT from Germany are Gerhard Krom/ThyssenKrupp, Jürgen Hambrecht/BASF, Norbert Riedhofer/BMW, Peter Losker/Siemens and René Obermann/Deutsche Telekom. At the beginning of the new millennium the ERT launched an initiative for the reform of the pension system. Since then the initiative is implemented in different forms in all European countries: general pension cuts, raising of the retirement age, increased deductions. The private financing of supplementary pensions, which is being introduced step by step, opens new fields of business to the international insurance companies and new opportunities for capital investment to the finance corporations. The propaganda of the threatening aging of society or the alleged impossibility of financing the pensions accompanies these attacks on the old age provisions of the blue and white collar workers. Further ERT programs deal with the issue of the privatization of benefits granted by the state up until now, with the consequence of worse and more expensive health care for the broad masses or cuts in the education system. With the Lisbon Strategy the EU formulated the aggressive goal to replace the USA as leading power by 2010. The Union has today set itself a new strategic goal for the next decade, to become the most competitive and dynamic knowledge-based economy in the world. Presidency Conclusions, Lisbon European Council, 23 and March 24, 2000.5. www.europarl.europa.eu/summit/lis1_n.htm. It was actually something new that a binding agreement to implement the strategic goal, namely by using the open method of coordination, was made. On this basis, between 2001 and 2003 more crisis programs were set up in the EU countries. They were often very similar and were spread with similar arguments. The EU adopted guidelines for the raising of the retirement age, the repeal of the protection against wrongful dismissal, the promotion of a low-wage sector. The leaders of the reformist trade unions were involved in the Lisbon strategy from the beginning. The European Social Dialogue institutionalized in the EU Commission organized a close cooperation between the European Employers Associations, the EU Commission and the leadership of the European Trade Union Confederation. In the years 2001 and 2002 mass protests and strikes up to general strikes developed against the governments and their attempts to implement the Lisbon strategy. They reached their climax in May/June 2003 with simultaneous mass demonstrations, mass or general strikes in France, Austria, Britain, Italy, Spain, Denmark, Sweden, Germany, the Czech Republic and Slovakia. These Europe-wide struggles and the rejection of the EU constitution in referendums in France and the Netherlands plunged the Lisbon strategy into a deep crisis. For the ruling European supermonopolies, the political implementation of their demands was not advancing fast enough. For this reason the ERT presented a vision for a competitive Europe in 2025 at the beginning of 2010, a catalogue with several dozens of recommendations for policy action. These were discussed at the EU summit on February 11, 2010, and adopted by the German federal government in a policy document for Europe 2020. The ERT feared that the EU was falling behind the Asian competitors strategically. Its Secretary-General, Wim Philippa, complained. Many political leaders make European commitments, but by the time they cross their own national border they forget about it. The ERT is warning EU leaders that fundamental reform of social and healthcare systems is urgently needed. In future, patients should be made responsible for their own healthcare costs rather than leaving governments to pick up the tab. www.euroactiv.com/n/priorities/big-business-accountability-on-EU-2020. With this common orientation, the EU countries prepared the more rigorous shifting of the burdens of the crisis onto the backs of the masses of the population. Another European monopoly association is Business Europe. Its forerunners go back to 1949. From 1958 to January 2007 it worked under the name of UNICE, Union of Industrial and Employers Confederations of Europe, and then renamed itself Business Europe. The association counts 40 members from 34 European countries. Apart from the 27 EU states, Switzerland, Norway, Iceland, Turkey, Croatia, Montenegro, and San Marino belong to it. From Germany the BDI and the BDA are represented. Since July 1, 2009, Business Europe is headed by the former BDI president Jürgen Thumann. The Monopoly Association has at its disposal an apparatus of 7 main policy committees and 60 specialized working groups comprising 1,200 full-time experts who can be reinforced from the national associations when required. This apparatus directly influences the EU apparatus, mainly through the EU Commission's 1,214 groups of experts, among whose approximately 50,000 members numerous experts of Business Europe are to be found. These groups are involved in all processes of decision-making at the EU level from the very beginning. Their meetings are not open to the public. The confidentiality goes so far that the names of the association's representatives and the enterprises which pay their salaries are not published if the EU authorities deem it inadvisable. Of the 19 groups of experts which are supposed to advise the EU Commission on the taming of the financial markets, 8 are directly controlled by representatives of business, 7 by governments of the member states. Only in one group of experts is there a balance between the forces of business and the non-governmental organizations. 3 groups cannot be assessed because their members are not named. While the ERT issues the guidelines, Business Europe is responsible for the detailed work, for instance the formulation of the draft laws and regulations. The organs of the EU, especially the Council of the EU, are fused with the organs of the European supermonopolies. This ensures the complete subordination of the EU to the interests of the European supermonopolies from the circle of solely ruling international finance capital. With the reorganization of international production, the international cooperation has taken on a new dimension at the instigation of international finance capital. However, also within this framework there is a fierce inter-imperialist rivalry. 10. Internationalization of the system of the petty bourgeois mode of thinking. The system of the petty bourgeois mode of thinking became the basis of the international crisis management in the world economic and financial crisis in 2008, and the central tool of deception by which the imperialist world system exercises its rule. Before, it was tested in individual imperialist countries and extended and refined everywhere during the process of the reorganization of international production. If the proletarian strategy and tactics of the international revolution is to be successful, it always has to examine the development of the struggle over the mode of thinking and draw its conclusions in particular for the strategy and tactics of the struggle over the mode of thinking of the masses. Internationalization of the policy of class collaboration. With the emergence of the internationally integrated production systems, the policy of class collaboration as well was internationalized. It was mainly managers of German supermonopolies who together with the reformist trade union leaders brought their experience with the socially acceptable destruction of jobs into the cross-border production systems. They wanted to prevent the development of corporation-wide, cross-border struggles of the international industrial proletariat or quickly settle any disputes. A study on the policy of class collaboration at the Brazilian Volkswagen plant, where until 2005 already 27,500 of formerly 40,000 workers had been acceptably dismissed, states. The agreements on flexibilization at VW Anchieta have increased the competitiveness of the enterprise and were combined with important returns for the employees like socially acceptable job cuts and new investments. One example of this is the great industrial dispute which took place at VW Anchieta in 1998. The former president of the World Works Council was at the same time chairman of the Joint Works Council of VW AG and of the Works Council in Wolfsburg. Through his mediation the negotiations at company level were resumed and at the end of this process a compromise was reached between both sides. Betriebliche Wandel und Industrielle Beziehungen, ein Vergleichen Studie bei Volkswagen in Deutschland, Spanien und Brazilian Changes in Companies and Industrial Relations, a comparative study at Volkswagen in Germany, Spain, and Brazil, pages 267, 265 and 263. elib.suub.uni-bremen.de/dis/docs/0001143.pdf. Archived at www.webcitation.org/5ie3wnj. To disseminate the poison of class collaboration in the international industrial proletariat by apparently defusing antagonistic contradictions and accepting shabby compromises, that is the objective of such negotiations and agreements. Central elements of the policy of international class collaboration are the EU or World Works Councils, and so-called International Framework Agreements, IFA. The Confederation of German Employers Associations, BDA, declared that for enterprises, a possible advantage of the IFAs is the improvement of the dialogue with the trade unions, especially in countries in which there are no adequately cooperative trade union partners. Internationale Aspekt von Corporate Social Responsibility CSR, p. 20. The German Metal Workers Union IG Metall exerts influence on other European trade unions through the European Metal Workers Federation in order to get them to commit themselves to class collaboration based on the model of the German workplace labor relations law. Examples for the international spreading of class collaboration within the framework of the reorganization of international production are to be found in the Indian Economic Zone of Gurgaon. This city of over 1 million inhabitants, located on the southern outskirts of the capital New Delhi, has existed only for a few years. It has long been propagated as a prime example of shining India. Not small-scale production in dark workshops with child labor, but modern assembly plants of the international supermonopolies characterize the scene there. The automobile industry is of greatest importance, but there are also about 500 textile factories which employ 200,000 women workers altogether. Gurgaon must have the biggest concentration of call centers worldwide, with 150,000 employees. Along with the plants, shopping centers and high-rise apartment houses were built overnight. One cannot find mass slums there as in other Indian cities. The international supermonopolies in Gurgaon pursue a policy of class collaboration as once could be found only in imperialist countries. What capital export brings into the new economic zones within the framework of the reorganization of international production is graphically described in a travel report. We arrive at the Honda plant, which constructs two-wheeled vehicles, where 3,000 workers are employed on a regular basis, plus 2,000 subcontracted and temporary workers. We are received by the personnel manager of the plant, who used to be a trade union leader and today pursues an especially sophisticated policy of class collaboration. He serves us tea, potato chips and filled rolls, and talks with us. He tells us something about a campaign named I Enjoy. It allegedly will make customers, workers, and Honda all happy. For this purpose there are posters from Honda, and it is a campaign which is obviously being conducted in the whole world. Stefan Engel, Diary of a Journey to India in 2008. In the world economic and financial crisis in 2008, the trade unions were systematically integrated into the internationally coordinated crisis management. On the eve of the third G20 meeting in Pittsburgh in September 2009, U.S. President Obama invited an international trade union delegation for talks in which also the heads of government of Argentina, Australia, Brazil, Canada, Germany, Japan, Spain, and Britain as well as leading representatives of ILO, IMF, OECD, WTO and EU participated. There the reformist trade union leaders were urged to exercise restraint in labor disputes. In return for that they only demanded the maintenance and creation of decent jobs as urgent and top priority. www.ituc-csi.org Regierungsgefster G20 Verstehen.html Archived at www.webcitation.org/5xrpm World Market Controlling Media Corporations as Ideological Political Centers of Power. The media corporations spread essential contents of the petty bourgeois mode of thinking in all countries of the world. Media corporations which dominate the world market, with Time Warner and Walt Disney, USA, Sony Entertainment, Japan, and Bertelsmann, Germany, in the top group, not only own newspaper publishing houses, movie studios, radio or television companies, but also extensive cable networks and satellite stations. They are tightly fused with the monopolist industrial and agrarian enterprises as well as big banks. 3 international press agencies, Reuters, London, AP, Associated Press, New York, and AFP, Agence France Presse, Paris, determine the information they deliver to the bourgeois mass media, and with that for the most part what can be published there at all. The manipulation of public opinion in radio and television penetrates even into the remotest corners of the earth today. The biggest media corporation of Latin America, Organizações Globo, reaches 99% of the Brazilian households. 98.8% of the Indian population, including hundreds of millions of illiterate persons, listen to the radio station All India Radio in 24 languages and 146 dialects. The bourgeois mass media with their comprehensive reach convey the manipulated impression that what does not appear in the media does not exist. In many countries, those in power use this for their policy of isolating the revolutionaries and Marxist-Leninists. For the most part the bourgeois mass media pretend they do not exist. Also, events which could spark off indignation or protests, for instance governmental measures in favor of the monopolies, are totally concealed or presented in such a way that they do not reach the broad public. On the other hand, a flood of information is intended to create the impression of objectivity. The media take up the masses' criticism and seemingly attack the excesses of capitalism in order to get access to the thinking, feeling, and acting of the masses and produce the corroding effect of disorientation, disorganization and demoralization. The media monopolies incessantly influence the mode of thinking of the masses not only with news, but also with talk shows or entertainment series. A prime example is the popular German crime movie series Tatort, Crime Scene, which is produced by public television, sold in more than 40 countries and broadcast via duct satellite to numerous other countries. Week after week, untiring inspectors, played by good and popular actors, solve murder cases which mostly have to do with urgent problems of the people, mass unemployment, strikes, workplace bullying of shop assistants in well-known retail monopolies, war in Afghanistan, drug-related crimes, environmental crimes of industrialists greedy for profit, sexual violence against women, forced marriages, deportations of asylum seekers, euthanasia, jealousy, or serious housing shortage. The likable investigators work with incorruptible commitment to combat neo-fascist activities or to uncover the involvement of corrupt managers and bourgeois politicians in the transport of nuclear waste or trafficking in human beings and organs. The inspectors appear as uncompromising representatives of ordinary people. They are often old left or new left people who courageously take on the powerful. However, the masses never appear as essential protagonists, and certainly not as militant fighters in the class struggle. More and more often the Federal Office of Criminal Investigation, German secret services and other organs of the state bureaucracy become the target of the Tatort inspectors. Nevertheless, the main message is that the bourgeois state apparatus could be an instrument in the interest of the masses if only clever and honest inspectors are guided by the love of truth and other noble bourgeois ideals. Either the capitalist society still appears to be the best social order, despite all its shortcomings, or the efforts of the brave inspectors appear to be a hopeless tilting at windmills which leads to resignation and embitterment. Either way, the system remains victorious. A variety of talk shows takes up current everyday problems of the masses and explosive political issues, and in doing so systematically spreads the main arguments of those in power. Not only well-known representatives of bourgeois parties, bourgeois and petty bourgeois experts can express their views, but also directly affected ordinary people, usually carefully selected for the sake of the desired message. How this is done in some cases is revealed by Norbert Boles, professor for media science at the Technical University of Berlin. He examined how the popular Sunday talk show and will is prepared. For instance, they question you beforehand and put it to you very bluntly: do you accept the thesis that welfare recipients are asocial? Yes or no? If you say yes, we invite you; if you say no, we look for somebody else. And then this thesis which you are supposed to advance is captioned during the program as soon as you appear on the screen: welfare recipients are all asocial. You are pretty well stuck with that phrase now. Wettkampf der Feuerwerker, competition of the firework makers, interview in Die Casting-Gesellschaft. Die Sucht nach Aufmerksamkeit und das Tribunal der Medien, the Casting Society. The Craving for Attention and the Tribunal of the Media, pages 69 to 70. All these talk shows have in common that they remain always within the bounds of the bourgeois democratic basic order. They send the message of pragmatism to the public, allegedly free from ideology, that the force of circumstances or good or bad politicians, and not economic and political power relations, determine the course of events. For this reason, positions of class struggle, let alone Marxist-Leninist standpoints, are as a rule taboo. Real investigation into the causes and proposals for solutions along the lines of revolutionary social change must not reach the sitting rooms. Many channels carry informative contributions on the sciences in their programs, but also air broadcasts on historical events which, along with truths and half-truths, mainly offer an anti-communist falsification of history. In addition, a flood of daily comedy shows, courtroom shows, or so-called docu-soaps present the most disgusting manifestations of the petty bourgeois primitive mode of thinking and of a caustic culture of debate, all are stage-managed and nonetheless designed to create the impression that such behavior is typical of the conduct among the masses. In the USA, even special series were developed in order to win people for the imperialists' fight against terrorism and to convince them of the legitimacy, or even necessity, of torture. The manipulation of public opinion not only is designed to disguise the dictatorship of international finance capital, but also to give the masses the feeling of being well informed and the comforting assurance that they really have every democratic opportunity to form their own opinions. The sharply increased significance of telecommunication. Internet and mobile telephony enable the broad masses in the whole world to obtain and exchange information quickly and economically. In mid-2010, almost 2 billion people worldwide were online. In Germany, the search for information is one of the most common internet activities, with 85% of web time. Under the slogan of the Information Society, business and politics seemingly take up the growing need for independent orientation. A tremendous wealth of information is offered, enabling people to inform themselves in almost all fields of social life. Critical, progressive forces increasingly offer alternatives to the content controlled by the international media monopolies. The best-known examples are the open operating system Linux and the online encyclopedia Wikipedia, which have been developed in international cooperation. The independent website WikiLeaks, after careful investigation and with reliable protection of the informants, publishes explosive revelations, among other things, about war crimes of the USA. The flood of arbitrary and mostly superficial information spreads an extreme confusion of bourgeois, petty bourgeois, and proletarian views. Interpreting the information and using it for the purposes of the revolutionary working class movement can only succeed from a proletarian class viewpoint and with the help of the conscious application of the dialectical method. In the Internet too, concentration and monopolization are increasing. Public relations departments of the international supermonopolies, but also the intelligence services, use the Internet more and more purposefully to manipulate the masses. The Shell Youth study found out in 2010 that half of the young spend much of the average 111 minutes in which they are online every day in social networks. Facebook is by far the biggest social network worldwide with 500 million users. It has created new possibilities of interpersonal communication. Protest movements use it for information and to organize their supporters, but also enterprises and media corporations are active in Facebook for advertising purposes. However, it induces people to communicate superficially. Communication via the Internet undoubtedly can be very useful to the international Marxist-Leninist and working class movement, both for the exchange of information, views, and experiences, and for the revolutionization and coordination of their organizations and struggles. Nevertheless, it is illusory and dangerous to believe that the Internet could be used for the struggle for liberation from exploitation and oppression just as one likes. Those in power keep the Internet and mobile phones under systematic surveillance by means of their intelligence services and misuse modern telecommunication to spy on the population. The whereabouts of individual persons increasingly can be traced in real time based on the use of mobile phones, electronic navigation systems, and bank or credit cards. The German trade union THIRD-WORLDISM and the Washington Post already reported on a cooperation of the CIA and the state-run U.S. bugging service NSA, National Security Agency, with the search engine Google. The English Guardian reported on links between Facebook and the CIA. In explosive situations of the class struggle, the use of the Internet can be severely restricted. When at the beginning of 2011 millions of people took to the streets in Egypt for the overthrow of the Mubarak regime, the Internet was switched off for days on the national level. The imperialist strategy and tactics for the manipulation of public opinion. At the G20 summits, not only concrete supporting measures for the international financial system were agreed, above all the summits were shows intended to create the impression that the financial markets were being put on a leash there. The G20 summits issued lines of argument which were used worldwide to explain the character and causes of the world economic and financial crisis to the masses. There was no bourgeois politician who did not suddenly castigate the insatiable greed of part of the economic elite and declare war on speculation. The world no doubt will wait in vain for deeds that change the world, promised by German Chancellor Merkel at a joint press conference with the French President Sarkozy in April 2009. With the standard phrase, "There is no alternative," dubious decisions in favor of international finance capital are to be brought home to the world public. This argument is supposed to justify both the trillions of euros in aid packages for rescuing banks relevant to the system and the ensuing austerity measures at the expense of the broad masses. The unity in the political argumentation, partly to the point of stereotyped accord, more and more blurs the differences between the diverse political parties and governments. Among the masses, a general sentiment against the top brass and a need for political reorientation are growing. Orientation of the petty bourgeois mode of thinking to the line of bourgeois ideology. The ideologues of imperialism systematically propagate bourgeois parliamentarism as democratic solution for all the problems of lack of freedom and injustice. When in 2004 during the presidential elections in the Ukraine the masses expressed indignation at the fact that the election was obviously rigged, an international media campaign was launched in order to force the candidate dependent on Moscow, Viktor Yanukovych, to retreat. On the other hand, the campaign of the rival candidate Viktor Yushchenko, favored by the Western imperialists, was celebrated as Orange Revolution. For weeks hundreds of thousands of people demonstrated in Kiev, the Ukrainian capital, even in snow and bitter cold. The media celebrated these actions in order to set new petty bourgeois parliamentary illusions against the estrangement of the masses from bourgeois parliamentarism. They concealed the fact that the means for the vast amount of orange flags, balloons, scarves and caps came from the fortune of U.S. billionaire George Soros, who maintains close relations with the U.S. Secret Service CIA. However, only a few months later the Orange Revolution was rotten. Spiegel Online, November 20, 2005. Its heroes Viktor Yushchenko and Yulia Tymoshenko turned out to be thoroughly corrupt and neither willing nor able to improve the situation of the masses. Embitterment and resignation were the consequences, as the masses sensed that their striving for a more democratic, freer, and more just society, IBID, had been shamelessly misused for the competition between the imperialists USA and Russia. Along the line of imperialist environmentalism, greenwashing has developed into a real fashion. Politicians and corporations principally responsible for the environmental destruction boast about their untiring concern for the environment. Thus the CEO of Siemens AG, Peter Losker, declared in the June 2009 issue of the corporate magazine Siemens Welt, "Nobody is better suited to be the leader of the green revolution than Siemens." This was announced by the same enterprise that wants to conquer the lion's share of the 400 new nuclear power plants in the world planned until 2030 and at the same time massively invests in the construction of coal-fired, gas-fired, and oil-fired power stations, i.e., in the unbridled burning of fossil energy sources. Other corporations as well are developing green philosophies. This strengthens the petty bourgeois environmentalist mode of thinking among the masses, according to which the saving of the environment is primarily a problem of bringing those in power to their senses, achievable by means of symbolic actions, individual heroic deeds of Greenpeace and Robin Hood activists, and thorough enlightenment. Imperialist pacifism justifies imperialist aggressions with empty phrases that such military interventions create peace or enforce human rights, discrediting at the same time the armed anti-imperialist resistance of the peoples. It nurtures the petty bourgeois pacifist mode of thinking that all wars must be rejected, regardless who wages them and for what aims. Imperialist pacifism also spreads the impression that the masses of people, for instance in Afghanistan, are not capable of helping themselves. Therefore, only the intervention of NATO troops allegedly can bring about peace and ensure the conditions for the reconstruction of the country. 54 military operations carried out in the whole world in 2009 were justified with the hypocritical expression peacekeeping operations. However, all imperialist pacifist maneuvers of deception could not prevent that more than two-thirds of the population in Germany reject the imperialist military intervention of the German armed forces in Afghanistan. Bourgeois feminism orients women to the enforcement of a technical equality within the capitalist system.
Committees of the United Nations and governments of the imperialist countries systematically carry bourgeois feminism into the neocolonially dependent countries and also into the international women's movement. The imperialist countries abuse the alleged support of women's rights for the enforcement of imperialist interests. At the end of 2001, the German foreign minister at the time, Joschka Fischer, elevated the military operations of the German armed forces in Afghanistan to an act of the liberation of women. Bourgeois feminism was used to justify imperialist aggression. However, when the committed physician and founder of the women's aid organization Medica Mondiale, Monica Hauser, examined the situation of women in Afghanistan after years of imperialist intervention, she had to assess soberly, but many things have taken a turn for the worse. Frankfurter Rundschau, July 20, 2010, pages 10-11. According to investigations by the UN Women's Organization UNIFEM. 32. Even in the big cities of Afghanistan only a minority of girls can attend a school. Only 12% of the girls and women beyond the age of 15 can read and write. Afghanistan has the second highest childbirth mortality rate in the world. Every 29 minutes a woman dies in childbirth. Estimates are that up to 80% of women are victims of forced marriages. These are the results of the liberation of women by the NATO war against Afghanistan. Imperialist humanism is designed to justify ideologically the UN policy of imperialist countries. Their interests can be pushed through more easily if they are presented as humanitarian efforts and help in distress. When natural disasters occur, imperialist politicians address the petty bourgeois humanist attitude of the masses and abuse their solidarity in order to sweep all class contradictions, and mainly their own responsibility for the destruction of nature and the lack of provisions, under the rug. Instead, a general community feeling is supposed to allay all criticism in the time of distress. At the beginning of January 2010, when a disastrous earthquake in Haiti claimed 300,000 lives, made 1.3 million people homeless and reduced large parts of the country to rubble, this topic dominated the media. Special reports, discussion rounds, and donation galas with well-known personalities from public life, artists and athletes captivated people outside Haiti. Within a few weeks, 1.35 billion euros were collected from private donors in 10 Western countries alone. Thousands of people were ready to make donations and to help. At the peak of this mood of general readiness to help, 22,000 U.S. soldiers occupied Haiti in January 2010. Towards the general public this brazen action was justified as invasion of compassion, Süddeutsche Zeitung, January 18, 2010. The U.S. imperialists did not succeed during the past decades in getting the masses in this island state, bled dry by colonial and neocolonial plundering, under their control and pacifying them. Even after the ousting of the popular President Aristide in 2004 the mass protests and hunger revolts continued. Now the USA took advantage of the disastrous earthquake for a direct military intervention. Strategically it was also directed against neighboring Venezuela and its left-wing government hated by U.S. imperialism. Under the guise of humanitarian aid the U.S. invasion smashed the last still existing independent structures of Haiti, eliminated any political independence of the country and undermined any independent supply. In October 2010, more than 9 months after the earthquake, only a fraction of the rubble was cleared away, more than 1 million people still lived in emergency accommodations, and cholera broke out, which had been regarded as eradicated in Haiti before. Relief operations came to nothing, and a considerable amount of donations never reached the masses. Worldwide dissemination of imperialist mass culture. The mass culture shaped by imperialism is exported systematically to all countries of the world. In the reorganization of international production, 4 music monopolies had asserted themselves worldwide by 2008, together they dominate about 80% of the world market: Universal Music Group, USA/France, Sony, Japan, EMI Music Group, Britain, and Warner Music Group, USA. With this market power the monopolies spread their music in order to influence the masses mainly through their feelings.
The main content is the propagation of a petty bourgeois goal in life and a petty bourgeois lifestyle. A special objective is the corrosion of the youth as the most active and most forward-looking force in society. Pop culture stipulates what is in, running down everything else. The striving for common action and solidarity is derided with a brutalized youth language and sexist texts. Thirst for knowledge is suffocated, brutalization and rivalry are stirred up. Refusal of solidarity, aggressiveness, and workplace bullying are played down and declared to be normal. The U.S. Department of Defense spent the tidy sum of €45 million to found an institute to develop computer games with war simulations as realistic as possible. Television offers young people repelled by militarization and brutalization the dream of individual happiness, of great love, in ever new variations. Model and casting shows promote a cult of beauty undermining the self-confidence of young women and girls. Sexism is omnipresent in the media, it degrades women and girls by turning them into sex objects, and turning young men into machos. Enlightened relations on an equal basis between boys and girls, men and women are greatly impeded. Image cultivation to become popular is made the chief aim in life. Moreover, non-stop media consumption prevents many children from taking up sports or cultural activities. Television, computer games, and consumer desires keep them under permanent tension, but at the same time in physical and mental passivity. Drug consumption is trivialized, the spread of more and more new drugs among children and young people is tolerated. Habituation to a life outside social reality is progressing. The permanent overstimulation hinders the physical and mental development of children and young people. They are prevented from thoroughly dealing with the social causes of their situation, from getting organized and participating as practical vanguard in the struggle of the working class for the socialist revolution. Non-governmental